So this is episode 60.
Woohoo!
Technically, in a way, weird way.
Beauticious.
So I guess this is going to be the intro.
Sure.
And then we'll split it. But we recorded this podcast 6 months ago.
Was it 6?
9.
I know it was
It was
fucking
9.
cold.
It was March 12th or 13th.
Yeah, it was. Well, yeah,
So 9
yeah.
months.
You'd remember. You have receipts and everything. I just
Yeah,
kinda showed up.
I was on a trip.
Yeah, you
So,
were on official business.
Yep. March. My trip report is March 14th and 15th. So it's 12th or the 13th.
Yeah, either way.
So yeah, 9 months ago,
So quite a lot has changed.
we recorded what you're about to listen to. And then about 3 months after that,
Mm-hmm. 3, 4.
I had
something
finally
like that.
posted Johnny's. And then I don't remember. I was traveling a lot for like that 1 month or 2, and then I was too busy. Anyway, as soon as I posted Johnny's, I think you were like, hey, we can't post mine. Because at least not without a ton of editing or a follow-up.
Right. Or like,
So-
should we post it or something like that?
Yeah, I don't remember. So that was June 28th, I think we talked.
Yeah, because I got the offer from the new place on my birthday.
Yeah. So, anyway, listen to this part. It's fairly interesting with a lot of manufacturing talk and stuff, and then we'll cut in some more bits at the end. Enjoy.
Hee-haw.
It's episode whatever.
Episode 69 because it's 69 degrees in the room.
I have no idea what episode. You just start making up random numbers.
Episode 463.2.
419 and a half.
Perfect.
And rounding down because the viewers appreciate it. So, Jeff, you've been on the show before, but not
Yep.
for you.
Nope. For the now defunct skate park.
Perfect. Do you want just to talk about that first and then come back? Or
Yeah,
you
we
wanna do whatever?
might as well.
You led right into it.
It's pretty easy to lead into, I guess.
All right, well, you were on, man, let me crinkle some plastic bags.
Bags and bottles.
Yeah. So you were on, I was doing that COVID series, which was like, in my opinion, I thought it was going to be really cool. And it was probably the worst, like, 4 episodes.
Because it was just repeat.
Yeah, I guess I kind of thought that each place would have their own take on it. But I guess if you're running a proper business, how many different takes can you have?
And like it was all kind of the same for like everyone because I mean for us anyway, like we didn't know if we were going to be able to be open. Number one, number two, it was like then the state said, oh well, you can not like I don't remember what it was. It was like send in what you're going to do and we'll determine or not whether you're going to be open. So we did that and they were just like, no, you're not good enough or we just don't feel like you should be open. So we were closed. But
Well, and then there were, I mean, it was a little too little too late, but then they had all that, like, retribution stuff for that, where it was like, you guys aren't allowed to pick and choose which businesses can and can't operate in that
Right.
capacity.
yeah,
But it was too late for a lot of places.
Sure. Yeah, they just went under. I mean, it was just I don't know. I mean, we were in a situation where you know, at least our landlords were cool enough like cuz they were shut down too. So it's not like they were open and we couldn't be. So they were, you know, very understanding. It's like, well, if, you know, you're not open, we're not open, so we'll figure it out as we go. And then I think it was July we were allowed to open up. I mean, it was nice because we got to take, I don't know, whatever it was, like 3 or 4 months to put the park up. But, I mean, it still sucked that we couldn't really do much of anything.
And, I mean, it was tough anyway because just the setup of your park was in a soccer dome. So at prime season for skate park was also prime indoor soccer season.
Exactly.
So you're like getting hosed in that regard. You're getting hosed in the summer where it's like, well, yeah, but we don't want to ride inside in a hot dome.
Right, and it was hot. So, we just had seemingly every complaint under the sun of it was too hot, the ramps sucked, the floor was slippery, this was wrong with it. And it's like, you can't necessarily pick and choose when you're saying, oh, we want a skate park, and then when you get one, not support it at all or very little.
You can. You definitely can.
I mean, obviously you can.
How does it work out?
Yeah, it doesn't at all.
But I think it's just like, obviously it wasn't your final end state, though. Like,
no.
It was this place had a skate park at one time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a scenario that you're like, oh, we can step in and operate a seemingly existing but like hidden away park.
Right, it was
while we fundraise to build your own, right? That was kind of the long term.
It was. I think Mickey I think I mentioned it. They're like, oh yeah, the dome had the skate park or whatever, and she just asked them if they still had the ramps, if they'd even be willing to sell them. That was the first part of the conversation. And then it was sort of on their end where they said, well, if you want, we'll help you set everything up. You could, we'll rent you the field, blah, blah, blah. And just sort of get your feet wet, figure out, like what the clientele is going to be, how many, what kind of crowd you're going to get, and whether or not it's worth it, or if this is something you want to do. And then there were other, scenarios that we led into, but that's how we got in there. And then it was just one of those things where it kind of ran its course, and after COVID with all that bullshit. And then we decided to take the next year off in 21 to sort of get all the bills paid down that we accrued up. And then in 22, we found an old restaurant that was closing up. And we happened to be talking to the landlord about a space in the back that used to be a gym to use for the skate park. This became available. So we figured we could get the cafe section of the business up and running, get some money in that way, and then later on, get the skate park in for the fall. So we ended up opening the cafe in April, and we had live music, we had the food, coffee, the whole 9 yards, and then ended up having to close that in August because we just weren't getting the business. And then on top of that, we had it where, we tried to reach out to a bunch of different banks, and they basically said, you have a restaurant post-COVID and want money? There's no way that's going to happen. So then we ended up trying to find, outside investors to see if they would be interested, and couldn't find anyone that was really, willing to help us with what we needed financially. So it was one of those deals where we were just like, all right, it's the 5-year mark. We're not in too far over our head to where we can pay this down in a reasonable amount of time, and just decided, we tried, it didn't work out. It is what it is.
Yeah.
We're not neither one of us are really heartbroken either, because like I said, we're not filing bankruptcy or anything like that. So yeah, it was just like a sweet spot, kind of an okay time to be like, you know what, we're just gonna call it and be done with it.
It's good to be able to see that, though, because I think a lot of people get to that point, and you hyper focus on the logistics of the doing, and not ever step back and see the forest through the trees and go, do we really want to keep doing this?
Right.
Is it working, or are we fighting an uphill battle that we're going to lose?
Right. And it's sort of, I guess you could sort of say, didn't really hurt us. I guess it depends on the way you look at it, but we only had one half of the business open. So while a skate park in general, you talk to anybody, it's more of a passion project, because it's not going to, you're not going to make $1 million with a skate park unless you're, a bike park, raise, wheel mill, whatever. But, we still didn't have that chunk of the income coming in. So whether or not that would have helped, we obviously don't know. I mean, it was helpful when we had the dome and we were in there and, using their kitchen and everything. But as far as being out on our own, we don't know if it would have been helpful or not, because we still would have been open. We still wouldn't have been necessarily open during like peak skate park time anyway.
Yep.
So.
And you were going to be coming up on, I mean, another issue with that was a bike shop side of things. And you're like, you always had a good relationship with Plains at the Dome, where you're not super competing, but like at some point, if you're starting a park and you're going to have a park there, you got to have the tools and the equipment and everything. And like at some point, you're competing with a friend too.
Right. And I mean, we would always that was the first place we'd send anybody if they didn't like what we had to offer. Cause I mean, even in 2020, we started to offer more scooters, and cause we brought rental scooters in, we brought, like some of the breakables for scooters and bikes and stuff like that. And, we were a Colt dealer, Shadow. I think we had Lucky scooters, and I think we were a ProTech dealer too. Because I mean, we would try to push the helmets and stuff too, because believe it or not, a lot of kids had come in without helmets because they haven't had a skate park since 2014. I think the Dome put theirs up last. So they're just riding around without a helmet, so they don't know that it's required. So instead of renting them some scuzzy helmet, we would obviously try to sell them one.
Well, I mean, I guess by the time they come in a third or fourth time too, you're like, hey man, like I will keep renting you a helmet.
Right, but don't be dumb about it.
But you could also just buy one.
Right.
And have it.
And I mean, that was tough too, because especially with Shadow, Shadow has whatever it is, 3 or 4 colors, but ProTech, like Jesus, like 50 different colors, styles, certified, non-certified, the ones with the ear flaps, the ones without the ear flap. It was like, and like her and I'd sit there and we'd look at the catalog and be like, what do we even stock? So it was to the point where we would just, we'd basically get a couple of random ones in, and if you want them, okay. If not, tell us what you want. They were in California or whatever. We'll have it here in a couple of days. So, but I think we ended up selling out of all of them. So that at least worked out.
Yeah, that's good. We used to, I mean, it was half joking, but also not at HCS. Like if you want something that's other than what we have, I'll take the $3 off and go buy Krylon.
Right.
Whatever color you want. Yep. I'll give you a $3 discount because the color's not right. And you can go buy a can of spray paint.
And whatever color you want, have at it.
And like half of it's joking, but it's like, what's the point?
Right.
At the same time, that was a whole issue with the industry with like plastic pedals and Odyssey and their like twisted PCs when they were doing special colorways and everything. You got 4 or 5 different colors that are standard every year. So you got to stock those because they're like the ones that people actually want. And then you get all these limited editions that they've got a new limited edition every 3 months.
I don't even think it was that far apart.
Right. As a bike shop, how do you stock those?
Right.
You know you're going to sell those, but
how long are they going to sit there?
But they might sit there a while.
Right. I mean, we were in. I was in Plains.
How many pairs do you need? Like,
yeah.
At some point, okay, I bought my black ones. I love them. Then I thought that special edition was cool, so I buy that. And then, that one's cool, but like, I don't really need pedals now.
Right. I mean, we were in Plains last weekend. That's just kind of where we all meet if we go on a road trip. But I was in there and I'm looking on the wall and I'm just like, I think he said he accidentally ordered them a pair of S&M forks and they were like $200. And I'm like, dude, they're going to be there a while. And he said, honestly, if you give me dealer cost, you could take them. He's like, they were ordered by mistake. They were in the cart and nobody took them out. He's like, that's just what happened. He's like, I'm okay with it. But, it's the same. a pair of forks that somebody's going to eventually need, but it's like, that's a hefty price tag to sit on the wall.
Well, and not to mention that is a standard cost for forks right now.
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
And early 2021, 130.
Yeah, easy.
Was the standard cost.
Yeah, just about 130,
150 in some cases.
I think when we had the Colt dealership, we sold a couple pair. I want to say they were like 120, 130.
Chrome might have been 150
Yeah.
because it was always an upcharge.
Of course.
But it's like, okay, well now what we used to pay retail is now the dealer cost.
Right.
And that's crazy.
Yeah, it is insane. And I mean, I guess I sort of get it because, the industry that I'm in, being in, working in a machine shop, it's like, and even now more so that I'm doing like some of the billing and ordering and everything. It's like, I know the cost of things and I know what our shop rate is. So to see some of the prices and some of the stuff that's getting put out, I'm like 2 and 2 is making 6 somehow for some of these companies. And it's like, guys,
yeah,
BMX riders are some of the brokest motherfuckers on the planet.
But at the same time, we haven't ever come up in price as we should have all along.
Yeah,
so
it's creeped up, and then COVID, it shot up, and everybody's freaking out, which makes sense. But
parts fluctuate, and it's hard to look back to a handful of years ago because we used to be able to buy a set of handlebars for $45,
right?
But they weren't heat treated.
Yeah, they were pieces
They weren't
of shit.
butted.
Exactly.
You were buying straight pipe bars for $45,
right.
And then they bent, and everyone laughed, and you went home and bought new.
Yep. Or you stuck them in the coping and bent them back.
Bent them back. Yep. So you had that, but frames are maybe a good spot to look at. I started riding in '98, but really bought real bikes by 2001.
Mm-hmm.
In 2001, you could buy a standard STA 500 frame or a Trails 250 for $399.
Yeah, they just went up to. I don't even think they're at 600 yet. S&M's.
Right.
S&M's
So
getting close to the 6 mark.
Standard and S&M are one thing, but everything else didn't lag too far behind that. 320.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. What was it even 2 years, 3 years ago to buy a new frame?
Oh yeah, it was around the same. It was maybe 4.
350, 375.
Right. Yeah, and now they're pushing, over.
And those have butted tubes
right.
and heat treating, or at least some sort of stress relief, whether it's
you'd hope anyway.
the tubing and the science behind the tubing and the material with OX plat or something.
Right.
But
I mean, even at this point, you might as well just get a custom frame. Because you have Laird and Quartz that are doing it, and they're $450, $500. You're paying that for something that's off the shelf that they're making hundreds of them, and you're just gonna kind of I guess it's an okay frame. I'll deal with it. You know what I mean?
It's kind of what I wanted.
Yeah, it feels okay. But I mean, the more stuff that I watch online, it's like, do these people really, are they really going to notice the difference between a 74.5 and a 74 3/4 head tube angle? Or are they just I do know, I can see it. It's like, oh, do you really?
You might notice it if every other part on your bike was unchanged.
Right.
But if I'm building a brand new bike, I can't set my bars that precise.
Right. I had an ATF before I started riding the work frame, and I think that head tube angle's half a degree different. And I did notice as soon as I started riding it, because of that, I didn't change anything else, only the frame. But then I got used to it real quick because it's not that far off. And now, if I went back to the other one, it'd feel weird for maybe a week, and then I figure it out.
Might feel sluggish for a week.
Or something's not quite right, and then you're now I got it.
Yeah, but Yeah, I feel like frames are the good example of prices really have not changed.
No, they haven't. But
It-
when they do, it's like there's a couple companies that go way up and everybody talks shit, and then the other ones just kind of creep up behind them, and then they're in the same ballpark. It's like, oh well, they just knew ahead of time.
And did they really come up because the material and everything went up, or did they come up because shipping went up 10 times what it used to be?
Well, yeah, right.
So now your container put an extra $100 on there because it went from, I don't know, what were they, like 2,500 a piece to 25,000?
Yeah, it was. Something. I think it was something. It was like $4,000 to $12,000 or something over COVID, and it's like Jesus.
Yeah,
but
no, I know they hit 25 and 40,000 for like a full container at one point.
That's fucking crazy.
What do you do?
Yeah, you don't eat that.
A couple companies that I know and work with, not BMX related, that do a lot of importing, they started just partialing their shipments. Like, I don't want the whole thing, but I want you to fill the empty spaces in existing containers.
Right.
I'll take it in 50 shipments if I need to.
Yeah, as long as it's a little bit cheaper.
But if there's a corner that you can stuff my stuff in, I want it there.
Cram it in there, yeah.
Yeah. You negotiate with someone else that's doing it too, and hey, I'll buy that corner of your shipping container for $500. Oh,
yeah,
sold.
It's just less you have to pay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's getting nuts. This is the world we live in.
It is. So it's all going to run in parallel. It's going to be a weird discussion for anyone listening, but as a machinist, are you seeing that material availability is worse now than even through COVID?
No, COVID, it was fucking awful. We did one job at the shop I work at where it was 100 rollers, it was aluminum tubing, and it was quoted out 19 or 20 weeks lead time. That's from our supplier to us. And in that time, we had to quote it to the customer. And oh yeah, it's pricing in effect. So this is the price it is now. But when you get it, it's probably going to be more. So how do you quote that to a customer when, like, say the material doubles and now just any profit that you had figured into the job is just gone? So, but I mean, it's gotten a little bit better now. I think a lot of the prices have leveled off or even gone down a little bit. Like aluminum shot up and then it just stayed there. So it hit that peak and now it's leveled out. Steel's been bouncing all over the place. Stainless is all over the place too. But
yeah, I know that one.
Yeah. I'm not telling you anything new. And then one of our larger suppliers bought another one of our smaller suppliers. So that's been fun to deal with.
So I feel like from what I've seen, the overall supply is a lot better, but the ability for small companies to get the material is worse than it was.
Oh, sure.
Because all these other companies have gained so much, like all the orders that were kind of held up got released, and now they're trying to make all this stuff, and the big customer gets the most material.
Right.
So
they're getting top priority.
If they need this material, like, you're not getting it. It doesn't matter that they have it. It doesn't matter that you're PO in hand going, no, I really like that piece sitting right there. I need that. And they're like,
that's already spoken for.
It's kind of reserved.
Right.
And you're like, well, I've tried to reserve material with you before and you tell me no. And like, yeah, but you're not, you're not Amphenol or you're not Lockheed Martin.
You're right. Yeah, I mean,
it's a lot of it's those DO priorities.
Oh, absolutely.
As soon as it's got a defense authorization on it, it's okay.
It doesn't exist to anybody else.
Yeah. Well, it's DO rated, so we can't, even though we don't have the order, we can't sell it yet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, one of our suppliers said because I was talking to the one driver. He said they do the thin wall 4130, and he was saying that because True Temper stopped making theirs for whatever reason, their supply is now shorter, and now they did the same thing. They put a priority list on, their customers that buy larger amounts, so anyone can come in and, well, same deal. It's there, it's on the floor, but you're near the bottom of the list, so we got to hold it for somebody else.
Yeah. I think we're still, and you're probably still getting, like, you get a quote from the material supplier, and it's like effective for 24 hours. And you're like, I can't get an order back from this guy and turn one out to you in that amount of time. What are you thinking?
We put 2 weeks on our quotes. And actually the one of our customers was nice enough to say, hey, I have to put this through channels. Can you hold the price for a month? And we said, yeah, we could at least hold it for a month. Because, I mean, the material's not going to go up and down that crazy anymore.
Not at this moment,
yeah,
no.
Anymore,
it's pretty
not.
Good.
I mean, during COVID was one thing, but now it's been pretty stable, luckily. So.
And I feel like the suppliers have been at least a little bit better about telling you outright on the front end, like, hey, we don't have a lot of it. So, like, this one, if you need it, you really need to order it right now. Because they weren't telling us anything.
No, it was just...
Through COVID, they're like, here's your quote. And you're like...
Okay, cool.
But am I going to have... Like, if I order that tomorrow...
Right. Yeah,
is it there?
We've done that, too, where there's one job that we do that's kind of a repeat job, and there has not been one time where we have gotten either all of the material right or all of the material from one supplier. There was one time where we got close, and it was the same thing. Sent the RFQ. Okay, here's your quote. You have everything in stock? Yep, we got it all in stock. It shows up. There was a bunch of sheet metal pieces not there. So I went in before the truck even left, and I called the supplier like, oh, don't worry. It's in our warehouse. It just has to go through our system. It'll be there Monday. Okay, that I could deal with. But at the same time, just give me a heads up. Like, hey, your sheet's not going to... Like, don't let me have a fucking...
We short-shipped you.
Yeah, like, don't let me have a fucking stroke when it shows up on, like, a $30,000 order, and it's like, hey, half of it's missing. But...
Yeah.
They don't care.
We've been trying to cover... Like you mentioned before, how, you're going to order this, but you're going to pay whatever the market price is when you get it. We've been trying to cover that stuff just with a little bit more elaborate quotes and just putting that like just like they're telling you.
Right. Yeah, transfer
you just
got to
put it right in the customer. Like, look at, I know you might be bidding government where they're not going to give you a change order. You're going to have to guess and mark this up accordingly, because I'm going to transfer it to you at true cost, but you're not going to get a change order.
Right.
So some of that's been tough. Some of our like actual government contracts we're allowed no markup on, which sounds crazy, but we're allowed to bill all time against it. So like all the time of writing a purchase order, all the time of receiving it. So you make probably about 15% on it by the time,
to whatever
on an average small order. On like anything for major equipment, you're losing. You're not making anything.
Right.
But we're also on site doing hourly work, so the material is inconsequential.
Sure.
Other than that, we're being a bank for them.
Right.
But in that type of case, it doesn't matter what the quote was, because it's what the invoice is.
Yeah. So as long,
and you just share the invoice.
Right. Here's the material. This is what it's going to cost, and then whatever the labor is, it is. So.
Yeah. So like that kind of works out good in that sense, where you're getting hosed on stuff.
Oh yeah. And my boss and I, we both say it all the time. We hate quoting because that's what you deal with. Or it's one of those things where like you quote X amount of hours on a job, and there's the saying is that every half-hour job is just a broken tap away from a fucking 4-hour job, and it's the same no matter what. It's just that's just the nature of the business, but it just sucks when you're like, you know, especially me, where like I know what it was, what we did quote it, and it's like I'm working on it, and I'm getting close to that time, and I'm like, fuck, are we still gonna make money on this, or are we still gonna be good? I mean, we're still gonna make money, but you don't want to make less.
But it's like, you know, you're hitting a point where, all right, we're gonna cover our nut on this, but are we actually making money?
Right? Yeah, we're at least gonna break even, but
because we deal with that a lot. It's really weird with service jobs, like out in the field and stuff, because you can only bill like GSA rate for the travel and the per diem and everything, and then, but what's it actually cost to stay in the hotel?
right.
And I don't actually know how you get the GSA rate. You probably have to have like a federal contract number.
Yeah, I'm sure there's.
And then the hotel has to participate.
Right.
I really need
Yeah, there's
to actually
paperwork
go
out
down
the
and
ass for
talk
it.
to the people. Just like, how does that work? Do you guys participate, and how does it work?
I'm sure
'Cause I
whoever
don't
you
know.
talk to has no idea anyway.
You probably have to at least talk to the manager, like the main manager,
Yeah.
not the like night manager.
Well, you never know then either, especially
But-
with the workforce we have now.
Yeah, I know. So that gets really interesting, though. I had a couple other machining questions I wanted to dive into that are just fun.
It's all fun and stressful sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Well, we just had one. So we had a customer that they had a very specific solution, very small footprint that this thing could go in. And I'm like, okay, I'm pretty confident we can fit the footprint, but the gears that I want to use to fit that, the manufacturer will not give me a rating on them. And I'm like, one, how are you a gear manufacturer and you can't tell me what your gears are rated to?
Yeah, that's
So,
not great.
But that's the only set of gears I could find stock that would fit that
of course.
window. And I'm like, well, then we have to test. I need a functional
Some
test
kind of
on this
number, yeah.
gearbox before I can tell you it's good. Oh, we're under a really tight timeline. We're willing to take the one you test. And I'm like, okay, but there's a chance it doesn't work. I don't know where we fall with that, but like, there's a chance it's not going to work. And they're like, well, how confident are you? You know, you're not going to sell us something that doesn't work. And I'm like, well, no, but I'm telling you that we need to test. So it's like an NRE kind of thing. It's non-recurring engineering charge because you're paying for these parts regardless of whether it works or not. So that's not the way the PO got written.
Of course not.
The gears sheared at like half of what I needed them to operate at. So I would say between 3 and 4 times less than where they needed to shear at. So like, oh, well, now we have a baseline though. And then,
You know what won't work?
so, well, then it's like, okay, well, I have a 3D model of the gears. I know what the tooth and all that stuff is. So go to a gear manufacturer and get a quote, and they're like $10,000 for a matching pair of
And
gears for
10 to 12 weeks out.
for one gearbox.
Yeah,
You're right.
That's on a good. That's
expedited was 8.
yeah. We
And
just
then
had one quoted.
They did come back that it can be faster if we're willing to take pre-hard. And I'm like, well, yeah, but if we take the pre-hard, I'm less confident that you can get away with using the actual tested gears because I'm going to have to proof load them. So now I need to proof load this set of gears and then put a different set in the final product. And I mean, all I can do is loose math on it. I know what the material was.
Right.
So I know what the approximate tensile stress is. tensile strength, then I can look at like the hardened 4140s and stuff and go, okay, well, that tensile strength is up here now. We'll go to the yield because that'll be way better to work to.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's very dependent on the heat treat settings. Do I need to functional test this with a separate piece of stock and actually send it to a lab to guarantee that I'm getting the right heat treat? Then I figured with torque, as long as you keep the gear tooth profile the same, your torque is force times radius, your stress is force over area, so it should scale linearly,
Right.
that the area hasn't changed and the radius hasn't changed.
But if
So
it's not
force
exactly
to force,
the same.
I'm like, ugh. But we also know shear stress doesn't work the same. It's not like, it's 60%-ish
Mm-hmm.
of tensile, but sometimes more, sometimes less. So I'm like, it's a very confident maybe.
Right. The
But
numbers will work, but in practice,
until I
don't know.
test it, I'm not putting my name on that.
Right.
I was 90% confident the off-the-shelf gears were going to work. And those are good betting odds, but
Yeah.
like, I guess there was no grounds for that. Other than like, why would they sell bad gears? Well,
Right. Or
High-
tell you that they may work, they may not.
high speed, low torque.
Right.
But how do you know that until you try to torque them?
Sure.
My gears, through all the ratio and reduction, were probably running 3 RPMs. So super high torque, low speed.
Very, very high.
Like 100 foot-pounds min was what I needed. So that was interesting. So that didn't work. And the customer doesn't want them. That's where we're at. I think that's resolved.
As long as they pay for it.
I don't know what the settlement is.
Yeah.
Don't want to know what the settlement is. Don't need to disclose what the settlement is.
Yeah, you're better off not knowing half of this stuff.
But it's super disappointing because it's like, I understand it makes us look bad. It makes my customer look bad to his customer.
Mm-hmm.
And then it makes the individual people look bad.
Sure.
Like whoever was championing it on the other side, that's telling his boss it's going to be fine.
Yeah, this
And
guy's
then
telling me
like,
it's good, yeah. And then
like-
it just shits the bed, and you're like, oh, well, now like you said, everybody looks like shit now.
Well, and not everyone along the chain is probably up to speed on the fact that this was a calculated risk.
Right. Yeah,
So-
I'm sure someone left that out somewhere. We're like, oh yeah, the guy said it'll definitely work, just to make himself look good on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah. They're prototyping it and testing it, but we're getting the prototype because it's going to be fine.
Right. Yeah, they said it'll work. Okay.
Well, and that's the funny thing is now it's like, well, it would. I'm very confident. Now that I have a baseline, very confident it
Sure.
would work. But it's, let's just take the scenario if they don't pay anything on it. One, you're out every bit that your vendors were charging you because they didn't do anything wrong.
Right. Yeah.
All
just
their stuff
supplied you
came
with
in
everything.
awesome.
Sure.
And on time, and you're like, thank you, I appreciate it. Can I ask for a discount because we're getting hosed?
Yeah, I didn't
I
work.
don't want to ask for a discount because we're getting hosed.
Right.
It's not your fault. It's not your problem. The one like really wanted to try to offer something because he like felt bad, but it's like, dude, it's not your fault.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, shit happens. Where there's trains, there's wrecks.
Yeah. Ohio.
Everywhere.
But like, I think that one, if they prepaid, which I think they did, it almost costs you more because you have that money in your bank account
Right,
and you've already like allocated
Right.
it, right? Even if they hadn't, we had a couple big orders cancel on us last year that, like, okay, we have the PO in hand and it's for this dollar amount. We expect to profit X amount, so we can allocate that money towards
Right,
other business stuff.
Yeah, for when it comes in.
Yeah, right. So that had been done. So you got to look at it that way too. Like, whatever money that was going to make is probably already allocated. So it almost costs you double to do
Yeah,
this.
because now you have to pull it and find it from somewhere
And you've already
else.
allocated the money. So you're like, you're paying your vendors with no income and then paying for whatever else you allocated that money for. It's super fun.
Yeah, business sucks. Period.
It's all right.
But it can be good too.
Little things.
Like, I mean, I was talking to somebody else too, and right now, I think every machine shop is just beyond swamped. Because I mean, I know we're just, our CNC will sit there, like it would sit for weeks and months, nothing in it, and now it's run every day for the past like 2 months, just because we have that much work for it. And there's a lot more stuff behind it too, and it's like we don't even know when we're going to get to that because we're so buried with everything else.
I've noticed it like with my vendors that I use regularly. They've historically been 3 to 4 week turnaround on machine stuff, which I always thought it's on the fast side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not asking for miracles, but it's definitely that the day you send the order, they're ordering material, and it's on the machine within a couple of days of receiving the material.
Right.
To get that turnaround done. So, busy, but like not pulling their hair out busy.
Yeah, it's like steady.
Those same vendors are consistently 8 to 12 weeks now. And late
Yep.
on everything, and you're like,
That's about where we're at. It's. I mean, there's.
like the same differential where you about triple where your old lead times were.
And I mean, it's to the point now where I don't even quote a lead time anymore. It's just, here's the quote. You like tell me when you need it, or obviously tell me when you need it ahead of time. So if you need it in 2 weeks, you're going to get charged more because I have to sneak it in ahead of everything else. But
Yeah, and also tell me, are you telling me 2 weeks from when I receive the contract, or 2 weeks literally
from now?
2 weeks from now, the clock's ticking no matter what?
Right.
Because that's also very important. And like, okay, well, maybe we need a retainer because I want to at least order the material and, get that moving. But 12 weeks is like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I've quoted stuff like 5 to 6 weeks out, and then our customer comes back a couple days later with the PO and says, I need it in 2 weeks. And I'm like, it doesn't work like that. But to some people it does, I guess. And it's one of those things where like they have to do post-processing on the back end of it. So I understand that, because I guess if I'm telling you 6 weeks, you're telling your customer 6 weeks. So if your place takes 2 or 3, then that cuts our lead time in half, because you promised your customer based on our lead time instead of your own plus hours. But
Right. Like if you don't add 2 weeks to what your real lead time is, though, you're crazy.
right.
Because you're going to have minor issues. You might have to replace something.
Sure.
And you have to receive the material and prep it for shipment.
Right.
And do any inspection stuff. So it's like, if I can ship it early, I will. But I'm adding 2 weeks.
Yeah, like don't expect it.
And I had to have a conversation with some of my vendors because they like to quote like in a range, like, oh, I can do it in 6 to 8 weeks. And it's like, okay, we all collectively know that means put 8 on the PO, right? But we had our office administrator would always put 6. But we all knew to expect it upwards of 2 weeks late. We're just trying to pressure the vendor. But I said, just please stop giving me a range.
Yeah, just tell me 8 weeks, 12 weeks,
If
whatever.
you're 8 to 10, I just want 10. I know you can do it in 8. If you tell me 10, I know you can do it in 8.
Right.
But just tell me 10
So
because
you're
I
at least
want
prepared
them
for that.
Well, and we don't want if we go back and we say 8 to 10 and we put 8 on the PO and then we add our 2 weeks to it and you deliver in 10, you're still within the bounds of your quote.
Then
And
we
now
look like
we're late to
assholes.
our customer when I should have quoted 12. So I'm like, you gotta stop. Like I know you're trying to be more like friendly and appealing.
Right. But it's
But you're like without having the old person there now, we have a new
Mm-hmm.
office admin and she doesn't necessarily know like the history of doing
Right.
that either. So now it's like late is late and now you're hounding this person, why are they late? Why are they late? And you're like, I'm not freaking late.
yeah, I told you 8 to 10. You just assumed 8.
Yeah. Well, but at the same time, it's like, why did you ever put 8 on it? It was 10.
Yeah.
It was 10 and I might deliver early. It was never 8.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. That's why I said quoting's terrible. It's awful. But I mean, it's just to the point now where it's like we just send the quotes out, put it on the schedule, and we just kind of go down the list. If somebody needs something, they holler for it, and we just drop everything and do it. So everything's technically a rush job, but we're not necessarily charging for it. I mean, the stuff that's quoted. I mean, we have customers that just, here, we need 12 of these parts. Okay. When do you need them? No rush. All right. So they just sit on the back burner. Then when they become a rush, we can at least kind of not charge them rush, but at least find a little bit of middle ground there where we're covering it.
Yeah. I wish we had our own machine shop. Because I like really enjoy that environment and kind of that pace and the getting it done. And I think the fact that we don't have our own internal machine shop hinders some people from understanding what it really takes to get the job done.
Absolutely.
And like, I pride myself on being what I would call a good customer. Like, I'm going to tell you that I know what I'm asking is ridiculous.
Just be upfront about it.
I'm going to at least acknowledge that I understand you're going to charge me a lot for this job without saying, I know this is going to cost 20 grand, but like, 'cause if I put a number in your mouth, then you're like, oh, they think this is going to be 20?
Well, then that's what it's going to be.
I'm not leaving money on the table,
Right.
but like, we can do this for 12. But no, I mean, like, there's times to argue too, and you know how you have like customers that will beat you up on every quote you send. Mm-hmm. There's no value in that for me.
No, there's really and it's really not. Like if that's the case, it's really not worth even dealing with them. Like there was the one customer that we have is a bearing supplier, and they deal with a bunch of different companies. So we're sort of their machine shop. So if one of their customers gives them a machine part, they bring it to us. There was one of their customers that would ask us to quote stuff, and it was like 6 pieces, 5 pieces, and they were like tiny, and like my boss and I would look at them, and it's to the point like they're almost not even worth us doing. So we'd throw a number on it and just never hear anything. So we just started no quoting everything. If we get an email, hey, can you quote this for this customer? Like we just wouldn't even answer it. And then the salesman said to us the one day, how come you're not quoting this stuff anymore? We never get it. So it's not worth us even putting the time in, looking into material or whatever.
Yeah.
Toward the end, it was just, we'd look at it and, well, what's that part worth? $40, $50? All right. Say 60 and turn it in. So it wasn't even, we weren't spending a lot of time on it, but it's still, that couple minutes is still taking time away from something else.
And is it even worth, like, when you look at $60 a part and there's 5 of them, you're like, is it even worth processing the order? Because I have to take
Sure.
it in, I got to read it. Then I got to send it up through whoever's going to actually in-process it into the system if it's not you. And then if you have to generate any work orders, you got to order material.
Sure.
So you've got the admin stuff on that side. You got to receive and inspect it. You got the shipping costs on top of the material that you probably didn't factor in somewhere. And then you actually have to run it. And then inspect it, pack it, ship it. And you're like, pfft.
Made 15 cents
Yeah.
on a $300 order.
Yeah, awesome. Big deal. Like, why process that
Right.
order?
Right.
And when you're talking, I mean, it almost, at some point, it doesn't matter how big it is. If I'm asking you to set up a machine for 5 parts,
It's really not worth it.
unless that part is $180 a piece, you didn't cover your setup time.
Exactly. I mean, I'm running into that now because we quoted that big job that we were talking about before we started recording, and we ended up getting the PO, and it was like, I think it's 90 or 100 grand the whole PO. But the parts that we quoted, like, we also wanted to stay a little on the lower end to get in with this customer because it was such a large order to begin with. And like, we're starting to look at it, and it's like, we didn't factor in setup time. And a lot of the stuff is a fairly decent quantity where it's like 25, 50, 60 of each thing.
So you're at the washing stage.
Right. But with some things, we're losing. And then with other things, like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, well, I blew that cost out of the water, which is good, but it'll end up, working out in the end. But it's like, it's the same thing. Like, we didn't charge for any setup time, and I keep an eye on my setup time, and it's at least an hour with setting up devices, picking everything up, doing the tools, touching them off, and it's like, and then I'm doing everything, well, most of it anyway, in 2 double vices. So just doing the math, you're gonna have 1 bastard part with each thing. So it's like, all right, how do I do this where it makes sense? So I'm just running one, taking it out, putting another one in, and then just running the full, if the one runs good, the rest of them are going to run good. So it's like just trying to sort of minimize that fucked up setup part. But it's still that hour. And then you have programming, and that's another half hour, 45 minutes.
And sometimes you get halfway through a job and you're like, I didn't quote for this, but I'm building the fixture.
Yeah.
Or I didn't quote for this, but like, I need to replace this expensive end mill.
Sure.
Like, I didn't plan on buying a new 4-inch face mill, but I guess I am.
I guess we are. But there was one, and the fixture's a good example. We added a fixture in, and it was just going to be, we were basically just going to cut the profile on the water jet with all the holes, and then hand drill the holes in the drill press, Bridgeport, whatever. And then my boss started looking at it. He's like, well, we should probably put drill bushings in because it's 25, 25, 25. So he did the math on the drill bushings, and for like all of the holes, it would have been like $600 in drill bushings. Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh, well, I guess we're just going to take the chance then. And I'm like, yeah, we could always just cut a new one if the holes start to wear out or whatever. Mm-hmm. But, even though we did factor in the fixturing, it's like, fuck, it's another $600 that we could have probably put in there just to cover our ass. But like, we were just looking at it, and it's like, we're not really doing it fast. But I think they gave us the print package middle of December, and they wanted the quote by the end of the year. So like, we had 2 weeks to get it done, and it was like 90 prints. So we were getting material, like you said before, material and tooling and all that other shit.
Yeah, and estimating some run times, and you're like, well, that's this many setups and this many features, so that's how much we're going to charge.
Right.
And I got, each one of those features, I got a program. We're going to attribute a minute and a half of program time to every feature or something just ridiculous. But like that's how you got to break it down.
Sure.
Is how long does it take you to write the code for that feature?
Right.
To put the diameter and the depth or something stupid.
Yeah. I mean, it's, using CAM now, it's easier, but it's just I make the joke all the time, it's just point and click. But at the same time, it's like you do that and then it's like, well, I know I have to go a little bit deeper because that's a tapped hole and I have to go deeper than the tap and all that so it doesn't break and all that other shit. So,
and other times you get a model that you're working off of and you're like, on the drawing, that is a plus nothing minus something hole. And you're like, I need to change the nominal.
mm-hmm.
So it's not make it to the model. And if you're not paying attention to that, then you're going, we're out of tolerance.
Yep. Well, then a lot of, well, not a lot of them, but a couple of the prints we've come across are they different? But they'll call out like an 8mm hole. So, okay. Is it clearance? Is it just a pin?
Yeah.
I have to go back to the engineer and say, hey, what's my tolerance on this hole? And I think I've had to do that a couple different times. And I'm like, am I coming off like an idiot? Because I keep asking this guy like,
no, it's bad. It's bad drawings.
yeah. And it's one of those things where like, that's the difference between metric and American, where an 8mm hole could be anything. Could be for a bolt, could be for a pin, could be for whatever. But on an American, if you're getting a, 7/32 hole, or not 9/32 hole, a 1/4 inch bolt or something's probably going in there. So, as long as it's bigger than a 1/4 inch, you're okay.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It is funny but most places will say like 8.2mm.
Right.
8.3mm.
Yeah,
and you're
8
like,
mil,
all right, it's
plus
clearance
this
for both.
minus that, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I know that they have the same like different classes of running and free fits and everything.
That's a whole other fucking plus case.
But at the same time, like, why are we playing that game? You're the engineer. Look it up in Machinery's handbook. Tell me what the tolerances are on the drawing.
Right.
Why should you have to go all over the place?
Yeah, I don't need M8 G7 to where I have to go on the internet and look it up and it's a tight free running, so it's plus this plus that. Like, don't just tell me the two fucking sizes.
Right, and put a note for your internal sake.
Right.
If you need to know that that's what you designed it to, put a note with the tolerances there, and the note then says, designed as a blah, blah, blah fit.
Sure.
And you go, okay, well, I don't really care about that.
Good for fucking you. I just know my numbers.
But I always look at it from a cost standpoint. If I send you prints that you can look at and quote, then it's immediately cheaper than if I send you a print and you start looking at it and you're like, oh, what the heck is this? And you got to start going and looking at stuff.
you have to go and look everything up.
Because now you're going to go, oh, this entire job's going to be a pain.
Right.
I don't want to deal with this. Like, just put an extra 10% on it or something. Or, tolerances. And, like, some people put geometric tolerances on because it's important. Other people put geometric tolerances on to show you that it's not. Like, oh, well, yeah, but I gave you a concentricity of, like, plus 40 thousandths. And you're like, but I saw the concentricity and I quoted you extra.
Because it's
now I have to measure
precision tolerance.
I have to measure it.
Yeah.
And it's not just measure it with the calipers and call it good or the micrometers. Now I got to set it up and actually measure run out and concentricity.
Sure, because you called it out. We also had one print that it ended up fucking us and we didn't do the part yet. There's a little pocket that has, and it's called out 6mm radius typical around the whole thing, bottom, says nothing of any kind anywhere else. I get the 3D models and I start to look at it and I'm like, that bottom radius doesn't look like 6mm. So I click on it and it's 3. So I called up the engineer and I'm like, does this have to be this way? Oh yeah, it has to be that way because of the mating part, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. So this is in I don't quite know how to describe. It's like a U-shaped pocket, but it's like 1.5 inches deep. So a 3mm radius in the corner.
So you're gonna come in
With a fucking long, tiny end mill and whittle that
rough
out
it out, and
Right.
then surface it in with a baby end mill.
Yep. Yeah. And it's not that we didn't, I guess you could argue we didn't notice it on the print, because I mean, it clearly does look different on the print, but typical
They didn't call
means,
it out.
Right. Typical means typical. So we assumed, we're like, oh, we could just, 6 mil, we could go in there at least with a 7/16 or 3/8 cutter. It won't be that bad.
Yeah.
And then we looked and we're like, oh, fuck. It's going to be even worse.
Most of the time, current drawing standards don't allow for typical.
For that reason.
You have to specify the quantity.
Yep, just typical right across the board. So
And-
we assumed and shouldn't have, but
Yeah. I started adding a note on my drawings that's when in doubt, ask, contact our
Blah, blah, blah,
engineering
yeah.
department for clarification prior to machining. And I'm like, this note feels really dumb. At the same time, since I've added that, I've gotten about 4 times more calls.
just to clarify, stupid shit.
Right. And I'm like, all right, well, it's not a wasted note then. At least these people are looking at it going, oh, I guess maybe there's a thought that like, oh, I don't want to bother them or
Yeah.
something. Oh, we'll just, this will probably be all right. I don't want to bother them. And my dad estimates for the one company we use, and they came back on the one job, and they're like, what dimensions should I make the gauge, the mating part for this to? Because it was an abnormal thread that's not even listed in Machinery's handbook.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to go through and run all the math on
Right.
what the thread dimensions were. And then I've got that note on the drawing. And then the machinist asked him, what do I make this to? And he goes, note 9. Yeah, I'm like, note 9. And he goes, when in doubt, ask.
Just figure it out.
And I'm like, I got to remove that note if you got me doing hard work. Now I got to do math for you now because I got a note.
I just
on
want to
that.
answer a stupid question and be done with it.
Yeah, I know. Like, but it's also about if you need to make something different than the way I have it drawn on there, I generally don't care. But from my customer's standpoint, it's way easier to get the deviation on the front end.
Sure.
I'd rather tell you, yes, it's fine, and then not receive it and go,
What the hell is this?
come on, man, I got to do all sorts of work now.
Yep.
I can put my email with the deviation acceptance down in the receiving packet, and then everyone's happy.
Sure.
And I had another vendor at one point that totally deviated from what we had on the drawing. Like, I received it, and it's not at all what I asked for.
Nice.
And I'm like, what did you guys do? And they're like, well, we decided it would be easier to do it this way for when we do the second op.
Mm.
And I'm like, well, that's funny, because
It ain't gonna work for
the
me.
contract said that you had to have prior authorization for any deviations. And you're not getting the second part of this work because you couldn't follow it. And we drove, so that company was in Pittsburgh, like right near us.
Mm.
We drove those parts to Wisconsin to have them done.
Nah. Well,
But I needed it by someone that was going to follow the drawings.
right.
And I already had to redo them because of the way they were going to do
Right.
it. But it's not up to you, man. You guys are contracted to manufacture it. I rely on you to tell me what you need, and I can respect that. But when you do it willy-nilly, it like kind of drives me crazy.
Yeah. And I even anytime I ask a question of their engineer, I'm just like, I'm not trying to be a pain in the ass. And he said the same thing. He's like, no, if you need something, I'd rather you ask. So I don't have a problem. I mean, I still, like I said, I still feel like an idiot because I'm just like, you're paying me to make these parts. And I mean, it's not necessarily his fault that the print is shit, but
Other people just don't know, though.
sure.
The funny thing, though, sometimes you get those and you ask them, and they're like, I don't know, actually.
I don't know why that's not. We had one.
Well, we can't move forward till you get me an answer, all right?
We had one that it was either way, however it was drawn as a countersink, but called out as a counterbore. But it had the countersink angle. So I looked at it and I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I called the engineer and they're like, oh, well, it's a countersink. Our computer put it in wrong. I said, oh, okay. Your computer called it out as a counterbore. Okay, I've never run CAD before in my life, right?
So you didn't click the wrong icon?
Yeah, and you didn't type in like %B or whatever the shortcut is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Whatever you say.
Yep. Yeah, I'll go with that. That's why sometimes the napkin sketches are 1,000 times better. Like, here's what I want. Can you make this? Yeah, I guess.
Well, I had one the other day where I had done a drawing and I asked for a certain material on it. I think I asked for A36 or 1018, and for whatever reason they wanted to make it out of 1020. Something that I don't know if they had it available or what. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine. But they wanted it in like a written deviation, and I'm like, if I can allow it this time, it's the same.
Yeah, it's going to be
Why don't I
across
just
the board.
update the print,
Right.
and I'll have my admin people change the PO to say make it to Rev B now. But like, if it's okay this time, why do we want deviations in play at all?
Sure.
You don't want deviations. I don't want deviations.
Yeah, it's just another pain in the ass thing that you have to worry about down the line.
And in most cases, I have to disclose deviations to my customer. But if it doesn't deviate from what they know the part as,
No
it's
harm,
not
no
a
foul.
deviation.
Yeah.
We're allowed to make it's our drawing. We're allowed to make it however we want.
Right.
So I guess that's a little bit of a gray area, but like, not really. What does your top level print say?
Right.
But usually my prints are like 836, 1018, 1020, 1026.
Yeah, whatever's
or
normal.
Equivalent.
Yeah. So it's just like, oh, is this close enough? Yep.
But the or equivalent is still with approval.
Sure. Yeah, because I mean, we've done stuff where we get it and the print's from Germany or Italy or something, and that system is totally different over there.
First angle projection.
That too, yeah. But you get like material 42 CRMO4, and it's like, what the fuck is that? And you look up the equivalent, just 4140. Okay, is this is what you want?
Right.
Yep.
Does the SAE 4140 work for you though?
Yeah. So
or like, do I need it certified to your CRMO?
Yeah, right,
whatever?
to these specs. But
like, because I've seen that with especially Taiwan stuff where it's like, that's their spec, this is our spec, and they overlap about 90%, but like, you get material that's outside of it.
sure.
Does it matter? Depends on the application.
Yeah, I mean the best one is when you like ask the customer, and well, I don't know. Okay, you're getting 4140 whether you like it or not.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that Taiwan stuff and where it's like that upper 10% is different is almost the tell. I feel like that's intentional.
Probably.
Like, you're getting, if you send that to the lab, it's not U.S. material.
Right. Just because there's X amount of garbage in it that shouldn't be there, but it sticks, so
Oh,
we're
but
going to throw it in there.
it's certified as U.S. No, really. Because the lab says.
But it's DFARS, I promise.
DFARS. Yeah, I know. Well, it's American equivalent.
It's military-grade aluminum.
It's a qualifying country.
Yeah.
Like, is it though? Because, like, most of your companies aren't, or countries aren't.
Yeah, they're just junk.
Like, Taiwan, China, India, Mexico. If you're making stuff there, it ain't DFARS.
It's close, but not really.
How about bike parts?
What about them? Don't know anything about them.
You machining bike parts for anyone currently? Or?
Currently, no, ish. Metal bar ends are in the pipeline. So he just rattled off about 15 messages and a napkin sketch or two about what he wants them to look like and
Perfect.
and all that. So I'm like, yeah, cool, I could do that. And he's like, oh, and then Derek's famous for, he sends me this stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'll get to it. And then he'll post something like, oh, I'll have the prototypes like in a couple months. And I'm like, dude, you can't fucking do that. He's like, no, I just need something to look at. I'm like, okay, cool, but like, you can't just like, I was like, you don't understand where the fuck we're at, but I'll do what I can.
Yeah. I know, and it's tough because it's like, it's a passion project for you.
Oh,
every
yeah.
time. You're like, I'm gonna make this happen.
Yeah,
but
it's a little rough, but I mean, even when I was running his sprockets, like my boss, because it was done through the shop, obviously, instead, because if it was just through me, I'm an idiot, so I'd just be like, I don't know, just like $10 each, I don't fucking care. But
yeah, it's just cool to be doing it, man. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to do them either way, but so we put them through the shop. And I threw them on the CNC because I made a couple of my own before, and I made, a couple demos for him. So I'm like, I know how long it's going to take, and I could do X amount of them at a time. So it ended up being like a 45-minute unattended runtime. So I was like, okay, CNC's open. I'm just going to do that. And my boss said something about, we have other jobs or whatever rather than how the fuck did he put it? I don't remember. It was something rather than like, the stuff that you just want to run. And I just looked at him and I'm like, dude, I don't have to touch that thing for 45 minutes and it's making money right now. For
the shop. It's a
I'm
shop job. If
yeah,
you're not happy with the quote on it.
Yeah, this isn't like it's not just like I'm doing this on the side because the machine's open. I'm like, this is a shop job and it's running and I'm not anywhere near it. I'm on the other side of the shop doing other shit. Mm-hmm. And he was like, oh, okay. Like he just didn't realize, but it was just one of those things where like, this is your job and you want to run it. So of course you're going to run it. Well, yeah, but at the same time, I'm not a moron. Like,
yeah,
I understand that there's other shit to do. But yeah, so that was a fun one too, other than the red anodized, but.
It seems like most people were kind of stoked on that.
They were, and still no one can give me an answer on why it did it, on why it was chipping like that. And I asked like 3 or 4 people on Instagram that do anodizing. I'm like, why would this do this? And they all just kind of said, I don't know. I got answers of, well, red anodize adheres different than black, but
okay, but
I don't
like.
Like, nobody knows why. Nobody could say... And the black was perfect. It was crisp. There was nothing wrong with it. But, like, the red ones, I did too. And I looked and I'm like, fuck. I hope these all aren't like that. So I messaged Derek and I'm like, what do you want to do? He's like, well, run 2 more and see what they look like. They look the same. Then we put them on hold. He put them up and everybody's like, yeah, looks cool. I like it. Well, fuck it. We'll run them all then.
Yeah.
But yeah, nobody's been able to answer why the red ones chipped and the black ones didn't.
It's weird.
And the only thing that I could think of is the place that we sent them to. I think they did the black ones in-house and the red ones they sent out, or vice versa.
So they might not have been cleaned and prepped.
Yeah, there may have been something funny with how they did them, but I mean, as long as everybody's psyched on them, that's all that matters.
It doesn't feel like anyone that's buying their stuff is doing it because they want necessarily perfect stuff. They're just stoked on the brand
Right.
doing stuff
Yeah.
right now.
And as long as it's like something cool and like it looks good and everything, everybody's happy. And like every time I see him share a picture of somebody with one on their bike, I'm just like, I'm so glad that it fits, because I was so paranoid that the chain, like the teeth pattern was that little bit off that it'd be fucked up. Even though I was like, I had a length of chain that I'd wrap around every other one or every couple just to make sure that nothing was funny, but it's still a little paranoid.
but it's still that that curve for the tooth is weird.
Oh yeah, and that like the relief and everything to go into it. I'm just like, I was just so happy that they actually fit.
Yeah, they looked awesome. I liked the chipped anodized.
So did I. I thought it looked cool.
The problem is you probably can't replicate it.
I'd probably do the same thing again, and they'd fucking engrave fine. Mm-hmm. Because that would just be the luck of it.
I know someone would want one, and you're like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, like why won't it do it again?
Yeah, because I know you've done stems and stuff in the past too.
Yeah, just for myself. They're just like the
They're
problem.
expensive, right? To run like completely uneconomical.
I mean, the only reason they are is because of the old CNC that we have. Like it's funny too, because I think S&M had a Factory Friday where they show how they make their stems, and I'm like, they do it just as stupid as I do. Not necessarily stupid, it's just that's the machine they have. There's like 6 setups and all this other shit. That's the biggest problem. And then you have the other end of it of profile, where they just hang on the ass end, do 90% of it in 10, 15 minutes. So, I mean, that's the only reason that I kind of would shy away from them or just straight out say no. I mean, there's a couple of times where I did say no just because it was so labor intensive. Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you were going to make production quantities of that, you'd want to invest in extrusion dies for the body.
Right, so you get
to extrude the outer profile with the 1 1/8" hole, mm-hmm. with the slot.
Right, so
if you extrude that whole thing, then all you got to do is come in and clean that hole up, tap the sides, and tap your mounting holes and put your like handlebar groove in.
And you're done.
And facing however you need to face it, and then extrude the caps. So that all you got to do is clean the mounting profile and put your holes in.
And you're done, yeah. I've like brainstormed whether it would be easier to like do it out of a block on the side, just do the side and then clean up the back, or there's just no easy way to do it, in the like a regular 3-axis machine. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, that's just what I'm limited to, and then the program size is another thing. But
yeah, I feel like they're just completely uneconomical.
Yeah, I mean they are. It, like I said, it just depends on what machine you have. And I mean, even the ones that I've done for myself, like they're super blocky. There's nothing real fancy about them. Mm-hmm. So it's just, I'm just limited to what I have. So that's just what it ends up looking like.
The Nowhere ones came out pretty awesome. Whoever's doing those.
I don't remember who's doing them, but I saw who was doing them. But yeah, they're really nice.
I really like the way that comes out and looks, and it's intricate and
it's different. Much like everything else Nowhere does. Mm-hmm.
What else have you been? Like bar ends, sprockets, not stems. What else is there to do? Have you done pedal bodies?
Yeah, I did a set of pedals. They're another labor-intensive thing. I did 2 pair, actually. One is when we first got the water jet. I had the guy water jet the profile, and then I just kind of went in and cleaned it up. And then these other the ones that I'm running now, I machined completely. And like I said, that's 6 ops that you hope that the bearing or sleeve holes line up and nothing binds up or anything.
Yeah.
But they just, they're way too intensive. I did get an RFQ from one of my friends that does a lot of like design work that the guy wanted mountain bike pedals made that were just like 100% impossible to machine. And I guess he found some guy with a 5-axis that wanted like $1,000 to do them. And I'm just like, yeah, because the design is, I mean, they were fuck ugly to begin with, but I'm just like, yeah, it's pretty much impossible without, an extrusion or something.
Mm-hmm. It's 3D metal printing.
Or that. Yeah, you could do that too.
But why? At some point, you're going for an aesthetic that like people may not care for, and all you're doing is adding cost.
Sure.
And I don't know. You said your buddy's an engineer, but like some people ask for that stuff, and they don't even understand that. Well, why can't you just put that hole on the side? And you're like, because now I have to rotate the part and put it in the vise again.
Right, and then I have to pick it up again.
That hole on that side is going to cost you $70 extra.
Right.
Like, do you really need it?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of like the issue where like everybody is busy, because you get a lot of people now that just don't know what it takes to make anything, and it's just, I need this next week. Fucking good for you. So does 15 other customers, and they've been waiting for their parts 4 or 5 weeks already. So like it's not just this easy throw it in the machine and it just spits it out the back end.
Yeah.
Like everybody wishes it was. I wish I could do that.
Well, you got to find a special shop if you're talking about spitting out the back end,
Sure.
too. I mean, if you're trying to run production quantities, like, you're probably not set up for production quantities. No. With auto bar feeders, auto reloaders.
Oh, yeah, it's
conveyor discharge of parts.
Yeah, we're nowhere near that. I wish we were. Maybe one day we will be.
I mean, I don't feel like most shops that you deal with on a regular basis are set up that run like that. If you want to run like that, you're running another shift. You're not running lights out.
Right.
If you could run lights out, I mean, that'd be awesome, but we couldn't do it when I was working at that other company with our sheet metal stuff. They had like a 10 skid tower for all their sheets. And they could have like 30 sheets per skid and all 10 towers, and it could auto change and everything. The equipment wasn't good enough to run that way.
Right.
As soon as you get a sheet out of position or something didn't strike the way it thought,
it's fucked.
Yeah, like you set up to run overnight and you get 4 sheets in and it's locked and you're like, awesome.
Right.
Cool.
That's one thing where I don't know if I'd be able to run lights out, because like even if I had a newer machine that could do it, like I'd just be glued to my phone watching it, making sure that it's not shit in the bed in the middle of a run or
yeah.
I'd never sleep because I'd just be so paranoid that it's gonna, 2 parts in, a tool's gonna break, and then
now
it goes.
You just butchered it with a chopped end mill.
Right.
Well, and how frequently do you then have to change your tooling too?
Sure.
Like, unless you're running top tier expensive Kennametal or whatever.
Right, or you have,
tooling.
Overly redundant tooling.
Like you see some of the stuff like Titans of CNC are using, and it's like, man, one, they're roasting their equipment just to see what it can do.
Just for fun, yeah.
But you look at their cutters, and there's like 50 inserts on one cutter. Well, no wonder they can hog through that piece of material in one pass.
Right.
It's because it's not one pass. It's 50 passes.
Right. At $20 an insert, so you got, 10 grand blasting through something?
But then you're not talking about the same wear patterns that you'd see running one part.
Right.
And, I wore that insert. Well, that one cutter has 50 times the life now because it's got 50 inserts instead of one. And now you can do that lights out type
Sure.
stuff, but like that stuff's it's not cheap.
No. No, I think like those end mills that he uses, they're like $100 or $125 each. It's like that's not cheap.
Yeah, plus all the inserts you got to
Sure,
put on them.
right? Yeah, those things are. I don't even want to know how much those fucking things cost. But
They're pretty cool to watch every once in a while.
yeah, absolutely. When he's driving something that's the size of your hand through a vise, it's like, haha, this is awesome. Yeah, it is. You just whatever.
You're like, I'd love to do that once.
Oh, so would I. Just bury a cut or something. I mean, I've done it by accident, but
Just full depth and the part comes out okay, and you're like, ugh.
yeah, our spindle gets over like 50%, and I kind of start to cringe just because it's so old. I'm just like, yeah, I'm not. And then you got Titan that's running at like 125 spindle loaded. He's just laughing at it. Okay.
Yeah. On a brand new machine too.
Yeah. Brand
You're
new.
like, I'm gonna wreck this thing.
I'm gonna wreck this thing day one. Okay.
Whatever. If you can.
Yeah. I'd love to tour his shop just to see if like there's the studio shop and then the actual shop where he like makes real parts, or if he just kind of says, all right, I'm going to destroy that machine today. I'm going to destroy that machine today. I'd love to just see that atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. It might also, like, if you found out that there's like this whole studio shop, you might be like,
Yeah, the blooms off the rose kind of thing.
Okay.
Cool. It'd still be cool though.
I've been really enjoying listening to the Practical Machinist stuff on YouTube.
Oh, I always fucking listen to that.
I feel like, man, his name's gonna slip my mind right now. Ian. He does a pretty good job of like scouring the forums for interesting things.
I don't know how. I'd look on those things and I'm like, it's a typical forum, but it's just older guys that are just, most of them are fucking old, miserable, and grumpy. Mm-hmm. So it's just like somebody will ask a question, and it seems like half the time that I click on them, it's like broken English, and then you'll get 2 responses that are legitimate, and then 10 behind it are something totally stupid. Like, oh, did you try running the cutter in reverse? Like, it's just all dumb shit like that. It's like, oh, all right, typical forum. Okay, I'm done here.
One of the most recent ones he had was about renting the shop out.
Yeah, I don't even
they
know.
called him an inventor, but then they like kind of backpedaled on calling the guy that or something.
Yeah, like I don't even know. I don't know how anyone would get to that point where they're like that, because that's just ballsy. Like, oh, I'm gonna rent. Can I rent your shop for 3 months? What? No.
I mean, at true cost,
Sure.
maybe, but
Yeah,
there's going to be ground rules.
Right. This is what my shop makes in 3 months. This is what it's going to cost you.
But what's the opportunity cost? Because now you got to have work lined up for the back end of that too.
Right.
So it's kind of like you got to charge 30% over what you'd normally make
Sure.
in that period of time. But I actually commented on that one. I don't normally comment on their stuff because it's not my space. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, ooh, this is a good scenario, though. It's skate park. Waivers don't hold up.
Sure.
So, like, when you're talking about the insurance side of having these people on your floor, I can sign my right to sue away. I can't sign my insurance company's right to sue away.
Right.
And I have an agreement with my insurance company that if I get hurt, they're going to pay my bills. But, like, the counter of that is,
they gotta
if
get
someone else
somewhere.
is liable, they're going to go after
Sure.
them. And, you get hurt on the floor. Oh, I cut myself and had to go get stitches. I can say I did that at home. Which is exactly how we handle it at the skate park.
Of course.
Where did you fall and break your leg? In the road in front of my house.
Right.
And how did you do that? Riding my bike in the road in front of my house. Like, so it wasn't anywhere else. No, it was in the road in front of my house.
Yep.
But when you get hauled off the scene, in an ambulance,
Sure, then they know.
then they know. Or you were out of town. Well, it wasn't in front of your house. Where'd it happen? So that gets sketchy. And I'm like, plus, even people with like, oh yeah, no, I'll never sue. It's not up to them.
Right.
So I have a comment on there about that. Like, just keep that in mind too.
Yeah. It's all like the little things that you don't initially think of.
Well, and how do you know that? We only know that because of skate parks.
Yeah. If somebody didn't know, it's like, oh, well, okay, sure.
Oh, yeah, I'll just have them sign a waiver. And it's like, waivers don't hold up in court. It's a deterrent at best.
Sure.
It makes you acknowledge that there's risk.
Right.
So I thought like they did a good job of saying, maybe you come up with a middle ground where at this time we'll shut all the machines down and then you can come on the floor.
Right. Yeah, like after hours or something like that.
Yeah, we're still going to bill you time.
Sure.
But yeah, you're not on the floor when things are running.
Right.
So that's interesting. They did some other ones about like when the shop is beyond capacity and when the shop is dead that were pretty interesting.
Yeah, he's got a really good like take on it, and like a lot of because like I'll talk to him on Instagram every once in a while, and I'm like, dude, I'd love to send my boss half of these videos, but he just gets so mad because most of them are like anything negative that he says in it is exactly what my boss does, and I'm like I want to send it to him, but I can't because I don't want that fucking argument.
Yeah.
But that must just be like we're both millennials, so we both have that same like a similar line of thinking.
Yeah, I feel like it's always a very level-headed base approach. Mm-hmm. Like, none of it's inherently bad, none of it's inherently good, but like just watch out.
Sure.
The red flags while quoting one had me dying.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like, that big one that we just did is like he said when the guy initially contacted me, he's like, "Oh yeah, we'll send you over a couple, we'll send you over some drawings." All right. First email was 30. And I was like, "Oh, well, one of our other customers does this." I'm like, this won't be too bad. And then there was another email with 30 and another one. I'm like, so I called him. I'm like, "You realize you sent me 90 fucking parts to quote?" "Yeah, is that okay?" "I guess it is."
Right, but is it, if I need to know this on the front end, if I get this one, do I get them all, or am I quoting these as individual buys?
Sure. Right.
Because that drastically changes your price. It changes the way you have to reach out and get quotes on the material.
Sure.
Because if you send out a quote for a material and you've got 50 bars of this and 20 bars of that, right, and this, all this stuff on one quote, you're getting nice pricing.
Sure. And then
you send that back out for just 2 bars of this,
yeah, you're losing all your quantity break.
Yeah, now your price goes up 25-30% just there. And they're like, "Well, what happened?"
Yep.
I can't accept your order. This was an all or nothing package.
Yeah. I mean, luckily it was all or nothing. So
well,
no complaints.
Again, really, back to like when I'm doing stuff, I try to be pretty upfront on that. Like,
yeah,
this is a package. Sure. I intend to order these together because this part interfaces with this part.
Right. You don't want to from 2 different places.
You're going to ask me for the mating part anyway. I might as well have you make them both.
Sure.
So, like, easy enough, but yeah, I don't know, crazy.
Yeah, we have another larger job on the back end of this one from one of our other customers, and they said, "Oh yeah, you've made this stuff before. Here's the parts list, blah blah blah." And I guess my boss went back and he, looked up the old pricing just to make sure we're not way under or way over from the last time we quoted it. And we turned it in. They came back months later and said, "Okay, now it's a go, but we're going to have to change some parts. So some stuff is going to be the same. Some stuff's going to be different. Some stuff we only want you to make one of to make sure it works. Then make the other ones, da-da-da-da-da. So they sent us all the revised prints, and I start looking at them like, these are totally different than half of this stuff. Like, I've never even seen any of this stuff. No, dude, look, I printed them all out. I'm here, go. You're more than welcome to look back through all of them and compare them. And then he starts getting bent out of shape. I'm just, oh, hey, that's. And then the one part is the one that's got the most pieces, like the most similar pieces to it. We did them before, had cutters and vice jaws and everything made for them. No idea where they're at. And even the cutters, they changed it so all of the angles are different. And yeah, so we had to get cutters ground and everything. And then like the old program, the guy that used to run the CNC, like he'll have like tooling notes, and it's like tool 17 was my 1/4 inch end mill that I hand ground a radius on. And I'm like, okay, well, that's still in your box, and you haven't worked here in 6 years. So gotta get that one too.
Nice.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
We had an interesting one with it was a custom cutter that they had ground to do a 23.5 degree per side angle on a groove. And it's the way the groove is measured is at the peak opening to the OD of the groove, and then the width of the groove. So you're already like, how the heck do I actually measure?
Right.
I'll get there. And then a depth. So they had, the cutter ground exact, ran it around, everything's good. They ran a couple parts. They got it sharpened.
No, it's totally different.
Instead of shortening and then regrinding everything, they just sharpened it and made it narrower. And didn't shorten it. So it doesn't hit the same.
Right.
So they ran it again this time, and we came up shy on the OD and shy on the width. And then that 23.5 degree, even on the CNC, it was not cutting. It was just pushing and deflecting.
Right.
So it would change the angle by a degree and a half, but not actually open the groove, which was crazy. It was kind of just beating it.
Yeah.
And not even cutting. So the relief wasn't ground good on the cutter. But I'm like, all right, you guys got to stop pushing on this so hard, because at this point, you're taking half-thou steps, and we're changing the degree, the angle, and we're not actually cutting. How much tool pressure is on that end mill? You're going to break that end mill, and it's going to go flying.
They'll figure it out.
And it didn't end up doing it. They like manually recut some reliefs on it and tried to get it, and we ran pass after pass after pass after pass to get it to open up to where it needed to be. Properly, and it was only about 3 thou shy. But you moved the head over 4 or 5 thousandths.
Right. And it's not cutting
and
shit.
It's not moving. And you're like, all right, now we know how much tool pressure is in a 5 thousandths deflection on a 1 inch shank. Like, that thing's scary.
Sure.
Anyway, the way you inspect it is with a CMM. You measure the cone, you measure the face, and then you create the intersection curve. And then measure what the intersection arc is. And then you do that on the interface. And then you create an equation within the CMM program to subtract the two and divide by 2.
Jesus Christ.
And I'm like, do we really need to do it that way? Or could we cut a gauge that's the OD of the ring with a little relief on it? So even if the corner's sharp, you're always
you're
good.
Still doing it right.
If it drops in, you're good. And then you make, just on the other side of it, make the no-go, where it should never drop in.
Right.
We're good. And then you make just a single profile gauge that's the width, and then use your angle finder.
Right.
Like, can we get away with doing it that way? I think we could.
Probably.
Is the CMM easier? Because it's one of the arm ones. I can set it up
Just
right
beep,
next to
boop.
the machine. You run your pass. I check it and decide if it's good or not, or if you need to run another pass. And that's how we've been doing it. But, like, my CMM blew up.
That's fun.
I was using it, measuring a part, and it popped. And smoke came out of both ends of the USB cable on the computer and the arm itself. And I know the motherboard's fried.
Yeah.
But, like, we all know how electricity works. And if there was too much input on this end of the cable,
There's definitely
there was also too much input on the other end of the cable. So I don't know what happened, but it's toasted.
So remember those resources that were allocated and then the order was pulled?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. We should be buying a new arm. I don't know. The worst part about that is that for the last, like, 6 years, well, we've owned it for 7, so probably 5 years. Every year it comes up for calibration. Should we calibrate this? No, we should sell it. We don't use it enough. We should sell it. Well, it's worth something. This year, I've used it more than we've used it in the last 6 years. And I have a bunch of jobs I need it for. Because we have it, so it's like,
so
well,
now you're using
I
it,
can design things that need that intricate. And we've been getting into more and more fixturing and brackets, and okay, fine. I can design the whole thing and measure it all together and tell you if it's in line. But yeah, no, I don't have one.
You can't.
And it's expensive. But we'll see if I end up getting a new one of those.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been blessed with where I work, where probably 90% of what we do is like plus or minus 10. So if it's, I mean, really, it comes in and goes out so fast that it's not even, like, there is no inspection. You just, okay, the bearing goes here, mic it, is it good? Yep. All right, out the door. It's not even like, there's no, hold on, we have to inspect it or put it on the CMM or anything. And the guys from Keyence, like, they'll come in and just try their damnedest to sell you $30,000 CMM.
They are
and it's
very pushy.
Oh, absolutely. And it's like, guys, and like my boss, for whatever reason, is like, he will entertain it, and he thinks that a CMM will do, I think, more than it will, or like, he thinks it'll kind of program like a cam track or something for you. And I'm like, you realize I still have to put in every single one of those points, connect them with a spline or like all these radiuses, and just say, okay, that's my profile now. Like, no, it doesn't.
And
it doesn't do that.
Like,
right.
Like, you know, my boss is always like, well, why are you the only one that can use that thing? And it's like, look, inspection is a giant 3D puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to have spatial aptitude to know that if you're holding a part in your hand, to know how it's going to look on the other side and how it rotates and like how to visualize the part. You need to understand how you can fixture it. And I think you can teach people some of that. But if someone can't look at a drawing and know how the 3 views fold into an isometric, I can only teach that so much before sometimes they're just they don't have spatial aptitude.
Right.
And that's okay. Unless you're an inspector.
Sure.
So I think that someone can do that part. The thing that I don't think they'll be able to do is come in cold to a part on the floor that doesn't have a program.
Yeah, just be
and
able to do it
and know
freehand.
enough to set it up and label all the faces on a drawing that is going to go with the program.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just what the dimension is. You need to label top face, top flange raised face,
Mm-hmm.
top flange lowered face, flange OD. Like all the features you're going to measure and identify over there need to be identified on the drawing.
Right.
That's also going to help you code it. Then you have to be willing to write all the comments to the operator. Measure this face and that face. Then you have to reposition your origin and reset all of your coordinate system. And it's like, if you don't know how to do that, and then starting to get into, like I was talking about, that the groove width where you got to take the two features and set
be
the
able
math
to figure
problem
that
up.
out. Yeah.
It's not that simple. There's a whole other feature where you have to set up the variables to do that, and then you have to create a generic feature that actually pulls that
dummy.
variable
Yeah, the
information so that then you can extract a dimension off the feature. So you're like, if you don't know how to do this, I can't teach you that.
Right.
And I can't take my field tech and expect him to be a computer programmer. If he is, then awesome. But it's got to be the right person. I can't take someone and just train them how to do this.
Yeah, I mean, being a machinist is the same way. You can't. The easiest way, the easiest thing the easiest way to know if somebody's actually cut out to be a machinist is why they're doing it. I wanted to make bike parts. My boss wanted to make bullets. Like, if it's one of those things where, I just want to try to be a machinist, you might as well just not even bother.
No, you don't.
Because like, it takes at least 3 years to be able to, okay, here's the print, material's over there, don't bother me. Okay, I could do, it's at least 3 years. And that 3 years is usually what you spend in Votech being taught that. So we've had kids from the Votech school before that just, they don't work out because, you talk to them. The most recent kid we have, I guess his dad wanted him to be a machinist in the Navy or something, so that's what he was trying to do. But the kid loved diesel mechanics, taking engines and shit apart. We could say to him, take that roller apart and clean it and put it back together. And he wouldn't bother you for fucking anything. But he wouldn't give up on being a machinist. And he said something to me the one day about, do you think I'm going to make it? And I said, if you have to ask me that, no. And he got mad. And then he had trouble where he was breaking inserts, or he was having trouble cutting something. And I'm like, you have to be smarter than the part you're working on. And he said, well, what do you call me, stupid? And I said, no, but yes, I guess. I'm not meaning to discourage but
you aren't stupid, but you're making stupid, avoidable mistakes.
Right, you're just trying the same shit over and over, and it's just not working. So you have to figure out why it's not working, or ask somebody why it's not working. Don't just keep plowing the fucking tool into the part if you're blowing it to pieces. You got something wrong there. But yeah, it was just one of those things where he didn't want to do it himself, or he didn't really like it. So it was just you could try, you could stay here as long as you want, but you're going to have that ceiling, and like it or not, that's just the ceiling you're going to be at as far as this trade goes. Mm-hmm. Now go to fucking Caterpillar or something, you'd fucking be a whiz there, but it's not, it's just not worth wasting your time trying to do this.
Yep. Well, and you might end up over at Caterpillar and learn the machinist side better.
Sure.
As an adjacent to where
right.
in your repair job you had to use the mill a bunch of times, and now by accident you know how to set the mill up and run it perfect.
Sure. Or you're working at Caterpillar, and it's oh well, I'm making Caterpillar parts, so now I'm enjoying it. instead of just I'm making all these random parts. I mean, I'm an idiot because I enjoy making all the random parts and just happen to get to make bike parts every once in a while. So like, it's just, but you know, it's always still there of like, that's what I want to do. So even when the metal thing came up with the sprockets, it was like, I'm not gonna tell this guy no. Like, even if it ended up being, we had to quote $100 each for the sprocket, like I'm still gonna quote it. So even if he says, well, it's a lot to bite off, but go for it, it's still like I still at least had the opportunity to do it.
Yeah. No, I get it. The other thing, like you're saying, it takes 3 years, but you get people that do it for 10
and still suck.
They're not actually a machinist; they're an operator.
Yeah, there's
they're
lots
an operator.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of button pushers out there.
And that isn't even their fault half the time.
No.
It's that they started a company that needs CNC operators.
Mm-hmm.
They somehow get like a title change along the line, or they just call themselves CNC machinists.
Right.
And, you know, they've worked there for 10 years. And they're like, why am I paid so little? I've been running this machine. I know how this machine runs. I know everything about this machine.
Right.
And it's like, well,
you do, but you don't.
You know how to compensate your offsets and compensate your tooling. But even that, a lot of the time at those shops, you've got a setup guy that comes around. He squares your vise.
Sure.
He sets the part up. He runs the first piece, adjusts all the compensations, runs the second piece, and when everything checks out good...
puts program protect on and walks away.
Exactly. And now you really do just have a button pusher.
Sure.
And it's unfortunate because a lot of those guys did go into that trade wanting to know.
Sure.
And wanting to learn and wanting to be able to do it.
But that's what they're relegated to.
And then they either lose that job or they try to get a job somewhere else and they think they can do it. And they're like, they've never ran a machine.
Yeah, they're humbled really quick.
One of my favorite little stories is from my one machine shop I do a lot of work with, who was trying to hire a guy. He's like, you know, he had so many years of experience that I just kind of let him be. He's like, we had our suspicions.
Yeah, let him dangle.
But, you know, I said, I need you to run this part. Does this part look doable? He's like, oh, yeah, that's fine. All right, well, vise is over there. Square it up. Like, you know, get it set up, and I'll show you how to set the part up. He's like, an hour. And he goes out and checks on him. And it's still not square. And he's like, what are you doing? Oh, you know, trying to get this, but every time I tighten it down, it moves. He's squaring it up without, you know, tightening it. It's like, man, I'm not a machinist. I've never squared a vise, but I know that you got to lock one end.
You just got to snug it, yeah.
You got to lock one end, and then you got to snug the other side, and you bring it in with a mallet.
Yep.
Or a piece of lead or something. Just slowly bring it in, indicate it in, and then lock the last side.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a guy that works for us now, and we do have him bounce around. He's mainly the welder, but like he'll run parts, like he's running stuff for this one job, the big job now. And he complains every now and then of like, I've been here 12 years or 13 years or whatever it is, and I only make this much money. And it's bullshit because that guy over there, he makes more than me, and he's only been here 2 years, and he calls off all the time. Blah, blah. It's like, name me a tool that you've bought in the 13 years you've been here. Zero. Hasn't bought a single fucking tool. Any tape measure that he has is the old one of mine that is worn out like the first 2 feet because that's half the time all you use it for.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just like, oh, I'll buy another one. I give him that one. I give him that one. I give him that one. Like, he's never bought a tool, and anything that we've done so far on this job, like, have to walk him through the setup. Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, you could make the argument of, yes, he doesn't do it every day, but at the same time, you just have to remember. And let me guess, we haven't been recording 90% of this.
No, we've been recording. I'm just checking the battery. So
it's not dead?
No, we're good.
We're good. Yeah, but it's like, it's the same thing. It's the operator, but he just, and anytime he says that, I say something to my boss, and it's just, he says to me, he's like, well, you have to explain it to him, like, in a nice way, but it's like, how do you really explain to a guy in a nice way, like, you're at your pay ceiling, bud, like, you're not going to make any more, because you're here, like, just step up a little more, and you'll get a little more.
Right, okay, you are maxed out where you're at. Like, you give me 100% at what you do, and you make what you make.
Right.
You give me 110% at what you do, and you're probably still only going to make 105% of what you're making.
Sure.
Like, but if you can take on more responsibility,
right,
and learn something else, and now we can really talk. But
right, if you don't have to bug me every time for a print because you either can't see it or, it's back to, like you said, we're flipping a drawing and seeing what it's going to look like. Like, I'll make larger prints for the weldments and stuff. I'll do 3 or 4 for one weldment. He looks at the first one. That's it. There's no other view other than that one. And, like, he'll say, where does this go? Or I'll just flip the page. Oh, well, that's where it goes. I didn't look at that. Well, why the fuck did I print?
Yeah. Right. And, like, so that's kind of similar to, I have a test that I give any, like, potential hires for engineering support.
Mm-hmm.
I call it a test. It's not really a test, but kind of.
But it is.
It's not testing what it looks like it's testing.
Right.
So I always preface it with, you have resources at your fingertips. If it is never worth spending a day and a half struggling when you can find the answer out somewhere.
In a minute, yeah.
So you have me right next to you. I will be here the whole time. If you have a question,
Please
let me know. You have Google. You have anything else at your disposal. You have ex-coworkers, whatever. Just remember that you have these resources, because it's not about knowing the information. It's about knowing where to find the answers.
Right. And being willing to ask when you don't know something.
So then the very first question is, which of these shows third angle projection? And it's just your classic first angle projection.
Stupid little print.
Third angle projection, and neither. And anyone that guesses at that because they don't know, immediately, I literally just told you have Google at your fingertips 30 seconds ago. If you don't know what that means, type it in Google. And you know what's going to pop up? The very first thing, that symbol. And there's your answer.
Right.
So there's that. Then there's some other, fancy, intricate stuff. There's a proofread this technical paragraph section, which is full of grammar and spelling errors.
Mm-hmm.
But the math is done wrong. There's a unit conversion not done correctly. And most people get the grammar stuff, or most of it.
Right.
Nobody checks the math.
Well, I mean, that's proofreading. You're taught that in English, literature, whatever you want to call it.
But it's not technical proofreading.
Right.
And my point is always, it's good that you caught this stuff.
But it doesn't mean shit.
But if the technical content is incorrect, it doesn't matter if you typed it perfectly.
Right.
On the flip side, if the technical content is correct and you misspell every other word, at least you got your point across.
Right. You look like a doofus, but at least your math is right.
Right. You're not an idiot. So that's like one of them. And then the last question is the one that really sets people apart. Do you want to go back through this and learn what you did wrong? No.
Nope.
Really? Because that's That's where I figure out if you know this or not, or you even want to learn.
Yeah, do you want to review it with me? No, I'm good.
If you made it through this test and you said no, you've already decided this job's not for you.
Right.
And that's okay.
Sure.
I'm not going to spend my time on it
Right,
either.
yeah, why waste
Thank
any
you.
more time?
But yeah, I mean, most of the people put yes on that. And then you can explain it and explain, well, you didn't have to guess. I told you you had Google.
Right.
I'm right next to you. You could have just said, I don't know. Can you explain third and first angle projection to me? And I would have done it.
Sure. I mean, it could be one of those things, too, where, like, even though you're telling them, you can look this shit up, it's like they don't want to do it because if they do it, it's like, oh, well, even though it's okay, they're still not going to get the job because they have to look it up. It's a weird... I guess I could see it that way.
I always balance it that way, but that's why I do try to preface it with, like, I'm not testing whether you know everything.
Sure.
I'm testing whether you're going to waste our time. Like, we make our money on efficiency. We don't make our money just logging hours, to log hours. And the point of that, and the reason I even made this test, is we were interviewing a bunch of people that had come off contract work. Well, they do make their money logging hours.
Right. And only doing that.
Right. If you get that job done, you're done.
Sure.
So, like, it's a whole mindset. And I've said multiple times, I don't want to hire someone that came off contract work. They've never experienced efficiency.
Yeah, it's just, we have this long to do it? Okay.
I worked contract work at one point. It's the only time I've ever been told work slower. And I was pulled aside for that conversation because I did an entire thing in like no time.
Yeah.
And my boss said, I need you to go back and I need you to do it the way we told you to. Because if we turn this in, there's no more work here. Like, this job is going to pay everyone here for the next 3 months. And if we do it in a week, then it's done. And there's no work. Like, okay, I understand, but like, couldn't we quote the job for less and get more work? No.
No, that would make too much sense.
Well, it's not really the way. There's only so much of that,
right.
You know? But, like, they needed exploded views, and they were sent the inventor file of the assembly. And instead of exploding the inventor file in sections,
right,
and exporting that as a, black and white regular isometric, we were doing it in AutoCAD Lite and redrawing all the parts individually and then importing them in and creating assemblies in AutoCAD Lite.
That sounds awful.
But whatever. Then to add to it, we weren't really supposed to communicate with each other. So I would be working on a batch of parts and you would be working on a batch of parts. And unfortunately, no one knew what the assembly was that they were going into. So we'd be 90 degrees off from each other on the final orientations, and then we'd have to redraw them.
Oh, amazing.
It kind of. It's really comical to think back on.
Oh, sure.
But so frustrating to know that they had the inventor model.
Right. And I mean, it's shit like that where you kind of... It's one of those things where, like, no, I'm not... shit like that, I'm not surprised that the world is where it's at. But at the same time,
knows.
It's like, how did we get there? It's...
The customer knows that they have the inventor file because they sent them the inventor file. The customer knows how long that should take to export those. And I guarantee you the customer knows that those weren't an inventor. They're going to look at those and go, did they redraw this whole thing?
Yeah, that's very easy to tell.
I don't know. I have fond memories of that because of how dumb it is, but man, That was really dumb.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we've all had those, I guess.
Plus, just doing... All right, let's be realistic. Doing holes in isometric view in AutoCAD Lite, so there is no 3D aspect. So
I know. That's what
actually drawing
what we
isometric.
use, yeah.
You have to tip
Yeah, it's
the
terrible.
ellipse to an angle so that it looks right. Like,
it's
and then
awful.
offset it into the, like, what are you doing?
Yep.
Horrible.
I tried to... There was a couple of things where I tried to draw in isometric, and I'm like, just to kind of get it across to the customer a little better. And I was like, this is taking me 3 times as long as it took me to just draw like the 3-4 views in AutoCAD in Light. I'm just like, this is stupid. Why am I doing this?
Right, you could just do it in Inventor.
Yeah.
Or do it in Cam
Yeah.
for all it's worth to go, look, this is what it looks like.
Yeah, now I do it in Fusion, and it's fantastic. Just makes life easier. But then you send the little Fusion link to a customer, like, what am I supposed to do with this? I'm like, fucking click it maybe, and it tells you what to do. But that's what happens when your customers are all older and aren't quite sure on computers.
I got an awesome one the other day from a customer that needs a fabrication done of a whole piping assembly. And they're like, well, that's the drawing. That's what we have. And, my guys are used to, like, an actual contractor that has to have fully approved plans.
Right.
And, you're working with some of these DOE contractors, and they really do have the cut list of all the pipes and every item and all the mitered lengths and just every detail of the design. And this is, I would call it a glorified napkin sketch. They did it in AutoCAD.
But it's like half-assed.
Well, but they don't know what they need. And then they send the AutoCAD file to me, and I'm like, well, we don't have AutoCAD for one. So I can either import it into SolidWorks, or I can import it into eDrawings. eDrawings, at least I can like measure everything. But like, I don't know how it's scaled. It says it's scaled. So I start measuring stuff, and okay, this dimension does measure out to that. And then I start finding stuff that in the same view, this one's right, and this one's an overridden value off by over a foot. So now I'm like, okay, we can't rely on any of this. And it's the same pipe off the same face in 2 different views with different values for that height. I'm like, so this is manually overridden for sure, but which one's right?
Right.
Did they override it because real quick they knew that they needed it higher now?
Right.
And didn't think to go over here and do it?
Instead of just scooting it up a little bit.
Didn't want to offset everything and move it? I'm like, so we can't rely on this. Like, it's going to require a system walk down. And then, well, how many pieces and how much pipe do I need? And like, I mean, I can go through and measure your total lengths of pipe on here, but it's not right because I don't know if these numbers are right.
Yeah.
And I'll scale it and I'll tell you what the total lengths are.
And maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong.
Just like add 20% to whatever length I give you. And that's how much you're going to buy. So that they did that. And then there's a count of welds that have to be done. And our weld guy came in at 100. And I'm like, I think it's low, man. I think it's real low. I'm zooming way in. Because he's only got the PDF because no one else has e-drawings or anything. And I'm like, this whole assembly of 1-inch pipe, they don't even have in the cut list. So now I'm looking at all these junctions, and they're all calling for socket weld flanges. So you basically just double the quantity of welds.
Sure.
So now I got to weld this flange on so that you can weld the
other piece to it.
the valve to it, yeah. And then on the other side of the valve, you have another socket weld flange, like just stacks. And then I'm pushing, we need to do drawings for all this work, regardless. Like, there's 2 different stages of engineering in this job. We may or may not have to do the high-level engineering, which is actually figuring out
every single thing to it.
The cut list
Right.
and all that stuff. But there's low-level engineering, which is, okay, well, they gave us all the dimensions and the parts. How do we want to break this down to what we're going to make? Okay, we cut the pipe to this length and we weld prep the ends, and that's our weld prep. Mm-hmm. Drawing for that. Any sub-assemblies we want to do before we want to do all these in the shop so that we can take it out in the field and slap this thing together, right? Where all you're doing is cutting a pipe to length and weld prepping the end. Mm-hmm. So all that stuff, I'm like, we have to do that anyway. You don't charge the customer for that as additional time. You wrap that into your quote.
Right.
But if they need us to design this thing for them, we do have to charge for that time as additional.
Sure.
That one got totally crazy. My weld count was 160. The weld guys was 100.
And actual was like 240.
And then I got accused of, well, are you just counting them in every view? And I'm like,
yep.
I am an engineer, man. I know how to look at a drawing and go, that joint is this joint. Don't count that one. He's like, I just had to, I had to ask. I'm like, I have the file. I can zoom way in on it and see what they're putting these different socket weld flanges in and everything. But again, it's only as good as the 2D drawing I have.
Sure.
I mean, if I had a 3D model and I could pan around it, I could really show you.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't know.
Work with what you got.
I don't know if it's any good anyway. Is that even what they want? They didn't spec any valves. They just said 2-inch socket weld ball valve. Okay.
That's what you get.
Does flow direction matter? Does pressure rating matter? Is it extreme temperature? Mm-hmm. Do you want soft seated or metal seated? Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes with that. What's your actuation type? Do you want the valve levers right there? Is there an orientation that's critical?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out later.
What sensitivity do you need on your gauges? Do you want water filled or air filled? What's the difference? Well, water doesn't have the shock factor if you have high pressure differentials quickly. Do you need digital gauging?
Just a gauge. Just need to know what's in it.
Okay, so now you're going to have a guy run out there constantly?
Probably.
Well, and then, I mean, we had totally different. We had another one where the customer wanted continuous sensing of a level of fluid. And that was, so they wanted it like, they needed 60 readings per second and the alarms to go off at this range. And it's like a very large range. Mm-hmm. I'm like, well, if your range is that high, do you need that sensitivity?
Yeah, do you really need it?
Like, would 10 readings a second be sufficient? Because we're talking about a big difference in the technology even. 60 is, pretty much what we really need. We really want that. And it's like, okay. And what are you doing right now? Well, 3 times a day, someone walks out and puts a stick in there, and then we measure how wet the stick is.
I fucking love it.
I fucking love it. I'm like, So you don't really need like all this electrical pulse level sensor or
You
any of this
legit
stuff.
just need something that'll shoot you where it's at 3 times
You
a
just
day.
need something a little bit better than what you have. And like at that point, a reading every 5 minutes would be sufficient.
Right.
I mean, more data is not necessarily good data.
No.
You're just storing excess data and there's a cost to that.
And then you're just going to like you're eventually going to get to the point where you're just micromanaging it down to, you know, your tolerance level is just getting smaller and smaller and smaller because now you can see how far your gap actually is. And it's like, if you don't need it, then why do it?
I mean, if you wanted to set up a temporary setup just to monitor it and see what actually happens, I understand that.
Sure.
But as the full long-term solution, you've created a resolution that is so fine that it's not even in the scope of what you've been doing.
Yeah.
If that has worked for you for 20 years,
then just go with the dumbest possible thing that's just a step up from a person with a dipstick.
right? Literally a dipstick.
Yeah. But I mean, we see that all the time too, because one of our customers is a brewery, and they have a crew of quote unquote engineers in there that they'll get new machinery in. The company that built the machine will come and install it, get it, everything running, test run it, the whole 9 yards. Okay, here you go, you're good. The minute they're out the door, they're already bastardizing the thing because, well, this isn't going to work the way we want it, and that's not going to work, and this has to go here, and it's not going to work there. And it's like, why didn't you just tell the guys that designed the machine while they're still in your facility, like, hey, can you move this here? Can we do? But they just start hacking it up like day one, and then they wonder why things don't work down the line.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I just make the parts.
We had, when I worked at this other place, they were buying Brock crimping dies and machines. And I think it's a 8 RAM system or something. We were doing it with 6. And or the other way around.
Yeah.
And somehow one of our maintenance guys figured out a way to run this to do a hex crimp with even pressure and everything and get consistent results after they had told him it wasn't possible.
Well, then he's just doing
And
it,
then
doing it
and
for the sake
then
of doing it.
they wanted to come back in and see how he did it, and he's like,
No.
Why? I'm not giving you that.
That's awesome.
Not a chance. I got an interesting thing I'm going to send you before we're done here. That's do you know what polygon turning is? Okay. So you know it's conventional cutting on a CNC.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah. Instead of climb cutting though. It's
Yeah.
conventional cut with an offset weird third tool.
That you time everything just right. And
All right.
Fucking sorcery.
So you know what it is. I found a video on YouTube of a guy that converted one to run on a manual lathe.
I mean, I guess you could.
So he's got another gear, like a sub shaft running off the main drive all the way over to the other side of the machine, and then a pulley drive system up to a car CV joint that then has the polygon turning tool on it. So he can control the speed ratio by adjusting his timing belt over here.
Oh my god! Some people spend too much time on their hands.
In theory, you should be able to start and stop the spindle and recut because it's all timed out on the same system.
to the same output.
So he's got it on a CV joint, so now he can index it at an angle, and he's cutting chamfers on the hex. And I'm like, this thing is amazing. Like, You're a genius.
Evil genius.
It is not in English.
Of course
but it's
not.
subtitled, so you can read it.
Of course not. That shit's never in
No.
English.
No, because it's some crazy guy over in his garage that just figured this
Yeah, that
out.
just has nothing else better to do.
It's awesome. So I was already stoked on it, and then there's the one part where he like needs a mounting block for it, and then he's outside and he casts his own out of aluminum. I'm like, oh, I love this video so much.
Oh my god.
If I remember to, I'll include the link in the podcast, but it's gonna make the only link.
And everybody else will be like, what the fuck are these two idiots even into?
I mean,
If they
we
haven't,
barely even talked about BMX.
I was just gonna say,
it's in here still.
In case anyone ever, is man enough to listen to this, however long it is.
I mean, you listened to the one I did with Matt Smith a little while ago, just talking about other like BMX adjacent stuff, and I feel like it's the more interesting at this point.
Yeah, because I mean, everybody knows what BMX is, and really, like, I don't know, is there really all that much to talk about?
No, but there is adjacent to it.
Yeah,
I mean, at this point,
making bike parts.
I feel like that's a valuable discussion in and of itself for a lot of people, because people don't understand what goes into it.
No.
I mean, let's talk real quick about if I call you up and I ask you to make me 4 pegs and I need them heat treated in black oxide. I've got $180 a peg minimum in material and setup cost. I've got $125 lot charge minimum on the heat treat, and at least $100 on a black oxide, and there might be a third party in there for sandblast.
Yeah, it's about right.
And it's like, okay, that all divides by 4, other than the 180 a piece. So
yeah, you're about $250 a peg.
Right. And then you're like, okay, so now if I order 100, we haven't exceeded the lot charges.
Right.
We're by weight, we're still, the heat treat's still 125 and the black oxide's still 100.
Sure.
Roughly. But we're dividing that by 100 now, and your parts cost and material cost went down to, right now everything's about, last time I got them quoted, I think they were 18 a piece.
Yeah, that's not bad, but that's retail.
Right. It's unless I can sell them at 30.
Right.
I can't do that because that doesn't allow me to give any away and host jams and stuff.
And I mean that's just from a usual machine shop. If you get somebody like me, if I had a CNC lathe and everything, it's one of those things where, whether it was my shop or not, I mean, I would probably do it on the side anyway. If it wasn't my shop, if it was my shop, I'd cut you a break just because it is a passion project. And it's like, yeah, I can obviously do these for X amount, but I do ride, and it's just one of them things where I would cut you a break on it.
And see, I do typically get a break cut on it.
Yeah.
Because the shop that does it for me is the shop I send the most work to.
Sure.
So it's kind of you guys take care of me pretty good. I can take care of you on this, and I'll do it at cost. And if you're not busy on the time, I'll stack the 4140 on the next batch that I need to order for something else.
Yeah, like, can you sneak this in kind of thing, or it's just.
Well, not even just sneak it in. It's just that I'm getting an actual discount on the volume of material.
Right. Yeah, the first time around, and then next time they already have it.
Yeah. So, that's typically worked, but my cost used to be $9.81 per peg finished with heat treat and everything on it. And then now it's it crept up and crept up and crept up, and at $13 a piece, I was still selling them at $20. But what am I selling them to the shops for?
Right.
15.
Sure.
and then they're making a larger profit
Than you
dollar-wise than I am, which is typically fair because I should be selling higher volume than they
Sure.
are. But that's not how, like, the super small business is.
Yeah, that's not how smaller companies work. It's, like even the metal sprocket deal. I don't remember how much they were, like how much we sold them to him for, but like he didn't. I know I know what we sold them for, and he didn't make that much per sprocket.
No.
Like even when I turned in the price to him, he was just like, "Man, that's kind of steep." And I'm like, "Well, yeah, it's would I be able to do them faster on a faster machine? Sure, but the material was double because we went with 70-75 instead of 60-61. So, right there is whatever the material is, you're double the cost.
Yeah.
And I kind of tried to talk him out of it too, but he's just like, I want them to last. Okay, say no more. I'm fine with that. It doesn't matter to me.
Right. Well, and I guess that's kind of the point, right? You're going to pay a premium dollar for a special run of something. It might as well be good.
Right. Yeah. Why make a special run of a piece of shit? So, I mean, like I said, hey, you want that material? This is what it's going to cost. And like I said before, if he would have said that's too much, okay, no problem.
So it's tougher in BMX, but from a business standpoint, I say this a lot to my boss, but I don't believe in apologizing for pricing.
No, I don't either.
We charge what we're worth.
Sure. Take it or leave it.
And I can justify my pricing.
Right.
If you really want to come down and know, I can show you our cost. I'd rather not tell you what profit margin we're running on because it's just going to nickel and dime me.
Right. But if you really want to know, here's the price breakdown.
Yeah.
And I mean, me saying take it or leave it, I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just, like you said, this is what it's going to cost us to make them.
Yeah.
And I think, a lot of people, they look at it that way and it's like, oh, well, I could buy a stem for $60 and you're charging me $50.
Right.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay. That's fine. But this is what it's costing me to make.
You're not ruining my day by not buying my product.
Sure. And that's one thing, whether it's the shop or whether it was the skate park or the cafe, like her and I, we don't need every customer.
Yeah.
And no one needs every customer.
Well, and I'm not sorry.
Right.
Look, the material costs this much. We have this much time into it. 30% of the jobs I quote you, I have to quote 7 times before I get the order.
Right. And no matter what, there's always, like whether you get the job or not, there's always time that you lose. Mm-hmm. Whether it's, like you said, quoting the job 7 times, like you may or may not be, but chances are you're not re-quoting that into every re-quote because
sometimes.
But most of the time the quote has to go down.
Yeah.
To get the job. So you're eating it and eating it and eating it. And it's
for us, it's not usually re-quote because of cost.
Right.
It's re-quote because the quote's only good for 30 days, but the project, they know it's going to take them 90 days to get approval.
Right.
Or 6 months to get the approval. And they just need to know, like, whenever it's going to happen, they need to know the current price.
Ballpark,
so they just re-up that quote, make sure I need a current version. So sometimes I won't even go back to my vendors, though. It's like, hey, look, you just quoted this last month. If I keep asking you to quote this, you're going to get annoyed.
Sure.
And frankly, I need you working on the other stuff that I have you working on.
Right.
And I want to be a good customer that you want to do work for. So it's like every time a customer calls up and says, hey, can you re-quote this for me? It's like, add 3% to it.
Yeah, just make life easier. And I mean, my boss will do the same thing. He'll go back and he'll look at stuff from a couple of years ago, and I'm like, why are you even... Like, if it's a year ago, okay, to just say, all right, well, we made this, the material go up, or did you take longer, shorter, whatever. But like if it's years ago and you're digging through stuff to try to find
just requote it. Just requote
like, dude,
it.
don't even bother. Or if you do find it, just look at it. Like, oh, well, this was 5 years ago. Okay, add 5% per year, and call it even. Add 10% per year
on the labor.
Yeah,
on the material. Heck
right.
no.
Yeah, material's a different story. But yeah, just if double the material, tack on whatever for labor. Don't make more work for yourself than you really need. If we got it once before, we're probably going to get it again, and just be done with it. Mm-hmm. If we didn't get it the last time, then are we going to get it this time? Is it worth even putting the effort into it?
Yeah, but I might ask the vendor every third time I have to requote it. Right. Hey, yeah, requote this, and then we start to get, we went up, we went down a little bit, and then they're like, okay, so we're following the market trends now. And then I go up, we come down a little bit. Sometimes we come down even more than we ever were.
Yeah.
But at least we've got real values, and I haven't annoyed the crap out of my vendors.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like lot charges was a big thing for people, though. I don't think a lot of people understand lot charge.
No, they don't.
They don't understand setup.
Yeah, it's tough to even explain that to anybody, because even after you do it, oh really? Like they act like they get it, but they don't, because not many people deal in lot charges. You go to the grocery store, you don't get if you buy
it's $10 whether you get one banana or 25.
Right, it's still per pound. So do you get a price break if you buy 50 pounds at the grocery store as opposed to 10? No, they're fuck you. You're just buying us out of fucking bananas. Like they don't. It doesn't equate to them. Where if you would go to the grocery store, hey, if you buy one banana, it's $1 a pound. If you buy 10 bananas, it's 75 cents a pound. It's like, oh, maybe. Does that make sense? Yeah, kinda. Oh, now they get it. So you're just trying to sort of.
They do see that, but it's never advertised that way. It's always like, buy two, get one half off.
Right.
Or like, there's some complex like per ounce math done on the ticket, and you got to look at all the variants and figure out which one has the best cost per ounce.
Right. Or like, you go to the store and you buy as many boxes of cereal as you want. And then when you get to the register, we're going to charge you $100. So whether you buy one box of cereal or 100 boxes of cereal, it's going to be $100.
Right.
But what are people going to do?
But if
they're going to fucking buy 100 boxes because, it works out to $1 a box instead of $100 per box.
Right. But if you get 101, now you're paying $101. Like once you hit your lot charge.
Yeah, you're going over.
Yeah.
But it's hard to like get that across to people. And especially, like you said, most of the time you're doing small batch. You're not doing large batch.
Especially in USA BMX stuff. Like.
Yeah, it's.
Like a large batch is 50 because.
Yeah.
Like even pegs. Pegs are tough because how often do you go through them? And it's a niche product.
Right.
But like I looked at grips at one point and it was like, you got to pay, I forget what the ridiculous dollar amount for a mold was.
Grand, yeah, like 10 grand up front.
Not over in Taiwan, it was way less. It was like $1,200 or something. But yeah, 10 grand if you wanted like ODI,
from ODI
or something. And I think it was a minimum of 1,000 on the first run. And I'm like, 1,000 pairs.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, so I'm pretty confident I can move like 50 pairs. But I don't know what the heck I'm doing with 950 other pairs of grips.
The fuck am I going to do? I'll never sell them in my life.
And unless they're an exact rip-off of long necks, there's no point.
Right.
Like, we could have another, what was the FBM one that was terrible? The double fister grip?
Yeah.
You could have another horrible grip that you can't give away.
Yeah. I mean, that's... But then you look at mountain bikes and like the cost of everything is doubled, tripled, quadrupled, and those fucking yo-yos will buy anything. They just buy it. And they love it. It's like, okay, a fucking stem is $200 and then you can't keep them on the shelves. And it's like, what? And then you got my dumbass and your dumbass. We're fucking around with BMX parts for a bunch of broke idiots that would rather live in a fucking in their car.
I'll still say on pegs, like, it's the only part you're putting on your bike to intentionally
Destroy,
smash, and destroy. And people are putting plastic on there.
Yep. Yeah.
Actually, so I was just at Ray's, and I only saw one set of plastic pegs the whole day.
That's because all the old school dudes go to Ray's. When we were there,
I thought that was really interesting, though.
When we were there a couple of weeks ago, there was a bunch of street dogs in the back, in the kink room back there. They all had plastic pegs, but
yeah, see, that's where I hung out a bunch, and it was like all metal pegs.
Huh.
And I'm like, interesting. I wonder if it was a fluke or if the trend is reversing.
I'd hope so. Plastic pegs make me feel uncomfortable.
I just don't like the way they feel, yeah.
I don't like the way they sound.
I do need a pair or a set because, like, a lot of places are becoming plastic peg only.
Right.
But I hate to perpetuate that also. But I wouldn't mind having them if for that, and even like Kaczynski was running, I think, 2 of each at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So he had like his primary side was steel, the other side was plastic.
Right.
Then if you were at a certain spot and you needed it differently, you just turn the front wheel around and switch your back pegs.
Ah.
So you kind of had everything on you all the time instead of doing a full swap.
Kaczynski's smarter than everybody. Makes sense.
But then you see like I think it's Ryan Howard has like all different lengths of pegs and all different types and sizes, and like, well, maybe I need a 3.75 inch plastic and a 5-inch long metal on the front for this 60/40 thing that I'm going to do, that this doesn't slide but that does. And
that's
like,
just too much.
It's grind science.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know much about that. I've had the same pair of pegs that I made on my bike for like fucking 10 years, if not longer.
Yeah. I change mine every time I build a new bike, but like,
Don't need to.
I don't need to.
Just do it on principle.
But if I change them and can hook up a kid that can't afford pegs with a set of good pegs, then cool. So, again, like facilitating doing cool things.
Right.
So, I've been talking about one product for a long time that I really want to make is the pegless peg.
Just a washer.
Just a washer.
That's fucking awesome.
But a good hardened washer that doesn't suck into your dropout and then just not work. Because you get cheap washers.
So just like a 1/4 inch 4140 washer.
Yeah. Not even 3/16.
Just something thicker than a shitty washer.
Right.
I like it.
I think it would be funny in a bag, like packaged as a peg.
Pegless
the pegless peg. But it's seriously, like, I know a bunch of pegless dudes that really actually want it.
Mm-hmm.
So I finally went out to a washer place and tried to get it quoted.
Mm-hmm.
Submitted the request online, like, here's the OD I want, here's the ID I want, here's the thickness I want, here's the tolerances. Picked the material on their drop-down list. A 4140 heat treated.
Mm-hmm.
Submitted the quote, and get the quote back in like a half hour in the email. See the attached quote. I'm like, cool. I open the quote. No quote. We don't stamp 4140. It's on your drop down list. Also,
just don't do it anymore.
Can you like? Maybe you should have said in there, or 4130. Because now I got to come back to you and ask, can you do it out of 4130?
Right. Yeah, what can you offer equivalent?
Right. Like most places would make a suggestion like that. So I'm already like checked out on that place. My feeling on how it needs to be done is not even stamped because I don't want all the waste.
Mm-hmm.
I want to just buy the bar stock, plunge drill,
And then part them off.
3 or 4 inches in, part it off, plunge drill, part it off, and just go that way.
Like water jet them too.
And then, you could. And then,
I'll have a quote for you by the end of the week.
all right. And then, if you kept plunging and parting it off, though, at some point you just change the drill to the smaller drill or the larger drill. And now you've got your 3/8 and your 14 mil.
Right.
All right, well, you're going to make me do a drawing for it then.
No, just tell me OD, IOD. I'm not that stupid.
Yeah, I know. Realistically, I could just send you the peg file because I just want the back plate.
Cut the tube off.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
So that's where it's at, though. It's like they shouldn't be that expensive.
No, I remember we got a specific
And
washer, I think,
with
from
that-
a company that was all stamped like that. And I think we had to order like 1,000 of them. We still have like 3 or 4 boxes because it was a washer that we used as a spacer, but it had to be like a specific, make up a specific spacing and all this other shit. So we had to, like I said, we had to order like 1,000 of them.
Yeah, and I feel like if you do that, you should be able to do it out of pre-hard because it's just a washer.
Yeah, there's nothing.
The difference of the 25 to 30 RC versus the 30 to 34.
Yeah, it's really nothing.
You're going to get softer towards the middle, but it's still not like grade 5 washer.
Right. That's just going to taco on you.
Or I guess half of what people have are all aluminum at this point. Oh,
Yeah,
why did that suck into the dropout an eighth of an inch?
Gee, I wonder. Because you're tightening the living piss out of it. Maybe.
So, yeah, we'll do something with that. I hate to throw prices on it, but I hate to think that they're going to be, to get 50 of each size, so 100 total, $5 a piece, roughly. The material's expensive, but you're using 3/16 of an inch, and then you're parting tool between parts. So you're using probably 5/16
Right.
per part. But if all you got to do is plunge and then part, plunge,
Right. Yeah, there
you
shouldn't be
might
that
come
much.
in okay.
Where's McMaster? Just for shits and giggles. Oh, look at that. 4140 alloy. I fucking use it a lot.
The funny thing is we probably are paying McMaster prices because...
On everything?
Well, no, but I'm thinking even at 100 washers at 5/16 of an inch, we only need 6 inches. Oh, no, 60. 60?
I'm just thinking water jetting it. But I mean... Let's see where I could come up with
30
something.
inches. 31 1/4 inches.
Yeah, so that's only 3 feet.
Plus whatever you need to hold.
Right. Yeah, so 3 feet.
So you
would be
buy a
more than
3-foot
enough.
bar and we'll
Yeah.
run 100
Right.
off.
If only I had a CNC lathe. Maybe one.
Yeah,
day.
so you could walk away from it.
Oh, absolutely. I will one day if I have anything to do about it. One day.
Yeah, I gotta actually get that quoted that way because you plunge that drill and if you can
that's
20,
nothing.
you're only doing 6 drill plunges.
Yeah, 'cause you could probably get
on
at
the
least
10 mil.
Yeah,
you can probably go 4 to 5 inches each. The 14 you can go even further. I think it's 393 is 10 mil.
10, yeah.
With 10 mil with clearance, and then 595 maybe for 14 clearance.
550 is 14, so you could just go 9/16 and be done with it.
I think that's all. I forget what. Maybe it's 565 I've got on the print.
Probably.
I know it's pretty tight.
G7 tolerance.
I don't know. Plus or minus 3, man.
Close enough.
Just try to keep it simple.
Easy peasy.
But I've got an early morning.
Yeah, you and me both. I always have an early morning.
I got to be at the... Well, theoretically, we could address the situation quick. Theoretically, I have to be at the airport probably by 4:30.
When did your flight leave?
6:30.
You could be there at like 5:30, easy. Because we flew the one time out of Avoca. I think it left at like 6:30 or 7, and we didn't get to the airport until like half hour before our flight, because it's literally TSA line, the 2 terminals or the 2 gates. There might be 4, and that's it.
That's funny.
It's a little baby airport. And then when we flew back in,
It's for the better.
There were a couple dudes in front of us. They were, I don't know, they worked in some warehouse or something. And when we flew in, like when we landed, all they were doing was talking shit on the airport. Like, Jesus Christ, the place we're going to work is bigger than this. And I said, hey, still fucking got you where you needed to go.
And it's for the better. Like, yeah, it feels stupid and small, but like, you landed, you picked up your bag, and you turned around and you got your rental car.
Right. Yeah, you don't have to go halfway across the fucking city-sized airport to fucking get to your rental car, and then you have to go from the rental car desk, take another bus down to the fucking garage, and then find it.
I think it was Casper, Wyoming. Their airport that we flew out of.
Oh, God. I can only...
I'm pretty sure...
It's probably half the size of this one.
I'm pretty sure we got there and there was just no security.
They just don't care.
No, it was like security was closed until like...
Nice.
Unless there's a flight that's about to board, they didn't even open security because like...
Why bother? That's probably how this one is up here.
And that was so funny coming from like Pittsburgh, where they've got primary security and secondary security, where if it's busy enough, you can go across the road and through the catwalk and then into alternate security, which funnels you into the same spot for terminals, but
just a longer walk.
But you can get through faster if you're willing to go to alternate if they're open. Interesting. But anyway, the scenario is that my flight got canceled out of Syracuse today. And I'm supposed to be in Illinois tomorrow. So on my drive to the airport, I got the text that said, your flight is canceled.
Fuck you, it's going to snow.
I called my boss. I'm like, hey, I just got the text that this is canceled. So I'm going to make some calls to United and see what I can do. Like, what are the options? What is it looking like? And, you know, what's the forecast on this? Are they going to be canceling more? They're not going to tell me that. But
of course not.
But for sure. That one and then all the others. So I'm like, all right, let's see what we can do. And then she's like, well, do you want me to call them? And I'm thinking, oh, that would be kind of nice, but like, why don't you call the customer and I'll deal with United, because it's going to be easier for them to deal with me about my booked flight than somebody else. So she talked to the customer, made sure it's fine to like show up around noon tomorrow.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other discussion. In theory, I should be landing out there about 10:15, which isn't terrible.
No, but
it's not going to happen.
Probably not.
I'll be very shocked with the storm that they have forecasted and everything.
Yeah, I saw it's either going to be kind of shitty or it's just not going to happen. You know, like the one last weekend where everyone was because we went out to the Woodward Open session and everybody's worried because everybody's telling me to drive safe. I'm like, yeah, fucking fine. All it did was rain the whole way out.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even bad. Like, we wrapped our seats and our grips. There really wasn't even a drop of rain on our bikes. I'm like, oh, well, this is good.
I mean, it's supposed to start snowing by midnight, and it'll be below freezing by 4 a.m., which means there's going to be that nasty base.
Yeah,
and then it's going to freeze.
Don't get your hopes up. We'll put it that way.
But the funny part is, like, I ended up booking down here because it's 2.5 hours south of Syracuse. Mm-hmm. It's like the best shot of getting out I've got.
Yeah.
As opposed to Binghamton, Elmira, or Ithaca. But I don't see it happening.
No, probably not. But
I think if I could have got another hour south below 80.
Yeah, because it's
free and clear.
Yeah, it's only hitting up this way. So we would have had to get to Philly though.
At the same time, I get picked on because they're like, "How come you don't like to fly places? You always want to drive." Because I could be there.
Yeah, you're in charge of whether you get there or not. It's not an airline saying, "No, we're not going to fly."
I get to make the decision if the road is too sketchy, and then I can pull over and stop.
Right.
Go, hey, it's not worth it. I'll finish this trip in the morning. But no, not like this. That doesn't happen like this. Now it's someone else decided it's not safe for one reason or another. And I don't know. That's why I drive. But I was also looking at it. If I had flown out of Binghamton, it was like 12 hours with layovers.
Oh, yeah.
And a 13-hour drive.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just rent a car and drive.
Right.
But because I got to rent a car anyway over there. So, like, it almost just saves them $1,600 or whatever. But if I don't fly, we don't mark that up. But what's the, like, personal strain usually? You know, that 12 hours in the plane, I don't have to be dead focused on on driving.
You can zone out. You don't have to worry about anybody running you off the road or any of that other
I drive a lot.
Yeah.
Like, I went to Swamp Fest this year, and I found out Thursday afternoon that I wasn't closing on my house on Friday.
Fun.
And then I was like, what the heck am I doing this weekend?
Going to Swamp Fest.
I guess I'll go to Swamp Fest. So I thought about it for about 10 minutes. And I'm like, stop thinking about it.
Just go.
There's zero possibility that this starts to make any logistical sense. So if you're trying to reason out going, just stop. Just get in the car and go. So started driving, caught a hotel, set up late checkout, worked the whole morning, Friday, worked most of the afternoon, and then hit the road, drove late, got there, hung out for Swamp Fest, drove Sunday morning to Kona, rode Kona till 2 p.m., and then drove straight home.
You're a fucking psycho.
Was back for Monday morning work. You can't go do fun things if you can't be there Monday.
That's true. That's true. I mean, I call you a psycho, and then a friend and I drove to California and back in I think it was 5 days. Yeah, I think it was 5 days. We drove straight to Oklahoma City and slept. Then from Oklahoma City to Kingman, Arizona. Then we were in Los Angeles for 2 days. And then I think we slept in Reno, Nevada. Then from Reno, I think we just hoofed it right home. Or did we stay in Iowa? I think we stayed in Iowa.
Yeah, I was planning on stopping and doing the same thing I did on the way down, like work Monday,
right,
late checkout, drive home that night. But I was just wired, like, fun weekend, good time. I'm like, all right, well, I'll just go
till... You might as well just keep going till you're tired.
Go till I'm tired.
And then you hit that point where it's like, I'm passing Baltimore. It's only another 5 hours. I can do it.
Well, I always figure, like, I'm up till 2 pretty regularly. Mm-hmm. So, till 2 o'clock is normal.
Yeah, you're just good.
3 to 5 is always the hardest window to stay awake driving. Because it's past your normal bedtime.
There's nobody on the road.
There's no one on the road, and it's dark.
Yep.
Once 5 o'clock starts to show up, 5:30,
the sun
you start to get the sunrise, and then you're just like energized again because you got daylight, and your brain is tricked into
being awake.
But that 3 to 5 window is tough, and I wasn't even tired for that. I was just wired. Like, why? But anyway, saved me the hotel cost, I guess.
Yeah.
But then, so that was 2 weeks ago. And last week we closed on the house. No, that was... I can't even keep time straight. I think it was 2 weeks ago now.
Yes. Yeah, Swamp Fest was 2
Yeah, so I had a weekend at home. Yeah, because we went to a birthday party. All right, yes. Closed on the house. Then this last weekend, I was planning on going to Ray's. So I was planning on drive out Friday, Saturday Ray's, Sunday Wedgwood, drive home and get home late. And got out like halfway there before I found out for sure that I was going.
Coming here, yeah.
Because I had an appointment like out in Elmira, so I was already on the way with a person going. If I didn't have anyone with me, I would have just driven. Yeah. Like, I'm already halfway there. I'll just buy a couple pairs of clothes and figure it out. If I got to buy new work boots and hard hat. Actually, they were in the car. They're always in my car. So I would have been like golden other than some clothes.
Right.
Even that, like, I'll buy underwear and socks and just re-wear the pants.
Yeah, that's all you need.
So, anyway, had to come back home because I didn't have all my paperwork and everything I needed work-wise and to take him back. So I didn't end up riding Sunday. We just drove back most of Saturday night and then finished it Sunday morning. Long one.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't see it happening.
Probably not.
And then I'll have 2 wasted days.
It is what it is, I suppose.
I know. I kind of look forward to it in the told you so.
Yeah.
Told you we should have drove.
See, I could have driven and been there.
And they take the other stance of you should have flown out earlier.
Well, sure, because nobody's ever wrong. Nobody made the wrong decision.
No, I got a full day's work in before I left, though. I travel after hours. Why do I do that? I don't know. I'm stupid.
Because I do the same.
Because I'm too busy.
Yeah.
I don't have the day to give up.
Right. I'm there. I understand.
Plus the trip. If I hadn't been away all weekend, I would have just gotten all my stuff prepped and been ready and worked through the weekend instead. Oh well. I got this, then I've got a trip to Pottstown next week. Then at some point I need to make a trip to Washington State. And I might have a Florida trip. It's going to be crazy. Where else do I have to go? I feel like there's something I'm missing.
Probably.
It's crazy right now.
I'd rather just be busy in one spot.
See,
And again, traveling is probably not too bad.
I kind of like it. I just feel like we've created a disillusion about how often travel is in this role. Because initially, and I would agree with when I started, it was less than 10%.
Mm-hmm.
And substantially less. Like maybe once a quarter you'd be gone for a week. Now,
it's like every other week.
I would say that it was potentially upwards of a quarter, like 25% of the time, before I moved back to New York. And now add up to a week a month that I need to be back at the main office too. So it's 50% of the time.
Right.
50% is a lot of travel, especially when you start throwing in quick ones.
Right.
But I also think I define travel differently than a lot of people. Travel to me is if I'm not sleeping in my bed. If I have to take a 3-hour drive, do a job for 2 hours, and I drive home that night and sleep in my bed, that's not travel.
No. No, if you're sleeping somewhere else, that's legitimately travel.
But I think a lot of people that would take a role think of, like, I'm going to work. I go to the office, and that is my job. And if you deviate from that, even, hey, I need you to go, like, 45 minutes.
Right.
And pick up some parts and come back, that's travel to them.
Yeah, that's traveling for some people.
And I don't live that way. But I think it's BMX.
It is BMX because there's a lot of people that, I mean, especially in this area where they're just so miserable and it's like, this area sucks. There's nothing to do. Fucking.
Like, you got that across town. Oh, like, I'm not driving 20 minutes across town.
Either that or like, okay, did you ever go on vacation? Oh yeah, we went to New Jersey. New Jersey's not fucking vacation. Basically anything under 6 hours is not, like, I don't even consider that traveling anymore because you can do it and then you can go and come back in a day. I mean, we did the wheel mill. We went out, came back in a day. It's not bad. It's nothing. But like, if you did that to Ray's, you're a fucking lunatic because that place absolutely murders you for whatever reason.
The first time.
Yeah.
First few times.
Yeah.
So that was a funny thing this weekend I took young Sam, and he's never been there before. And I used to live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It was only 2 hours for me. So I can go out there and I can have like a fun session.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, you're tired, but it's not like your arms falling off tired and your legs don't work anymore tired. And I could just tell he was arms falling off, legs don't work anymore tired. And you're like, I sucker.
Yeah, that place, man. It's so cool. And then like you get there and there's always that like one line that you're trying to figure out and it takes you for fucking ever and you still never figure it out. You just kill yourself doing it.
It's usually logs.
Yeah, that shit always just I don't know.
And I feel like it's a little bit of a bad attitude, but also it's true. I can go ride a bowl or a skate park anywhere. I can't ride intricate log
logs,
balance setups
right,
everywhere.
anywhere, yeah.
So, like, that's where I generally spend my
Right.
time. Because, like, box jumps, okay, whatever. I can go anywhere and ride box jumps. I can ride a spine or a bowl in most places.
Yeah, where the fuck can you ride a teeter-totter or a fucking elevator?
Unless you're building it at home.
Yeah.
Nowhere. So, yeah, that's what I tend to ride when I go there. So, I don't know. That's the thing. But that does wear you out.
And then some. And then everybody always gets...
it hyper wears your arms out because it's not smooth.
yeah,
it's
because
like
you're constantly bouncing. And then you get people where it's like they get brave and try the fucking cross-country loop and they fucking die. Like when you get to the picnic table at the top. That's usually my tap-out point. I'm like, I need a fucking break.
That's why there's a picnic table there.
Exactly. Perfect spot.
Time to stop. Yeah, I don't know. I'll let you go, though, because it's late. You got to get up and get to work. I got to...
Get up and get up
usually
to a canceled
up
flight.
too late, so this is like...
Yeah, this is nothing.
Staring at this time, I'm like, it's going to be tough to even go to bed. As you can tell, I'm still like...
Yeah.
I'm wired. I'm good.
Yeah, I know how that goes. Yeah, this is like 2 hours past my normal bedtime.
It's fair.
If I'm not on the couch asleep already.
I mean, there's a couch right here if you need to crash.
Yeah. Even though, you should have just did that instead of getting a hotel, but it's not like you're paying for it.
I'm not paying for it.
Fuck it.
It's being billed to the customer.
I told Mickey and she's like, well, why didn't he just ask to stay at our house? I'm like, I don't know. I said, because his work is paying for it? So, I mean, what's the difference?
Well, yes. Also, just like I hadn't even talked to you at that moment.
Right. And I mean, it's like that's a BMX thing too, where like there's definitely people that like have zero problem either asking to stay ahead of time or just like showing up, be like, yo, I need a place to crash. And then there's the other half of it that's like, I don't want to stay at somebody's house.
I'm usually more the host than the guest.
Yeah, so am I. I'll offer to anybody, but it's like I don't want to intrude on somebody's house.
It's not as much that for me because I know you know the people, right? Like I know people that aren't going to care.
Yeah.
And I know the people that are going to be like, oh man, like, I don't know. And like, all right, well, it's fine. I'm not even going to ask you.
Just say no, no big deal.
Like, but I have so many different allergies and like dogs and cats.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just easier if I plan not to.
Right.
So sometimes it works out that I can catch someone's spot, but it's like,
yeah, you just expect not to.
I just plan not to. Plus, I travel so much for work that even on a trip for pleasure, I can usually just get a free room.
Right.
Some different rewards accounts and stuff. So.
And either way, like a Motel 6 is like fucking $60 a night. So it's...
I usually stay at something nicer.
Yeah.
It benefits, like, one, with the rewards points and stuff, I can usually cash them in.
Mm-hmm.
Two, you'll spend it on the hotel, but the difference between, like, a $98 a night Red Roof or $108 a night Hampton Inn is that you have a real breakfast in the morning.
Right.
Then you keep your rewards programs and everything going. And like I had my hotel in the other city in I think it's Clinton, Iowa, where I'm going to be staying.
Mm-hmm.
I was booked with no refunds, but they changed it for me because I have history staying there.
Right.
So it's like there's different benefits to it if you can live with it. But if I was trying to travel on the cheap, yeah, like Motel 6, Econo Lodge.
Yeah, the dirtiest places you could possibly sleep.
I always get a pretty decent vibe out of Red Roof, but they're the more expensive motel.
Not the one in Wilkes-Barre. Don't ever stay at that one. I mean, if you're into drugs...
A lot of them got redone, so they're nicer.
Yeah.
But like the last one I stayed at, the room was really nice, but the door was broken and didn't lock.
Nice.
And I'm like, that's sketch. So, I don't know. I will say, if we're talking travel tips, though, always book direct. Don't book through Expedia or anything like that.
Oh, they're always fucking terrible.
If it sucks when you got to change it.
But the thing of it
or
is, like...
the flights is the best example of it. If you book through Expedia, like, I wouldn't have been able to deal with United today.
Right.
I would have had to deal with Expedia, who would have to deal with United. And then there's this back and forth nightmare of no resolution. As opposed to, I've got my rewards account with United.
Right.
I don't fly with them a lot, but I have an account, I have history, and they go, oh, yes, that's wonderful. Yes, we can make that change for you, no problem.
And even so, like, it's you. It's not, oh, I'm blah, blah, blah from Expedia calling for...
On behalf
blah, blah,
of...
Right. Blah, 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 blah. But, I mean, her and I have booked stuff before, too, where it's direct and it's just been a shit show. Like, we stayed at a hotel in New York not too long ago, and, like, we went to check in, and it was, like, a 15-minute process, and she's like, I already booked the room. Here's the confirmation, here's the receipt, here's the credit card, here's everything. And it was just a fucking nightmare. But then she worked at Home Depot for a little while, and they have, like, a perks at work thing. Anytime we booked a fucking rental car through there, it was a fucking nightmare. And it was, I don't know if it was because of that or, I don't know what the deal is, but like, we'd go there and, oh, your car's not ready, or we don't have one that size, so we'll have to give you it's like, just, why is it so difficult?
Yeah. I've got, like, I'm trying to think with airlines, I think I have the Southwest app in an account. Mm-hmm. I have Delta, United, and American Airlines. I think those are the ones I have accounts with so far. But
those are the only ones you need.
JetBlue's all right, but they're expensive.
Yeah.
But I'll go on Expedia and look at the flights and see what they are and what the ones fits best and price, and then I'll go to the actual app and get that flight.
Yeah, direct, yeah.
It's usually the same price. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's more expensive on there. Like Expedia's cheaper.
Yeah.
Because they're buying in bulk or something.
Right.
But so what? The headache that I'm going to save.
is worth the extra couple bucks.
And then hotels, same thing. Like if you go somewhere and it's overbooked and you booked with them directly as opposed to Expedia, way easier to deal with.
Oh, sure.
The only thing I like to book through Expedia, and I don't even really like to, is rental cars. But it's free cancellation.
Right. Yeah, because they don't give a shit. You cancel it, okay. Then they have to deal with it.
Well, and like that's what I needed to change mine today. Mm-hmm. And they're like, it's free cancellation. Just cancel the reservation and make another one. I'm like,
oh, okay.
All right. If that's what's easier.
Whatever works.
If that's actually easier,
right,
then sure, I'll do it that way.
Sure.
And you know what? That's probably, if I called and said I needed it changed, that's what they were going to do on the back end anyway. Right. They were going to cancel it and book a new one.
Yep.
And I guess the only risk with that is that your rate could change. But
what's it going to change by?
$1 a day.
A couple bucks.
That they'll hit you in some other fee anyway.
Yeah.
So, rental cars are ridiculous now.
They are.
Like
they doubled.
Yeah, I know. Because it used to be like $40 a day, and now that's like 90 to 100.
It's fucking crazy.
Like I wanted to get a SUV, mid-size SUV,
No.
Not for $120 a day.
Nope.
I'll take my full-size Camry
Yeah.
for $89.
Yeah. And
But even at that, you're like 90 versus 120 that I'm not paying for.
right. Yeah, really.
For the extra.
You have a Ferrari I could rent for a little while.
I don't even care about that. It's like, what's like the comfort level of driving in something bigger is just there. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if it was like $10 different, but that is substantially different.
Yeah,
it's 30% increase.
Right. Yeah, it's not like you're. Oh, for $5 more, you could get the bigger car. But that's
half the time you get there anyway, and they're like, "Oh, do you know we're kind
don't
of low
have
on
that.
those.
Yeah. Do you want something else?
Can you take one of these?"
Right.
I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take that."
Yeah, sure.
I do generally like if I need a rental car, I like to book it through Enterprise though. Their direct app, not Expedia. Even though they're more expensive, but I can get an Enterprise car anywhere. I can't get an Avis or a Budget anywhere.
Yeah, they're just certain
places.
Like
at the airport. Mm-hmm. But like for work, if I was going to make this drive, I wasn't going to do it on my car.
Right.
I was going to rent a car.
Sure.
Or if I'm taking a trip to the wheel mill with like 5 people, I'm going to rent a van. Mm-hmm. And we'll just spread that cost out.
Right.
But I don't need to put 1,000 miles round trip on my car. And if I hit a deer or something happens on the road, I'm out my vehicle.
Yeah, you're out your car.
Forget that. That's ridiculous. So I like to book through them because I can get them anywhere.
Right.
But then you go to the airport and like half the time they don't have one there.
I don't even know if they offer rentals here, to be honest with you. I have no idea.
They might not.
Because it is that small of an airport.
There's probably something nearby, like a shuttle ride away. Or they have a very limited, maybe like $1 rental and Thrifty or something like that.
There is an Enterprise in Wilkes-Barre.
Maybe they just roll with the we'll pick you up thing.
Maybe. I don't know. I do not know. I live here. I don't rent a car here. Fuck do I know?
That's fair. I've only rented a car where I live a couple of times. But trips for work.
Yeah.
That's my coworker's like, who rents a car without flying somewhere? And I'm like, what do you mean? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, what are you going to do? Take your fucking car and wear and tear that you're not going to get paid for?
Right. If we're billing for this job.
Yeah, why would I take my own fucking car? You charge them for a rental and you mark it the fuck up.
15% admin fee just for processing it.
Right.
Right. Buy everything. Get the hotel, get the rental car, and fly.
Yep. Do it all.
If you don't fly, you do miss out on a good 15%.
Yeah.
Business. Business is weird.
Yep.
Speaking of business, though, one last thing just for the listeners. And I need to do better on this, too. Stop using your credit card everywhere. Because everywhere you buy anything, they're taking like 3%. Mm-hmm. So you go spend $100 at your local business, they only get 97. That money turns back into the economy. And then they take like another $3-ish. Now there's only 93 in the economy, 94. And then that just continues until
there's nothing.
They've taken every bit of that money, and your community is just bleeding money because everybody is buying on credit cards. Mm-hmm. So, food for thought is all.
No credit card.
I mean, if you can avoid it anyway, it's for the better.
Yeah.
I'm not good at that.
No, neither are we.
I pay mine off, but like, you're always only like one unfortunate scenario away from not paying it off. Mm-hmm. And now it's 20% interest, not paid off because of unfortunate scenario. And I mean, the other thing to consider, that 3% that they're taking is artificially inflating all of our cost of goods by 3%.
Sure.
Because everyone has to anticipate credit card use.
Right. So they tack it on.
Yeah, you put it on the front end and then make extra if it's cash. Only certain places do the fee for paying with a card.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure that's because it's questionably legal.
Probably.
Because I think that's what happened with gas for a little while, is you weren't allowed to charge more for using a credit card, but you were allowed to charge a discount for using cash, or offer a discount for using cash.
Yeah, something like that.
And you're like, okay, you're just playing with the verbiage.
Right.
What's the difference? Okay, I'm allowed to offer a discount, so I'll just mark it up 3% and then
get the same amount anyway. Yeah.
Okay, whatever you say. So, anyway, any parting shots? Any BMX things?
I don't think so. I think we touched on a few BMX things and complained about work because we both do that too much, apparently.
I don't feel like it's complaining about work.
No.
I feel like we gave some cool insight. That's how I'm going to pitch it anyway.
That sounds about right. Insider info.
There's some like stories about work, but we definitely weren't doing the, I can't believe these guys.
Yeah.
We laughed about some things, that's for sure.
You know, just letting people know that stupid ass prices are not 100% unnecessary.
Yeah.
They are and they aren't.
Yeah, I mean, they're never going to go back to the way they were.
No, there's never been a time where shit got expensive and then went back down to where it was just, oh, well, this is the new normal. Well, that's what it costs now.
Well,
but I mean, really, like we said before, if an off-the-shelf production frame is too expensive for you, then just get a custom frame. And if you want a certain frame, I'm sure if you said to whoever you're getting the custom from, hey,
I want one of these.
I want a frame with these specs. Like, they're not going to say no. It's just a custom frame that you're getting fucking cheaper. It's the same thing. You're just getting it a little cheaper.
Pretty much. You reminded me of something, and then it totally slipped my mind already.
Must not have been important.
Yeah, something like that. All right, well, I think that's good. I keep checking. I'm waiting on
The cancellation notice?
that. I don't think I'll get that till 4 o'clock or so.
Yeah, you'll probably get it about a half hour before your flight's supposed to take off.
Probably when I'm supposed to be getting there.
Yep. Sounds about right.
No, I am waiting on TSA pre-check, which would be really sweet if that came in the morning. But like, I keep checking my phone because I was checking it a lot throughout the day, and now it's like the phone habit thing.
Yeah.
Like, they're not sending it at 11 o'clock at night, dude.
You never know.
They're not. Maybe like between 8 and 5.
TSA is closed right now.
Well, it's because it relies on like background check and stuff. So as soon as that all comes back, but I've got like multiple background checks running in tandem on me. So they need to do one to badge me at this plant too. And I'm probably like, oh, did you watch my ankle video? Are you listening to all my podcast episodes before we go?
Probably.
I know they were calling all the people that I had on there, and then they're asking all my references for more references. Which I guess is kind of cool. I doubt they'll call the like extended references.
Yeah, just
But it's more of a like, do you actually know this
Yeah,
person?
or is he just some random name that, you may know from somewhere?
Yeah. Like, how long have you known him, and can you actually give other references that would know him? But I thought it was funny because, like, all mine are from different area codes and all sorts of different stuff.
Like, what the fuck?
Well, and let's be realistic. In BMX, how hard is it for me to, like, I tried to not even pull BMX people.
Yeah, because I honestly wouldn't. There's like maybe 3 people that I ride with consistently that I would trust to be like, yeah, he's okay.
Right, but it's not only like whether they're gonna say something nice, it's what's their record.
Right, that too. All right,
like,
that narrows it down to 2.
Yeah, you're like, okay, so they're gonna look up to see if this person is credible and who I associate myself with. Probably not cool for certain people, but when I found out that they were asking for additional references, I'm like, hey, make sure that you know who you're recommending now. Don't like wing this and give someone with a felony.
Yeah, right.
Oh, oops. Yeah, I didn't think about it.
My bad.
That they don't, they've got a DUI from like 6 years ago or something. Like, come on, man.
That's only like 4 people in BMX. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
We're a bunch of upstanding citizens.
Yeah, definitely not deviants.
No, never.
Definitely can comment on each other's upstanding behavior. No, definitely never jumped on any ledges at a federal building or anything.
Or urinated in public or, anywhere else we're not supposed to.
Yeah, no, never.
Never once. Trespassing? Never heard of it.
Trey who? Yeah. So that's that. I think we are at 3 hours and 24 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Perfect.
Should give somebody a set of pegs if they sit through the whole fucking thing.
All right, what do we do? Somebody can have...
Or you could probably fucking edit 90% of the bullshit out.
Yeah. Somebody can have a joyous listen if they made it this far, and
yes,
that's
they
it.
can. And I feel sorry for you.
Follow people and stuff. Later. All right, so what went down? From what they know, other than what you alluded to at just a second ago at the beginning, we were talking about you were looking at buying the shop you were at.
Mm-hmm. And we
talked about I haven't listened to this, so I'm not even sure at this point.
I don't even fucking remember.
But we were talking about the Practical Machinist podcast and how you like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it just, I don't know. Like, we kept going down that road of me buying the place and what it would take, what I would do, how we would handle the transition. And it came to, us having a conversation with his accountant, and Mickey, my other half, was involved too. And it was like, well, this is how it's going to be. And do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? And from the time when we initially started talking about it till that day, which was probably, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years, the dollar amount changed, or at least how it would be structured. And that was kind of a red flag. And then when we asked, well, if we're going to do this, we need to see the books, there was actually like a lot of hesitation. And not that I think that they were cooking the books, but more or less that it's, we're going to start kind of putting two and two together, and the business really isn't worth as much as he was asking. So, the more that her and I talked about it, it was like, it's not, even though it's on paper a good opportunity for a current employee, longtime employee to buy where they work, it wasn't a good opportunity because I was doing most of the work. I was handling a lot of the customers, doing the drawings, ordering the material and everything, and then making parts on top of that. So it would basically go, I was more or less buying myself and, the couple other guys that we had there. So it wasn't so much that I was buying a fully running business, but basically a business I was already running, which, the transition probably would have been okay because I was already doing everything, but it just wouldn't have, I don't know. We just kind of felt it wouldn't have been in the best interest. And then that on top of, the deal changing, it was like, well, yeah, let's just not do this.
Yep. Well, and you had said that you were listening to the Practical Machinist podcast, and they had just put out an episode about buying the shop you work at.
Yeah.
I think the term that they used was, are you buying a business or are you buying your own job?
Right. And that I guess didn't really help directly in the decision, but it was one of those things where like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. And then it was, so, I just told them no. I said, I'm not, like it just said, it's a good opportunity, but it's just not the opportunity for me. And then we talked about me getting paid more because of all I was doing. And he, okay, I'll think about it. Or I have to think about it, something along those lines. And 2 weeks went by and nothing changed in the paycheck. I didn't push it, which I probably could have. But I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to push it. And if that's how you feel, I'm going to put feelers out there just to see what I should be making. Mm-hmm. And the place that I ended up taking a job from, they had me come in for one interview, and my asking price, which what they had listed was, they had a pretty sizable range listed, so I shot high. Hey, this is, would you give me this? And it was, well, for just being a machinist, it's a little high, but would you consider this other position and come back and re-interview? So, yeah. And then the day after that, they gave me they accepted my offer, submitted it officially, and it was like, okay, do I take this or do I stick it out? And it was over the 4th of July weekend. So I kind of thought about it, and when we went back after the 4th, I said, hey, here's the deal. I'm out. So you're on your own.
It's an interesting position to be in. I've been there where you start putting feelers out there and you're like, oh, this got real fast.
It did. It was just because it was, I had 2 interviews at the one place and one at another. And when when they did the shop walkthrough at my current job, it was like, we have 2 5-axis mills, and we have all these mills, and we have lathes, and I'm like, this place is kind of what I want, or what I would do to the shop if I would have bought it. So right then and there was like it was one of those things where I could see myself working here, and that just kind of came up real quick. Then the other place was more high production screw machine type stuff, and it was also 3 times farther away. It was like 45 minutes to an hour, and I'm like, that's kind of pushing it, even though it would have been 410s as opposed to whatever.
410s is nice when you actually get the 5th day off.
Right, and they said it was 410s, but they usually work half a day Friday.
Yeah.
So that's like, it's like, and then at the same time, all their screw machines and stuff ran oil, and I'm like, I don't really want to be fucking with oil all day long, and then have it, come home and pants are stained and whatnot. And then, this other place asked me back the next day after I came. Or after I did the interview at the other place, and they basically offered me a machinist / manager position to kind of justify the higher pay. And I was just like, yeah, I could. I guess they kind of, I don't know if they thought I was lying on my resume or just wanted to kind of confirm it. But everything I had on there, they're like, are you comfortable doing this? Are you comfortable dealing with customers and drawing parts if you have to? I'm like, yeah, it's on the paper. It's right there. You don't have to, I'm not lying. I mean, I'm sure there's people that do it. We have there's a running joke in the shop that the next place any of us apply to, we're just going to lie our asses off and see if we could get, $150,000, $200,000 salary. But yeah, and then they did the offer and
sweet
took it.
Yeah, it's funny though. It was definitely funny when it came down to like, I think I was ready to edit this too. I think because I know I had just done Johnny's.
I think that's what you told me too. You were like, I was just gonna edit this, but
yeah, well, details, and then it takes. We're not that far away, but my goodness, I had just closed on the house then. If it was March 14th or 13th or whatever,
we may or may not have talked about it. I don't remember.
I think we talked about closing on it, but there's been no discussion or podcast since about all the nightmare stuff.
Well, that's called buying a house.
It is. And it never goes away. It never gets better.
Nope, it doesn't. I mean, you're sitting in mine, and it's like our kitchen's, I don't know, 80% finished and everything. So, yeah.
It'll get there.
Yeah, eventually.
I don't really have a studio right now, which is kind of annoying. I have a room that's my office temporarily, and some grand plans for like a new real studio office room. But it's not. It's not in the near future because I'm gonna have to have some money.
Yeah, and have your normal living spaces taken care of first.
Yeah. No, it's definitely interesting that you took the different role. It working out good?
It's different to an extent. I mean, it sort of is the same things that I've been doing.
Yeah.
And I think I don't know if they kind of realized like how, I guess ambitious would be the word, but like I'm not afraid to say, hey, I know you've been doing this for a while, but that's kind of a dumb way to do it. I mean, when we were eating dinner, I was telling you about the one, and yeah, that's a good idea. I like to think so. And even my first, I don't know, week or two that I was there, we were looking for some kind of goofy plastic material, and I said to the one guy, I'm like, did you try this place? And he's like, I've never even heard of them. I said, well, they usually have like weird plastic. I said, hit them up. And then the next day he's like, yeah, I called them. They had exactly what I needed. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. So I don't know if they just didn't necessarily expect that, or like that I would have to have like a settling in period, but it was just jump right to it. And even my second day, they brought me these parts that were hard chromed, but they didn't turn them undersized far enough to accommodate it. So I had, I don't know, a dozen pieces to grind some hard chrome off. And the guy that's my supervisor is like, don't do that, because they're going to expect you to do shit like that more. I'm like, and that doesn't bother me, but I guess some people's like, no, this is what I do. Don't give me anything else. But I just can't do that.
I saw a sign about a month ago at one of the plants I was at that I just really liked what it said was, if you don't have time to do it right, when are you going to have time to do it over?
Mm-hmm. It's a good way to look at it.
And I'm like, I really like that sign.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
I probably need to print it off and make my own, because it's a good one to have around the office.
It is,
or
for
whatever.
sure.
But that's kind of where I feel about that too. Or I think I might have told you the last time, so this might be in the same podcast twice. The one episode, or the one guy I used to work with, you'd go down and ask him to make you something in the tool room, and like, oh gosh, that is gonna take forever.
Yep, we have a guy like that now.
And like, he'd complain for like 15 minutes about it and be like, are you gonna do it? or like what, and he'd just hand it to you and be like, "It's done." I'm like, I like that, like
Yeah.
if you're gonna complain, at least work while you're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, we have.
And I don't mind if you complain if you work while
Yeah,
you're
it's
doing
like
it.
or just as long as you get it done, it's no big deal.
But like, was it really that hard? You did it in 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was just the fact that he probably doesn't have much to do, and you gave him something to do, because that's how I've been the last like week, which is probably the biggest it's probably the biggest culture shift as far as from job A to B, is that when I got hired, I was told you could work. We're buried. You could work as much overtime as you want. Okay, no problem. First couple weeks, I just did straight 40 and, didn't have a problem with that. And then it was, we did have the work to at least, okay, I could work 9 hours a day and then I could do 10s and whatever. But the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, we've had practically nothing to do in the machine shop. And at first, it really bothered me because I just can't sit still. And now I have stuff to do, and anytime anybody brings me anything, I'm like, I really don't want to do it. I'm kind of happy sitting here and fucking off and making it look like I'm doing something. But now you're giving me something to do, and I don't want to. It's definitely a weird feeling from going from, everything's a hurry up and I'm working 60 hours a week just to get caught up, and I'm nowhere near caught up, and now we have nothing.
Yeah, that always ebbs and flows. So like, I'm sure you're just like right on the cusp of probably the new year. People aren't issuing POs until 2024 now.
Oh, there's plenty that's coming down our way. I know there's one job that we're starting on Monday. I know there's another one that's supposed to be coming down the pipe, and then there's a giant quote that I've been working on that has 200 different parts that are all like 40, 50, 60 quantity. And I'm just I'm worried that if we get all of it, which I don't know if we will, but it's like we're really going to bury the shop. And I talked to our site manager, and he's just like, don't worry about it. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there that it's a concern. But I guess we'll see what happens.
Well, it's a legitimate concern, though, because you've got other customers that rely on you, too. And if you take a bunch of good historical customers and then, like, bog your shop way down for one guy...
Right.
You don't want to lose all your other good customers.
Sure.
Or just even upset them. Because sometimes they have a couple different shops that they bounce work in and out of. Other times, like, you're their people.
Right.
And you don't really want them to have the opportunity to talk to other people.
Sure. And I mean, this place is much, much different where, I mean, we have like the service division, I guess if you want to call it, which is kind of just me and one other guy that get like the lower quantity breakdown type stuff. And then we kind of design, we're an automated systems integrator. So any kind of like conveyor with a robot or some kind of shit like that, like we'll design it from scratch. And then everything comes down from the engineers. It comes to us and we make whatever we have to, and then they assemble it, usually in-house to make sure all the bugs are out of it, and then they take it and install it on site. So it's they're kind of like internal. It's kind of like they're an internal customer, but not really. But it's a little different. But I mean, a lot of our customers are larger name customers, but it's an assembly that we're building, not really something that's already installed that we're making parts for, or like we're an OEM manufacturer or something. But it's
so you're not generally getting like someone else's crappy drawing to work off of either, like a machine shop
normally does. Shop. Yeah, somebody brings in a fucking something they scribbled on a napkin. It's like, here's what I need. Oh god, and I don't fucking miss that at all.
do you guys sharpen lawnmower blades? And you're like, can you get out of here, please?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if I was just in the shop, I wouldn't deal with a single customer. But I just happen to be brought on as service and support, so I'm dealing with customers. But so far, even the ones that I haven't necessarily dealt with directly, but we do deal with, they all seem like nobody's screaming and hollering, or like, they don't come in and like you roll your eyes and everything like that. So they're all...
So you don't have a shop that's cultivated a false sense of urgency, and
right.
That's their culture now.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's take breaks and lunch and everything, and it's very, very laid back.
That's good. Mine is chaos all the time.
Well,
see, that's like, not that I have any reason to want to smoke, but like people that smoke,
you understand it.
Well, it forces them to take their break.
Oh, I got you.
And like, it's easy to just not take breaks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's easy when you're in the office environment to just not take breaks. Because what do I really need a break for?
You're sitting there at a computer all the time. Yeah.
It's because you need to get up and walk away from that computer. Right. That's why you need a break. My goodness.
Yeah, my first week, they were very adamant that I took breaks. And now it's just, now I'm doing the same thing to them. If I see one of them working close to 9 o'clock or 2 o'clock, yo, come on, break time.
See, that's super good. Like, it feels like it's annoying in a way, but it's good.
Yeah.
Because then you hold yourselves accountable for, like, taking the second to walk away.
Right. Yeah, because, I mean, every once in a while you'll get into something where it's, you kind of want to get it figured out, even though it's, whatever. It's close to break time, lunchtime, but a lot of time it's just like, come on, let's go. You're just working too hard.
Yeah, I like the other side of that too. Is you're like, within 10 or 15 minutes of break time, you're like, I'm not starting that. It's break time in 10 minutes.
Today actually it was.
So it's like a 25-minute break.
I think it was like, I don't know. It was probably 2:30, and I'm done at 3:30, and I sat at my desk and I'm like, I'm not starting anything. It's too close to the end of the day. So I just went in and my supervisor and I were talking for like an hour over one of the positions that I'm semi being forced into. But I guess that just comes with when you give a shit about your job. Oh, here, you could do this guy's job too. Oh, you want to do this guy's job? He's retiring. Take it. No, I don't fucking want it.
Yeah. But sure, I guess also.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, like, it's not anything that I haven't done before. The only difference is we use JobBus as our ERP. Mm-hmm. So, and we had nothing down the other place, so I just have to learn that. But other than that, it's nothing really that I haven't done before.
I've heard good things about JobBus.
Ours,
as far as being like a simple enough one.
Yeah, ours is a little clunky, but I can feel like once I know what all the buttons do, it'll be pretty easy.
Yeah.
Especially when I have a guy that's twice my age that's teaching it to me. So it's like, so I look at how slow he's doing it. I'm like, I can blow your doors off, but okay, I'll just
I'll just watch you struggle
watch you
for a minute.
Figure it out. Yeah.
We were looking at SAP earlier this year and last year. And that is like it's just so overkill in some capacities. It's like very large companies are using it. But we have our products and like everything we rep companies, we distribute for other companies. We have our own custom manufactured parts, and then we do large assemblies like that bench I was showing you. I mean, that's thousands of parts in that.
Sure.
And they have me doing it on a spreadsheet. And then we have to make multiples. So then I got to multiply everything out through the spreadsheet and change each line because, well, we buy that in a bag of 50 and there's like this many. How many bags do I need to buy?
Right.
And what's that cost trickle down through everything? So I'm like, this is crazy to be doing it this way. And they're like, yeah, but we're not really like busy enough to integrate something like that right now. And I'm like,
it's the perfect time to do it.
Exactly. I'm like, you're like crazy because it's not a chicken or an egg scenario. It just feels like one. Just like hiring somebody. Right before you get busy, you're like, oh, we really need to hire someone, but I want to wait till we get to work. Why? So you don't have time to write a good job description. You don't have time to put the posting out. You don't have time to read resumes. You don't have time to interview them. By the time they quit their job and sign on with you and start, and then you train them, the job's freaking done.
Yeah, right. Now you're back to square one, having them push a broom.
So why? Like, it's not a chicken or an egg. It just feels like it. Not to say you can hire like 10 people.
Sure, but if you see that this is coming or could potentially be coming down the line, grab a guy or a girl.
Yeah,
we're going to be politically correct, or a whatever they identify as.
With the ERP thing, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, we're a little slow this year. I'm like, yeah, I know. And all we do is custom stuff, which means we've got some time to learn it. But you don't have to worry about putting everything we've ever done in here. We'll put it in as it comes.
Sure.
So we can set it up and do it the right way, slowly.
Right. And even if you have, like...
But we need all the service entity side, is where, like, Job Boss would be fine if we were just doing products and assemblies. But it has no functionality for field service work.
Right. Yeah, even ours is like, I don't know how we charge it exactly, but it's just, I mean, we just kind of throw a job number on it, and everybody's supposed to clock into each step of whatever's on the Traveler, and I think I'm the only idiot that does, and I've even stopped doing it. I'm just, 0. That's the step I'm clocking under. And nobody's yelled at me yet, so. But yeah, I don't know. I know there's some stuff where, like, after we print the packing slip, I've been told to deliver it and still clock in on that job. But once you do it, you can't clock in on it anymore because it's technically complete. Even though, charge delivery to that. I'm like, I can't.
You already closed it.
Yeah. The job's technically closed. So, but it's yeah. So it's just, I mean, I don't think it's a bad, like, it's not a bad system. It's just.
And it may be integrated slightly clunky too. Like,
I'm sure it is. Yeah, because even our scheduling is done by one of our inspectors, and he takes all of the jobs and puts them on a spreadsheet, and then prints that spreadsheet out, and they talk about it in the morning meeting.
Why aren't you doing it in Job Boss?
He must not have access to it,
or are all the work centers not properly defined? Because you should have the scheduling by work center right out of Job Boss.
We do. I don't know. I just, yeah. So and I told him, because I said I'm supposed to get access to it. So when I do, and figure it out, we're going to fuck around with this. And so you don't have to do this bullshit, because at the same time, it's also, I mean, he's doing the inspecting, and we have 4 different buildings that he's got to go to and inspect different stuff. So it's like, if he's inspecting up in building 4, he can't be putting in the new Travelers that are stacked 6 inches high on his desk.
How are they doing their inspection plans? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I just put it in that room. I have no idea.
Because so for years I've seen this ad in for SolidWorks that I'm like, who's using that? That thing is so stupid. And then, like, last year, we were talking about, like, how much easier could we make inspection plans? Because right now, someone's sitting there manually typing it in, or manually handwriting each one out, and then photocopying it like 7 times. And I'm like,
yeah, we're handwriting a lot of stuff.
And we were getting into more and more complex parts. So instead of being like 7 dimensions, it's like
the sheet's a
30
mile long. Yeah.
And I'm like, well, there's this add-in to SolidWorks that I've never paid attention to called SolidWorks Inspection, Let me get some more info on that. You load the add-in in SolidWorks, and you just click each dimension, and it auto-populates it into the template that you created and pulls all the tolerances in. And then you just assign what type of tool, and if you had like a higher end caliper that has the communication port,
yeah, you can just plug it right in.
it would just integrate and fill in the spreadsheet when it's because it exports it to an Excel. But like you can use it as the add-in, or it has a standalone option so that you can then lasso dimensions on a PDF, and it'll interpret like, oh, this is a bilateral dimension, and it's this plus this minus nothing. And it'll put it all together in there. So
interesting.
It's pretty neat, and it saves a ton of time.
Yeah, because I know it may be a problem, but I know all of our engineers use SolidWorks, and the inspector and I use Inventor, or I use either Inventor or Fusion, because I told them outright, I'm like, just give me this. I don't want to learn anything new. Not that, if you want me to, I will, but I'll just be better and faster in this. Okay. So the two that I use. But I know he said he has Inventor, but Inventor may have that option too. I'll just have to poke around in that and see.
Either way, you can use that functionality in the PDF. So right. It's just like so much better.
I'll have to throw that one out there.
So I think we paid, it's like $900 for an annual subscription.
Yeah, that's nothing.
And you can get it for like a 3-month if you wanted to, which is what we did first. Because I'm like, I don't know if I want the main version or the pro version. But there's no reason for me to get the pro version right now. So, main version it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like annually I just buy that when I need it.
Yeah, I mean, I know most of the... I know they use digital calipers and stuff in inspection, but a lot of it's just regular mechanical mics and stuff. But
and the other thing,
it's not a bad idea to throw that out there.
Are they documenting their inspections all the time, or are they just doing it and it's good or whatever?
It's 50-50. Yeah. So depending on what it is, because we do a lot of stuff for military that has to be documented and I's and T's dotted and crossed. And then we also do a lot for the company that makes Gore-Tex. So all of that stuff is documented and everything too. But then like a lot of the service parts or like the quote unquote internal stuff, it's inspected, but you look at it, it's like, oh, this clearance hole is technically out of tolerance because it's plus or minus 10. And, oh, I grabbed the wrong drill. That's just a clearance hole. So it's stuff like that'll get sent through, but most of the time they're just, they are doing the inspection to sign off on the traveler, but other than that, it's fairly informal.
Yeah, which is fine when that makes sense. We do a lot of fit check, where it's like, well, we don't really have a thread gauge, but we'll just put a screw or a bolt in it, and you're like, okay, I can agree to that for the most part. But when you start fit checking machined part to machined part, I'm like, you got to at least inspect one of them.
Something's got to be
You got to know that one of them was right, so that down the road, if something fails, like, what if you had that part undersized and you made the mating part undersized just to fit it?
Yep.
And then 5 years down the road, someone calls up and like, hey, I'm looking for this part. And you go, okay. And you make it to the drawing perfect, and now it doesn't work.
Yep.
As opposed to going back and looking at the procurement and go, oh, this was made wrong. So we need to make this undersize again. Which we've had to do. But how do you know?
Yeah. There was parts that I did that they were threaded on each end, and for whatever reason, and I don't know if it's because of how the machine was set up, because nothing's really taken care of, like worth of anything. And like the first thread, the thread gauge it'd be tight, but it would go, but it'd be tight. And then once it got past the first thread, it flew right on, no problem. So I don't know what the deal with it was, and it was every single piece. And even though I'd try dialing it in, and it wouldn't go. So I did the same thing with a nut. Checked the nut flew on, no problem. All right. Our inspector gets it, and he's going over them, and he's saying the thread gauge won't go. But I said, get a nut. Will that go? Well, yeah. And I said, okay. So I went out and just drilled and tapped a piece and said, here, will it go in there? Yeah, they go in there fine. That's what we're doing with the other parts. So that's going to fit. The gauge is fine, but it's fitting with the mating part. So, or a theoretical mating part. But,
Yeah. And we do that a lot because we do a lot of one-off stuff. And it's like, I'm not buying a 6-lead gauge.
Yeah. Or finding one.
6-lead left-handed gauge for one part
that you'll probably never see again.
And we just had one that was a 6-lead like that. And the shop's like, do you have a mating part for me? I'm like, yeah, I do. But you're going to have to wait like 12 weeks to get it. And he's like, well, I'll rough it up to the point that I need to thread it, but you're not getting your part till I have the mating one. Fair.
Yep. Deal.
I'd rather you just make it right the first time. And when you start getting into those multi-lead call-outs too, was it spec'd right?
Right.
Or did they write it one way and mean something else? Because I've seen it both ways. So, like, I'd prefer that anyway because I want to make sure that you're doing
exactly
right.
Yeah, exactly what is made and called out, hopefully.
So that one worked out good. It's like 1.25 inch diameter 6-lead thread through a 1/2 inch piece of bronze. And I'm like,
so what's there?
Oh, it's only got like 1/8 of a turn per lead. It's like bordering on being a spline at some point.
Yeah, for the most part. But, what do we know?
It works.
As long as it works.
So the one that comes on the assembly, so it's like a part we buy that has a nut on it already. But they make it out of nylotron. Like that, that weird nylon-ish plastic. And it's ultra fine pitch. It's like an 18 pitch, but then it's 6-lead.
So it's technically what, a 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes my head hurt.
Right. But it's very like weird. But that's why when you see even the call out, you're like, is it 18 or is it 3?
Right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we have one in the shop now that we're basically reverse engineering a paint sprayer, and the only thing we don't really know how it works, but it doesn't really matter. But I guess there's a piece on the inside that's pretty much the same way. It's like 1/2 inch long, 9/16 diameter, but it's like a 4-start pitched screw. We have no idea. I just got it. They just kind of told me to draw what it was. All right, I'll just figure it out from here. But I think if you put the pitch gauge on it, it's like an 8 or a 12. But it's the same thing. It's maybe 3/4 of the way around per screw. So it is. I don't know. We're just gonna make it what it is and not really worried about it.
Yeah. So that plastic, when it cuts through though, like it's used for valve position indication. So it's like if it's over here, the valve is shut. If it's over here, the valve is open. But being that fine, like anytime a little piece of dirt or something gets in there,
there goes the thread.
It just recuts the thread and strips through. And they're like, well, no, that's better because if it jammed, then you wouldn't be able to open or shut the valve. And it's like, no, it's bad because now
That's your indicator.
the guy that's been trained to do this until this indicator sits over here is going to go throw a cheater bar on there and blow the valve apart. Because he thinks the valve's not shut.
No, nobody will ever use a cheater bar.
No, it never.
one-
that
no
never
one ever
happens.
does
I
that.
totally made that up.
Yeah. What's a cheater bar?
I like when we'll go to plants and they'll have like a broken spoke out of a hand wheel on their valve.
It's like, I know what happened.
And they're like, this system's not working correctly. And I'm like, I wonder why.
Yep.
I'm like, maybe you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, what's this 6-foot pipe over here? Oh, that's when we can't get it closed. Oh, okay.
Like, it's designed to work under normal human loads, right? And if every time you've ever operated it, it was easy and now it's really hard, that like maybe something's wrong with it.
Nah.
Don't throw that on.
Nope. Can't use logic.
When I worked at this different company, they had a customer. It was the Navy, but one particular place. We need you to rework and redesign your indicator plates to say shut instead of closed.
Okay.
Why? They mean the same thing. We had an incident where, someone was unable to shut the valve because there is no shut position, sir.
Don't mind me, I'm just having an aneurysm. Jesus Christ.
And it's like, on one hand, was the person just being a douche? He probably got in trouble for doing something not exactly to the book.
Right, yeah. So
Right
that's
before
like,
that.
okay, whatever you say. Yeah. Oh, God.
And we're like, no, we're absolutely not changing it. If you need it to say something different, you can go take a Dremel tool and grind it off yourself and etch it in.
Or put a piece of fucking tape over it.
Yeah. We're not reworking those parts because your people aren't smart enough to shut a valve.
Jesus.
Yep.
It's going to take a while to recover from that one.
I like that one, though. Like, it says open and it says closed on it, I think. Okay, well, let's infer. There's shut and there's open.
Shut and not shut.
And then you're told to shut and there's open and a different option. It's probably the other option.
Oh, man.
But, I guarantee it was someone, and not that they were too stupid. It's someone that had just gotten
being a
in
smart
trouble
ass, sure.
for something else.
And then, on the back end of that, someone had to take his being a smart ass.
And now they have to call us.
But at least you get a good laugh out of it.
All right. I got a good one for you. So we're in the middle of planning right now for a trade show coming up in January. We have a new person that is asking if we can set up and weld live in our booth at the trade show.
I mean, you can, but you're not going to see shit.
No, you can't.
Sure you can.
They're not going to allow it. Like, and they really, like, now he really wants us to ask the trade show coordinator if we can have a live welding demonstration in our booth.
I'd ask just for fun.
I told my salesperson that's supposed to ask, I'm like, if I were you, I would call the person first and be like, I am being told to ask you a really stupid question.
Yep.
And I just want you to know that it's not me. So I know it's stupid.
Yeah. But
so please answer accordingly. but I'm going to email you this question.
Yeah, preface it so you don't look like a total moron.
I'm like, because you're the one that's going to look stupid now having to ask this. And she's like, I know.
Yeah, we had one, and I was telling you at dinner, we made this robot for Chewy that picks up the 50-pound bags of dog food, and we have one installed. We took one and installed it in Ohio, and one in Phoenix is going the beginning of the year. The whole premise, for whatever reason, was to get the one in Dayton installed and to the point where it looks like it's running, because we didn't have all the bugs worked out of it. We have the Phoenix one installed, hooked up, semi-running in our shop. And what the idea was, we'd get that one figured out, take it to Phoenix and install it, and then go back to Dayton and get that one up and running. Well, come to find out, the only reason that one was in Dayton was for a dog and pony show for their shareholders to just kind of walk past it, stare at it with the lights on, and I don't know if the robot arm was doing anything or if it was just kind of sitting there just with power to it. But they just kind of walked past it, looked at it, oh, okay, and kept right on going down the aisle. So, you know, they spend how many millions of dollars just to make a shareholder, oh, look, this is what we're doing now. And it's like, oh, okay. They just don't give a shit. And, hey, it doesn't matter to us.
My coworker's father started a company like that.
That's awesome.
He bought, he was bidding this huge electronics project and like had no work history, nothing.
Hey, yeah,
went and bought a bunch of scrap parts from like wherever and just hired a couple people for the day, come in, sit at a table with all this stuff and look like you're working. Like, you know, some soldering irons, a whole bunch of electronic pieces, and a couple people doing stuff there one day, and he won a whole bunch of work.
That's amazing.
Like a multi-million-dollar company at one point.
That's awesome.
Kind of, and you're like, man, some of these people, though, like, if you can't smell that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's, I don't know. Well, even the one customer that followed me to the new place that I'm doing the quote for, in order for them to kind of sign off on giving us the PO, they have to tour the shop. And when they toured down the other place, like my boss made us take a day and just clean up, you know, straighten up, and I'm like, they're not going to care if there's, you know, one of the tables has a bunch of blown out parts on it because that's just the catch-all table. Like, they're not going to care. But we cleaned it up anyway. And their justification was, you know, it's not that we, you know, don't trust you, but it's the corporate thing. We just want to make sure that you're not you're not a guy in his garage with a Bridgeport and a benchtop lathe that's quoting, you know, $100,000 or $200,000 worth of work. And it's like, oh, well, now, you know, how are you going to get all this done? Well, I'll figure it out. I could do it on this. They just kind of want to make sure.
Yeah.
But it's just funny that there's some places that have to do that. And then, like you said, you have a guy that just bullshits his way into the contract. And they're like, okay, here you go.
You're right. No, they definitely have employees. Like,
yeah.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Not even really employees.
Yep. But I mean, really, our shop is like that too, because we get plenty of walkthroughs from our CEO, and he just kind of and I've heard what he says. He just kind of walks through. Oh yeah, we have milling machines and this, that, and the other, and just kind of just to see what's there. And even the younger guys that'll bring people through, they just don't know what we do. And it's like, we have these machines. And it's like, if you don't know, you can ask somebody. Like, we're not going to say no. Like,
yeah.
Hey, what's this? Hey, can you take this guy through the machine shop?
But also, are you not practicing that and rehearsing it?
Yeah, like, that too. Like, you know what you're going to say. Or at least, have some kind
like,
of
what's your
knowledge.
elevator pitch?
Right, yeah.
You know, like, if someone asks you, what do you do?
Mm-hmm.
How do you answer it?
Yeah. I work for an automated systems integrator. It's that simple. I mean, now it's that simple.
I used to make a joke that if you couldn't answer that question in one sentence, it's probably illegal.
Yeah. I mean, what? No, there's some funny stuff going on right now in the shop.
But, like, the company that I work for has so many different aspects of what they do that I almost need to know what you do before I can answer that question.
Right, yeah. How can I explain it based on what you know?
Well, not only what you know, but also like what actually applies to you, because on some level I may either be a supplier to you or a customer from you. But I just like I need to know what you do so that I can explain what I do. Cuz we do industrial valve maintenance and repair services. We sell the repair tools. We do the valve actuation systems. We do custom engineered solutions. We do. We have a specialty welding department. We have a valve testing group. We make the valve testing equipment. So, like, I don't know. What do you do first?
Yeah, we do valve stuff, and I can elaborate when I know what you do.
Well, my the sales manager coworker, was like, everything valve related. That's what we do. Yeah. Everything valve related, or all things valve related. But our CEO's like, I don't like it. I don't like the way it sounds.
That's because it's too quick and concise.
Well, and it's because, like, he bought the company off of his parents who started it. So if he talks about it, well, my parents started it with this, and there's like a story there.
Right. Yeah, there's an attachment where one of your employees is just...
But if we have to lead with it was started by Mr. So-and-so, and in 1985 when he left this company and he had all his connections, it's just like, no one freaking cares.
Yeah. They just, oh, what do you do for work? This is what I do. They don't...
Yeah, we do this. We also, like, I've been getting more into trying to hit the smaller local companies. Cause I like the supplemental engineering work that's not really engineering work.
Right.
Companies that are too busy to do their own 3D models. Oh, these customers keep sending drawings and don't have 3D models. I can do that for you, and you can build them. Put it right on your quote. If you don't supply 3D models,
you're being charged.
You will be charged for 3D models. And then I can do those. Or you need help on how to set up or fixture an inspection. I can help you with that.
Yeah.
You need a fixture tool designed. Okay. Like, simple things like that. I don't even call it engineering service. I call it manufacturing support service.
Right.
Because half the time you go to a shop and they're like, nah, we don't need any engineering. It's like, but you do need support, don't you?
For something, anything.
And you can't go to an engineering firm and get that stuff. They don't want to work on that stuff. No. It's piddly.
Yep. And even so, they want to do it from scratch because 9 times out of 10, you're not going to find an engineer that has any sort of manufacturing background other than, oh, well, I'll just make this assembly on my computer and then I send it off. Because even most of our engineers at least have some sort of like manufacturing ability, but a couple of them just zero. Like the one, every single angle iron print that he gives us, dimensioned from the leg, not from the corner. And I'm like, dude. And I've told them 3 or 4 times.
That's not square, right?
Yeah, I've told them 3 or 4 times. And I'm like, you do know that just because you say 3x3 angle, it's not 3x3. So you have to give me the dimension from the wall, not from the leg of it. Like it doesn't, because if you give me a 1/4 inch from the leg and the material's 50 thou under, guess what? Now it doesn't pass inspection. So, and when I do something like that, I just do the math and take it from the backside. And I tell our inspectors, I'm like, listen, it's called out from here, but I'm not an idiot, so I took it from the right side, and that's what number you're going to get. Oh, okay, no problem. So as long as somebody down the line knows that, but I told the engineer, I don't know how many times, they just keep getting them the same way. Okay, fair enough.
My dad used to do that, and he would always tell me different stories of this one engineer that he worked for. He was their tool and die maker. And the guy would always have overlapping tolerances. And he's like, you got to fix your prints. You can't make it like this or it's not going to work. It'll work. Just make it. And he would intentionally make it not work.
Mm-hmm.
Over and over and over. And the guy freaking hated him. So, fast forward a handful of years, and I'm working at a different place. And I've got this drafter that I work with. And over time, we're talking and something else. And he's like, well, I used to work at this place. And I'm like, oh, my dad used to work there. And he's like, yeah, I know who your dad is. He's like, I got in trouble all the time from the engineer that I worked for tolerances that he forced me to do this way. He's like, I knew they were wrong, but he kept forcing me to do them that way. And then I'd get yelled at when the parts came in bad. And I'm like, well, yeah, but your tolerances didn't fit. Yeah. They were wrong. And my dad also used to, at a different spot, he had an engineer that would always come by and take stuff off of his tool bench. Like, just, fiddle with it, play with it, talk to him while he's trying to work, and then walk away with it. So he got, I don't remember what it was, but he was heating it up just under red hot.
Perfect.
And he'd keep it, pop the torch again and get it just under red hot and just wait for the guy to come by. And he grabbed it the one day and totally burned his hand. And he's like, you didn't tell me it was hot. And he's like, I didn't tell you to touch it. You're like, man, you're a jerk, but I like it.
I mean, that's funny, though, too, because we were having the conversation on break the other day of, like, how kids now, or even just, like, younger workers in their 20s, like, they don't have coworkers or supervisors, bosses that are like that anymore, where everybody's kind of, they've really backed off, like, how, like, the passive aggressive torment that you can get from a coworker or whatever. And how many kids have worked in construction for a year or two, where, like, if you cut a board a 16th off and you give it to the guy that's on the roof, he spears it down at you because you're what are you, a moron? You can't even cut a goddamn board. Like, they don't have that anymore, or just, like, machinists that are just totally brutal, that are old and cantankerous. The one guy I work with told me that the new guys that they would hire, or like the younger kids, they'd tell them, go get the electric knurling file. And it was a semi-legitimate thing. It was just a file that had an electrical cord taped around it. So, like, you think about it, it's like, if some kid plugged this fucking thing in, he's fucking going through the roof because he's getting fucking 120 volts right to his fucking hand. It's like, oh, go catch me a bucket of sparks. Like, there's none of that anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, we still kind of do it because
the aluminum magnet's a good one.
Yeah, the aluminum magnet's a good one. I'm trying to think what some of the other ones are. There used to be, well, there still is a print that floats around every now and then of where it's like drawn isometric, but some of the lines aren't drawn right. But if you look at it past this point, it's a legitimate part. If you look at it past this point, it's legit. But if you
tie the ends.
Yeah,
it's
like
3 posts.
Yeah, that's the one. You're like, what the fuck? It makes sense, but it doesn't. But the one kid that's on, well, he's not really a kid. He's probably mid-early 20s. But he's on a billboard for the one tech school. And I'm driving to work the one morning, and I looked, and I'm like, ha, no shit. And it didn't occur to me that I'm like, oh, I got to do something with this. So the next morning when I was driving to work, I saw it come up, but it was a different person. So I pulled over on the side of the road and sat there. It was one of the electronic billboards that change all the time. And I sat there with my phone on the side of the road at like 5 o'clock in the morning just waiting for this fucking picture to come up. And it came up. I took a picture, brought it to work, cropped out the college logo, put our company logo on it, and printed like a dozen of them. And we hung them up all over in the shop. One of them was taped inside his toolbox. And he comes in that day, and there's 3 or 4 of us in the office, and he just looks at all of us. And he goes, where the fuck did the picture come from? And we're like, what are you talking? Just all played dumb. We're like, what are you talking about? The fucking picture with me on it. And we're just like, and the one guy says, well, you're on the billboard. You should know. He's like, I don't know shit. I don't. Just getting all bent out of shape about it. And as soon as the door closed, we're all just sitting there fucking laughing.
That's hilarious.
Then there was another, and this one was this week. I was running the one CNC lathe. And when I started there in July, never ran a lathe. I ran a lathe maybe twice. And that was one of the selling points. Like, I want to learn this and I want to learn this machine. Oh yeah, absolutely. So I've been putzing around on them, and I was setting up the one to run, and the other lathe guy comes over and he says, are you going to the one of the other guys on second has a shop of his own? And he says, are you going to his house at night and like taking classes or something that I don't know about? And I'm like, why? What do you mean? He's like, well, you don't really know what you're doing. And then like, he didn't mean it like a dick, but he's like, you really don't know what you're doing. I'm like, yeah, I kind of do. So I went into my office, pulled up some fucking random diploma, plopped his company logo on it, and just made it all this bullshit. And I said, listen, as a matter of fact, I am taking night classes, and here's my fucking diploma. So then that got passed around the shop, and we have tuition reimbursement. So I went up to the office, and I asked our secretary, hey, could I turn this in for tuition? And she just looked at it quick. She's like, oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you have any, your receipts or anything? I'm like, Melissa, look at it. And then she looks more at it and looks at me. She's like, you're fucking bad down there. Yeah, I just like to entertain myself. But it's just little shit like that you got to do to have fun. But yeah, there's no one's really that brutal on anybody anymore.
No, not like the old days.
No, because the blue collar torment is.
When I worked at the hardware company, we used to have to send stuff out to just get modified a lot, because the one that we would buy was pretty simple in stock, and then you'd send a whole bunch out to get modified into larger holes or add holes or something else. We'd send some stuff out, and the one machine shop would sometimes forget to work like an entire box of parts. The purchasing guy'd call up and be like, hey, you got a box of holes down there? And he'd be like, I forgot to do the whole box, didn't I? I'll come get them. But I like that question. You got a box of holes?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Anyway, we've been going for like an hour, and I don't remember exactly how long the last podcast was.
Well,
probably
a lot fucking
3.
longer. Yeah, it's
so when we tack this one on the end, it's going to be a pretty long guy.
That's okay. If anyone listens, I'm sorry.
Well, some people are like, oh, it's too long, I don't want to listen. It's like it pauses and holds the spot you're in. So I don't know what's it matter if it's 2 or 3 sections at an hour apiece, or one long one?
Just one long one. Yeah, whatever.
So it is what it is. But
yeah, life changed, and for the better, for the most part. So just so happened that you drug your feet on the other part of the episode, and didn't drag your feet. Life is busy.
We'll call it dragging feet.
All right, fair enough.
I suck. Here's the challenge. Am I going to edit this weekend and get it posted?
Who knows? Maybe, I don't know, maybe 6 months down the line. Hey, remember that episode?
Today is December 7th. Just for posterity's sake. So we'll see. We'll see if I can do it or not.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But at least your batteries are clean.
Yeah. And my glasses are
Your glasses are broken.
on my face. We'll talk about that quick. So I have very flexy glasses that I like to show off. And as soon as we were eating dinner, I'm like, hey, these ones are like rider proof. And went to show how flexy they are and snapped my glasses in half. It was awesome. And maybe I'll tape them together before I hit the road.
It'd probably be a good idea.
Probably. They're holding pretty good for like being barely
barely
together.
Attached, yeah. Whatever. As long as you could see. That's the important part.
I can see. But yeah. All right. Well, episode 60.
Cool.
We need to do another one that's like less
Work related.
Actually, hang on. I screenshotted something when I was trying to figure out when the date was that you told me. And I screenshotted something about a Chris Farley lookalike. Changed your oil in Reno.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good trip. Yeah. My friend Dennis and I, we decided to drive to California and back, and on the way back we stopped in Reno to get our oil changed, and we're sitting there, we're like, holy shit, Chris Farley's changing our fucking oil. I mean, that's about all that there is to the story. It was just weird.
Yeah, it looks like there's a whole bunch more to the beginning of that story. That is like a whole series of things and ended with Chris Farley changing your oil, but details. So you got drunk in Hollywood, yelled at in Flagstaff, pulled over in Wyoming.
Yeah, getting yelled at in Flagstaff. Fuck those people. I mean, it was my first time going more or less out of the East Coast. So we're driving through Flagstaff, Arizona, which is, Arizona is like fucking 90% desert. And I see a sign on the road that says, bridge may be icy. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Like, somebody put that up as a joke. So we stopped for gas. I happened to ask, is not being an asshole, but I was just like, hey, is that fucking sign legit or what? And I got fucking yelled at by about 4 or 5 different rednecks on how we get like 4 foot of snow a year and we have harsh sledding and all this. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm from fucking Pennsylvania. Like, all of the Southwest is a fucking desert to me. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not cultured. But yeah, I'm never going back to Flagstaff. The place sucks. Because I was an asshole once.
And the bridge might be icy.
Yeah. So I'm not driving. I think it was August too, so chances are it wasn't going to be icy. No matter how high you are.
Well, those guys.
Yeah. I don't know. Whatever.
See, that's like one of those signs you just either take down or put up, or like have a date range on it so that it just isn't so odd.
Or you just
use your common sense.
Yeah, and just drive past it and don't fucking question it.
I don't know. You're right there. You got to ask questions.
Well, yeah. I mean,
is that because it's a highway and you have to put that at the lead into bridges for interstate rules? Or
yeah, I mean,
is it actually icy?
Hey, like I said, my logic was Arizona's a desert. Why would it be icy ever? And then, now she has relatives out in Albuquerque that we were out there in October and it was like 30 degrees in the morning and 75 in the afternoon. So it's, okay, it's real.
Yeah, mass temperature swings and wind and...
But,
whatever.
So I made an ass of myself in Flagstaff. Whatever. Not the first time, won't be the last. Then on the same trip, we stopped in Oklahoma City to sleep. And we both had a moment like that because it was fucking pouring like we looked out of the hotel window and the parking lot was basically flooded. And we had the TV on and it said something about tornado warning or tornado watch. We both kind of looked at each other. We're like, yeah, right. There's no fucking tornadoes. And then, like, as we were both falling asleep, we had the same realization of, like, oh, we're in fucking Oklahoma. The middle of Oklahoma. Yeah, they get fucking tornadoes. So it was just, I don't know. That whole trip was just kind of, I mean, not that either of us were ignorant to the rest of the country, but it was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just that realization that it's real.
Being there, though.
Yeah. Like, just legitimate, things do that. And then I lost my mind when we were driving through Wyoming, I think. Yeah. He was asleep in the back, and I was just because it's straight and flat. And as soon as you get into Wyoming from the west, they start having signs for Cheyenne. So, okay. Cheyenne, fucking 400 miles, 375 miles, 300 miles. And I'm like, all right. You could put a different town on the sign.
There's literally nothing else.
There's nothing else there. But I'm just like, you could put something else on the sign. And then when we passed it, I was just very underwhelmed. And I just started by myself just flipping the fuck out. And when we pulled over for gas, he's like, I could drive now. I'm like, yeah, all right, fine. And he's just like, what the fuck was your problem? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, you were fucking flipping out. I'm like, and I was just like, I don't know, fucking Cheyenne, there was just nothing there. It just, you build 400 miles of that anticipation, and then it's like, yeah, nothing. I'm like, what the fuck? So I just got pissed off.
I felt similarly when I first flew into Denver for work, and I'll still just like angrily, I'm like, Denver is a lie.
Yeah. There's fucking nothing here.
There's the Mile High City. Like, everything about it, every time you see pictures of it or video, they're showing the mountains and stuff, and you're flying into it, and you're like, are we landing in the wrong spot? We're in the Great Plains. No, Denver's not in the mountains. It's in the Great Plains. Everything that entire city is based on is a lie. Like, I hate that place, and I've never even spent time there.
I'm the same with Las Vegas because it was like 120 degrees, and I think all we did was get gas. And he has a picture of me just walking out of the convenience store and how miserable I am because it's fucking 1,000,000 degrees, and I have no interest in going back to Las Vegas ever.
We went to Las Vegas for our honeymoon. And neither of us gamble, and neither of us really drink.
It's a good place to go then.
Yeah, it was awesome. And even better, the week we were there was Interbike.
Oh,
and I'm like, I hate to do this to you, but I have to go.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
So I ended up going to Interbike for like an entire day with my friends that were also in town for Interbike.
Sorry, honey. I'm bailing on you for a day.
Whatever. You're fine.
Yeah.
But she's like, you knew. I'm like, well, technically I did, but I forgot.
Yeah, it's like, I know it's around this time.
I didn't really look at it until after we were already going, and I'm like, yes.
Oh.
So that was awesome. And very, I don't know, underwhelming experience.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not surprised that they don't really do it anymore.
Yeah. What year did you go?
One of the last few that they did it.
Yeah, so it's
26. Hang on, I got to get this right because I got married.
Yeah, you'll never live this one down.
2016.
Yeah, so like you weren't there in like 2004.
Yeah. No, and it
was just fucking maniacs.
It was weird because you're on Instagram and you see like, you know, oh, the volume booth.
Right.
And like everything they have, they didn't have a booth.
Mm-hmm.
They set it up in their warehouse to look like a booth next to a booth next to a booth and then show off all their stuff, but they weren't paying the money to go
Yeah,
there.
well, that's like FBM the last couple of years. They were in the QBP booth. Mm-hmm. So,
or like other people carrying a backpack of parts around and just like kind of walking you away from Interbike to show you their offerings for the year, and then you'd both walk back to Interbike.
Yeah.
But like, they weren't paying for a booth either, and they know that if they got caught doing that, they're getting kicked out.
Right.
So it's just very weird.
Oh. Bike industry's in a weird spot.
I can't believe with people like Gerber doing all the different custom pedals and stuff on 3D printers, and then newer generations taking over bike shops and whatnot. I can't believe that there's not a shop just doing custom pedal stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you can buy all the spindles and bearings by the boatload.
Sure.
And you could definitely just be like, oh, yeah, here's our shop pedals that we do.
Right.
Or, for an upcharge, we can do your own. And different bar end stuff. Like, you could do so much kind of special custom stuff.
Custom doodads and whatnot. But, I don't know. I guess just nobody really wants to get into it. It is what it is.
I want to run a bike shop. But that's a horrible idea.
I was going to say, I'd do it if there was money in it. There's just...
I feel like part of the challenge is that you're not actually paying for what you value in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're buying bike parts and stuff, but that's not the part of the experience that you value. It's like, you enjoy the hangout and the meetup spot and all that. And it's like, man, I wonder if you could operate it more as a club.
Right. $5 and just hang out as long as you want.
Yeah, sure. Well, anyone can come in and buy stuff. But, like, if you buy into the club, then you get a discount. You're getting, cost plus a little bit instead of standard shop margin.
Right.
But you're also helping cover.
Yeah, you're still supporting it all consistently.
And then you're at the shop all the time. You've got, it's the meetup spot, all the other stuff that kind of comes with that. And
yeah, wouldn't be a bad business model to try out. I mean, you
got to be in a city for that to work.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't do it, in you couldn't do it in Wilkes-Barre.
You couldn't do it in Binghamton.
Yeah, we used to, because that's what the bike shop used to be. We still kind of just meet there at a Reflex because it's just everybody knows where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, as far as just doing a bike shop by itself, I mean, we had parts and stuff at the skate park, and when we placed our first order, and I mean, we were a shadow dealer, so you know how they are with colors and the splash colors and all this shit, and it's like, what do we even order? And it's like, you'd figure out what to order, and then it's what colors do we get? It's like, Jesus, all right, my opinion, just get everything in black, but not everybody likes black. You're going to get my entire bike's black, but I want a red stem. It's like, fuck. Like, we have every color but.
Yeah, so you buy the black one, and I'll give you the $5 back to go get a can of Krylon. Okay?
Yeah, really. That's what we should have did. Just buy everything one color and have a bunch of cans.
Have a cool little paint booth.
It's not a bad idea, though.
Again, it's kind of that, like, the idea of a bike shop model, though. Like, be a little bit more custom than a regular just buy and resell shop. But, I think that mentality comes from just working with Derek so much on different stuff, too. Because at some point, you're like, why do I have to live with stock?
Right.
I don't have to live with stock.
No.
He did all the work, but I hooked him up with one of my friends that doesn't have thumbs.
Okay.
So when he was born without them, he's got a whole bunch of different. His forearms are ultra short, like only a couple inches, and he's missing major muscle groups and no thumbs. Then when he was they repositioned his index finger into a makeshift thumb.
Okay.
Yeah. So he can't hold handlebars.
Normally, right.
And his wrists are about 90 degrees in from what like yours and mine would be.
Right.
And he does like 100-mile road races and stuff.
That's fucking ridiculous.
But he's never been able to hold on. So he's like, yeah, like it gets kind of sketchy sometimes when I'm just like leaning on it, and I'll hit a bump and I'll lose my, fall into my armpit or something. He's like, but I've never had any major crashes, knock on wood, and it's like,
yeah, but you're one away from.
But like, you don't have to live with that.
Right.
I'm like, he could help. He could make you something that works for you. Like make you a different set of handlebars that's more like pans.
Right.
And then you can be in. But still, if you need to let go, you just let go.
Yeah, more or less, steering with your elbows kind of thing.
So, he came down. Derek like carved the whole thing out of foam to make sure it was comfortable for him and the way he wanted it and everything. Then it's like pretty adjustable in case it wasn't quite right. And then he's like, well, I actually want to just buy a new bike to put this on. He's like, well, if you're buying a new bike, I just need to make everything adjustable so it can be where it needs to be. So he did that, and it came out really awesome. And he like loves it. He's like, I never knew what I was missing, but it like immediately it was comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's not like struggling to,
he doesn't have the hand strength to pull the brakes good, so now he's got hydraulic disc on it.
Right.
He's like, it doesn't take all that much effort, and also, like, just like he can just bomb a hill, and he's not even scared now because it's just in control.
Right.
He's like, yeah, it's so awesome.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
I'm like, cool. And I'm like, I bet you could get on a cross-country mountain bike now and at least do some like little stuff because you're in it. Like you're in the pocket.
Right.
You don't have to worry about blowing a hand off on a little bump.
Yeah, he's basically clipped in with his arms.
Yeah. So he wants to try throwing that set of bars on a mountain bike and maybe getting like, now that he's got it adjusted where he likes it.
Right.
Get another set made for his race bike or road bike that's just where it needs to be. So that could
awesome.
be cool.
Good for him.
But they're neat. Like, why live with what you have? And the shop he was trying to work with on it, they're like, well, you buy a new bike and then we'll figure out how to make it work for you. And it's like, yeah, they just want to sell you a bike, and then, like, there's nothing that they're going to do for you because they don't have the ability to do it.
Yeah, and even if they find something close or that will work, it's not really going to work. It'll work to an extent, but...
Like, this setup's not going to work for anyone except for this guy.
Yeah, fully custom-built setup.
So, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Anyway, we just kept talking. So
yeah, it happens.
I guess we'll just forcefully end it right now.
We'll talk about bikes more one of these times,
or not.
Just bikes, or not.
Who cares? Yeah. I used to think that that's what people wanted was to just listen to another BMX podcast, but like, I don't know. We all work,
Yeah, I feel like this is just a repeat of the end of the last episode or the last chunk of episode
probably,
or whatever. Yeah,
probably.
Because I'm pretty sure
it's hard for me to remember.
Yeah,
because I just haven't paid attention to it. I haven't been focused on the podcast. I haven't been focused on GrindWorks.
Yeah.
I know we talked about that with like the cost of pegs.
Yeah.
I've got a couple people have reached out recently. One wants me to like help them get some different like hardened bolts made. It's like, okay, well, I need to explore this opportunity too for myself and see like, is there anything I can do, or when I run out of stock, is it dead?
Right.
So we'll see. Hopefully I'll have some progress on 2024.
Yeah.
Maybe I can fund GrindWorks through my job, because I'm in charge of the products division now.
There you go.
So they can stock them.
Yes. Sneak it in there under some.
I'll just
some
sell
bogus
them
part
through
number.
there, and it's whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
let them cover the
No,
overhead.
we need like hundreds of these a year. I don't,
You realize we have like thousands of these in stock. Yeah, we still need hundreds a year.
well, you're not managing inventory. It's fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's already paid for. Shut up.
Whatever.
Or maybe I'll end up with some portion of my job where I'm in an office more than I'm in the shop, and I end up with a shop in my backyard, and then I can make them for nothing for you, because I'm an idiot like that.
Yeah, I know. You just like doing cool things when it makes sense.
Right. Like the metal sprockets, I probably would, if I would have had a home shop and did them, it'd probably be a fraction of the fucking cost. But that's,
Yeah.
would have been a different situation too. But
Well, so I just reached out to the dude. Did you talk to Tim Hankins about doing some stuff at all at any point?
yeah, he offered the stems to me first, and I told him with the machine that I had, I wouldn't be able to make them for any cost where he could like legitimately sell them for, or at least be able to sell them where somebody would buy them.
Well, and he just posted something about that. Now I want to see what it said. And I reached out to him because I want to do a podcast episode with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'd probably be a good one.
Yeah, well, for a couple reasons. So he posted, I have been getting a multitude of questions, even some hate mail regarding the prices of our new line of BMX parts. Figured I would address it all at once and hopefully help you all to understand where my head is at with this new venture. Also, I'm learning that I picked quite a magical time to start a parts brand.
Post-COVID, fucking awful.
With all that's going on behind the scenes in the BMX industry right now, I just want y'all to know that myself and Capital BMX brand will still be here the next time the industry shits the bed too. Let our beginning be a testament to everything that is to come. We are not going anywhere. 10 toes down. But the actual post says, let's see, when you make a purchase with our small business, you are paying for much more than just your average bike parts. You are paying for our machinist to keep a small local business afloat and ready to produce more radical products like our own. You are paying our local anodized company to keep food on their table. You are paying our rider-owned bike shops all across the nation to be able to profit off of our stuff as well, so that they can keep their lights on and continue doing good things for their local scenes. You are paying for us being able to work towards the goal of offering benefits to our team riders and friends that promote our products. Most importantly, you are paying for the future of our brand. You are supporting us in being able to do it all again next year. Sure, we could sell out our products for the same price we make them for, like everyone else this year seems to be doing. We could break even and call it quits after the first run of parts because the industry is in the gutter. But that wouldn't be beneficial for anyone in our food chain that not only has their own bills to pay, but also wants to see this through with us. Maybe one day things will get better to where we can have these things made for cheaper, and only then we will sell those things to the public for cheaper prices too. But for right now, we're working with what's actually possible, creating change instead of waiting for it. There's a little bit more to that, but
yeah, the gist of it's there.
Yeah. But like I feel that.
Sure, yeah.
And I don't even know where his prices are at.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think they're just a little bit higher than.
Yeah, but I mean it's
probably friends. Oh, really? I thought you were gonna be able to hook me up for like this much.
Sure, that's always how it is. But I mean, like he hit it on the head. Where I mean, it's it's all at least locally made to him, and it's you're not. I mean, sure, could he probably find some conglomerate manufacturer in China that it's like, oh, here's what I want made, and they'll make them a run of thousands of them for $15 a pop shipped, and it's like, all right, yeah, then you can sell them for a closer to market
thousands
price.
of them.
Yeah, if you want thousands of them. I think he wanted, when him and I were talking, I think he wanted 50 of them.
Yeah,
or 25.
That sounds like
it was
a
a
normal
really
amount.
low quantity, and it's like, I think that's a lot of people miss that too, where the lower the quantity, the higher the price is going to be, because now if you're taking, like, say each one runs for an hour just to make life easier, now that, and you want to do 10 of them, run time, that's 10 hours. But now you have programming time and setup time. So if each of those are an hour, that's 2. Now you're amortizing that over the 10. Now if you do 20, now you're amortizing that over 20. 100, and like the cost per piece is going to stay the same as far as runtime, but your material cost is going to go down. Your
shipping for the material,
right? That's going
to lower the cost of the material.
Sure, and then you're dragging your setup costs across a bigger quantity, so that's going to get low. So your price overall is just going to be lower.
Well, and anodize and stuff. Up to, I don't know what the weight is at a lot of places, but it's usually pretty substantial. That, like, unless you're doing 100-something pounds of parts, you're paying a minimum on that anodized.
Sure.
Run. So, like, you might pay $125 to have stuff anodized, and it doesn't matter if it's
one piece or 100,
10,
yeah,
or 100. And after 100, then you're paying like pennies per square inch or something.
Yeah, whatever it works out to be. Yeah, there's a lot that's like on the back end, or not even on the back end, but I guess included pricing that like a lot of people just don't get. So I mean, there's a lot to it, and it's more than just bike parts. It's fucking cars and
anything. I mean, let's talk about that. You got, okay, the material had to get shipped to the shop, then the shop had to ship it to anodize, and then it had to ship back to the shop, and then it ships to you.
Yeah.
How much does it cost to send something in UPS?
Sure. Yeah, 30 or 40. A box of parts, you're looking at $30 or $40.
Right.
One way.
And then you add that 4 times.
Yeah.
So like, it's getting there.
Right.
It's up there in cost, and then yeah, it's wild.
Yeah,
people don't get it until, and I'll be interested talking to Tim. Did he know? Mm-hmm. Did he really understand it before he started getting into it?
Yeah.
Because, like he said, come to find out, I picked a magical time to start doing a parts spray.
Right,
yeah. Like, yeah, I don't think you knew.
No.
Everything. But how would you?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unless you're in it, or at least, you've been, like, associated with a bike shop for a while, you really don't know. Like, I mean, Kevin and Plains and I will talk all the time. It's like, hey, bike industry looks like it's in the shitter. He's like, yeah, it pretty much is. But I mean, it's it's a
race to the bottom, though.
They've
done it to themselves.
Yeah, I mean that's everywhere. I mean that's why you and I are involved in quoting. It's you're the idea is to be cheaper than the next guy, but not to cut your legs off from under you. But I mean, one project, as painful as it is for me to admit, that I've wanted to do is make a pair of scooter forks. It just looks like something. Just looks like a fun project. And we have the live tooling lathe now at work, so that's what I was going to do this week when we were slow, and then I ended up getting busy. But I was looking at one of the companies that make them, $100 for a set of forks from solid aluminum. And I was even talking to our other lathe guy, and I'm like,
you can't even buy the chunk of material.
I said to him, how the fuck are they selling it for? And this anodized. I'm like, how the fuck are they selling it for that? You're looking, I think the piece that I would need is 3-inch diameter, 10 inches long. That piece of material is easily $25. How are you doing that, labor, anodize, shipping from China. How are you doing all that for 75? Not even 75, because that's retail. So they're 100 retail. It's probably at least $60 dealer, and I don't know.
And they got to be
45
making money
wholesale.
On it. Yeah.
So it's probably 45 wholesale. So how are they doing it for like, $20?
And that's landed. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just that math is fucking mind-boggling. But I mean, then you also look at it too. They're not getting $30-$40 an hour in China either. They're getting $30-$40 a day, and they probably have fucking rows of these machines that are knocking them out. But still, it's just ridiculous. And how do you even compete with that? When you get somebody like Tim or Derek from Metal that say, hey, I want to make X amount of these. Well, okay, but the market price is what I'm going to be charged.
Demographic.
Right, like the market price is what I'm going to charge you for me to make them each. So just realize you're either not going to make much off of them, or you're going to try to make a lot and people are just going to shit all over you because I could get a fucking this one for $45 instead of this one for $75. But the one that's $75 is also small business made, small business anodized. They don't look at that.
Our generation cared about the like made in America thing.
Yeah, we cared the rider owned, made in America.
But we cared not because of the made in America thing. It's because everything else was garbage.
At the time, everything else was shit. And you also had S&M with the anti-Asian welding hat, which was fantastic.
And at this point, a lot of kids that have started riding bikes or scooters or whatever, they've never had a bad bike.
Right. Yeah, because, and
like even their entry level Kink Complete
is
light years better than our good bikes were.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you go back and look at what an entry level Hoffman was, like you had the Hoffman frame and fork maybe, but like you had shitty one-piece cranks. You had a sprocket that was fucking a sheet of notebook paper and you're bashing the piss out of it every fucking time you do anything. You're beating it back with a rock to straighten it out.
Mm-hmm.
Single wall rims that would just cave the fuck in. I mean, we didn't. Now they have. They didn't have all the pains. We worked out all the kinks now.
I know. Like no one. These kids have never had a bad bike, so the Made in America thing doesn't matter.
Right. Even a complete Sunday, it's 80% Odyssey parts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we didn't have that.
No.
You had to get the Condor Pro for $800 or $900 to get three-piece
or
cranks,
like a Haro Blammo, or something, and it was not good.
And even any of the upgraded parts, they were all just shitty three-piece cranks and unsealed bottom brackets that rattled like a bastard.
No one's parents were buying them the Backtrail X3. Everyone got the X1.
Yeah. Yeah, you're riding along and your front tire starts to skid because guess what? Your hub just locked up because you didn't put enough grease on it. Yeah. Or you tightened it too much.
You tightened it too much and didn't put grease on it. Yeah, it was rolling really awesome right before it never rolled again.
Yep.
It's like the best it's ever rolled.
That bike feels so good right now. Or like the stems were just shitty for whatever reason, so you try to bunny hop a curb and clip and your bars are shifted. They never had that. Even a scooter, we've had we had some fucking terrible ones at the Dome.
Our generation had the classic Razor.
Yeah, the foldable Razor.
Like the classic foldable Razor with the little adjustment screws underneath to keep the front end from wobbling too much, and it would snap within
right
like
at the
a
weld,
day of having it. And then the whole thing would be like...
It was fucking terrible.
And they were just horrible pieces of crap. And even these kids, they've never had a bad scooter.
No, because go to a shop that has scooters and you could get a fairly decent one for $200.
Yes, they've had a crappy like folding scooter once, but as soon as they started doing stuff with it, they never had a bad scooter.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they may be janky here and there, but they're still, it's not like it's not like you get the entry-level scooter where every bearing is unsealed. And like we said, if you tighten it that little bit too much, it just like, no. Yeah, they just never had that. And it shows.
It does. Skateboarders have had it good for a while.
Yeah, but I just think
your cost of entry is so low, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know, they kind of, it seems like they figured it out pretty quick.
Well, they police themselves, too.
Yeah.
Like, you can't get away with whack stuff in skateboarding.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone's like, no, don't support that. It's lame.
Yeah. And it carries, it tracks, and I mean, when's the last time where it's like, oh, that bike company fucking sucks, and then the next three people you see have that frame, fork, bar, where it's like, oh, well, I guess they don't fucking care.
Yeah. BMX did, well, I don't know. I don't pay attention enough to see if they're still around. Whatever that company Harry Main was supporting, that was like all direct to customer sales.
Oh, what one was it?
I know.
It wasn't Hyper, right?
No, it's not Hyper.
Elite?
No. But I think that's another one of what you're like very similar.
I don't remember. I know what you're talking about.
I mean.
Yeah, I just can't. Yeah, it's.
But like, I feel like we kind of snuffed that out, unless it's still around and just no one talks about it.
Oh, that could be too. I mean, there's companies that don't. I don't know. They just kind of they seem like a hot thing and then just never catch on. But
well, it's because they don't have enough money to pay for the advertising.
That too.
And if you don't want to pay to play or play the game the way that it's laid out.
At the same time, a lot of them, I think, the newer companies, they'll try to grab, the whatever kid is like the hot new rider that the flavor of the week kind of thing, jump on them, and then once they kind of fade out, they don't really. It's like they don't keep. Okay, this.
Yeah, put all their eggs in one basket, basically.
Yeah, they put all their eggs in one basket and then totally shit the bed. And then instead of trying to do something else, we're just going to keep coming up with a different colorway for this year.
But they set up, like, the team will be one major person and, like, a couple of friends.
Mm-hmm.
And you have no sales force.
Yeah, because it's just that,
And it's like, I think that you miss the mark, and the entire industry misses the mark on your riders are not just a rider. Like,
sure.
Yes, you're paying them to be good, but they're your sales rep.
Right.
And in a way, you don't need a sales rep in-house if you have a good team of riders that are actually doing their job.
Right.
Like, I'll give you a territory as a rider and a small travel budget, but I expect that if you're going up, like, oh, I'm going, an hour away and whatever, all right, I expect you to, A, post that you're going, B, go meet with the local shop, post that you're going to be at the shop. Now, you from this company have brought a crew of people to the local shop.
Sure.
You do the meetup there, you hang out, talk about the products or whatever, and then you go ride like the local park with the people or the street with the local crews for a little while, and you put some clips out, and like all in, that was your job. And then you get a cut of the sales. You get your 5% commission on all the profit for anything that comes from that shop.
Right.
After that, until it's a house account in like 2 years or whatever, when if they just continually order and you never have to go there again,
right,
that's a house account. if you have to keep going back to get them to order, like it never becomes a house
or the
account.
only time they get an order is when you go there.
Well, like, do you really need high-end level pros if you have a company that's running itself just because you have good customer service and you get people hyped? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worked in every other business ever. So, do you really need someone? Yeah, we pay the sales rep to not sell stuff and just be really good at existing.
Yeah, he calls the shop. Oh, hey, man, here's what we got coming out. Yeah, but it's the same as what's still on our floor and not selling. So
right, and these guys showed up last week and brought like 75 kids into our shop. Like, oh, well, that's neat.
You know what the problem is? Not enough companies give free stickers. That's what the problem is.
Stickers aren't free.
Doesn't matter. Just still put one in with every fucking part. That's why I bought a lot of snafu stuff when I was younger, because it always came with the sticker.
Primo, too.
Snafu. Well, I mean, then it got to the point where we just go to the bike shop and steal them out of the pack and put whatever back in. So Primo stickers didn't always come with the parts. I still have a box in the corner somewhere that's loaded.
I have a box. No, I don't. I gave a ton of them away.
I do every once in a while.
I put a ton of them on my desk that I made in Pittsburgh. Like all these classic old ones that you'll never get again.
Look at the fucking TV. That's what you do. You put stickers on them.
Well, I know. But I put them all on this desktop, and then I polyurethaned over top of them so they're like permanent on it, and then I sold the house and moved.
Oh.
But there are some good classic ones.
Yeah, every once in a while I remember I was cleaning out stuff.
I had a Coalition one on there.
That's a good one. I was cleaning out my mom's house, or shit that I had there. And I'm just going through it, and I think I found like an OG Little Devil sticker. I'm like, whoa. I don't have no idea what the fuck I did with it. I probably did stick it on something because,
Heck yeah.
It's an OG Little Devil sticker regardless. I'm sticking it on something.
That's what it deserves, is to be stuck somewhere, not hidden away in a box.
Yeah, just tucked away.
Yeah. I haven't really set my stuff up in the new house yet while I'm waiting to build my office. Mm-hmm. But I need to set my vinyl cutter back up. And I just got strong-armed into buying a 3D printer. By myself. It's been in my shopping cart for like a year.
Yeah.
And I'm like, when I get the office set up, and then the price went down $160 for Black Friday. And I'm like,
now is the time.
If I'm going to do it at some point, I might as well do it now. So I have that now, and I've only printed a couple things. I've got a project I need to print, though. I drew it all up, and now I'm like, this is actually a really good idea, and I should probably sell these.
There you go.
I'll just blow my idea. It doesn't matter. It's a set of drill jigs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's little plates. They're 3/4 of an inch wide by like 4.5 inches long, something like that. And each size has 4 holes in it for different. Each one is for a different drill bit size. So there's like 13 in the set from like, I don't know, 5/64 up to 1/4 inch, something like that. And from the one end, the hole is a 1/2 inch up, and then 1.5 inches, 2.5, 3.5. From the other end, it's 1 inch up, so 1 inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch. And I need it because I need it to put holes in to mount my cabinet doors on my kitchen. But then I did the whole set at different sizes because I'm like, this is actually kind of nice. And I just need to rework it to put some grooves in at the 1/4 inch marks so that you can line it off the thing. But those things are going to be super useful for just little mini projects. Like, I need holes a 1/2 inch in on this. Like, All right, line
Right.
it up, drill,
Dum,
drill,
dum,
drill.
dum.
So
You need an Etsy store.
I don't want to 3D print them all though. Like
Yeah.
it's one of those things that
Yeah,
if it's a good enough idea, I just need to get them molded.
Right.
But or patent it and sell it.
Eh.
Sell the design to a tool maker and let them actually make the money
That's
on
the
it.
way to do it.
It's like a Craig product.
Yeah. That's the way to do it. Because even if you have the patent, I mean, it doesn't really mean anything unless you're, or a patent attorney of yours is actively watching every single product that comes out.
We just went down that road because we had an opportunity to patent this thing that we've been making,
Mm-hmm.
but you only have a year from the time you release it to the market.
Mm-hmm.
And we were kind of close on the timeline. But it's a product in the oil and gas industry that they blow valves out constantly because of the high flow.
Right.
And it's a bypass loop.
Mm-hmm.
But it's 10,000 PSI.
Right.
And you're coming in from a 7 1/16 diameter at 10,000 PSI.
That's a lot of volume.
To a 2-inch bypass loop.
Yeah.
And then when they open that valve, as soon as they open it, it's so much volume, it just
cracks
washes
it
the
right
seat
open.
out.
Mm-hmm.
So we came up with these corner choke plugs that throttle it down through like a narrow, I think it's like 3/8 diameter bore first. And those plugs can just be taken out of the block and replaced. So they're the sacrificial part where you don't have to tear the entire stack out. You just unbolt the flange, pull the plug, put a new one in.
Right.
So you put one top and bottom, and the customer that's using them has not lost a valve since.
Mm-hmm.
They used to go through 3 or 4 per job.
Right.
So like and they've never lost a plug now.
Even better.
I'm like, oh, I made them too good, didn't I? Yeah, they've never replaced the plugs.
Huh.
I'm like, well, that's pretty good. And he's like, you really should think about patenting that. So we went down the patent attorney route and got an estimate. They did the research. You know, we paid them, I think, like $2,500 to do all the research and figure out what would our questionable patents be?
Right.
Like, what are we trying to go against? Then we can come up with a game plan. And then with the timeline, they wanted to charge us double what the actual normal patent cost is because we needed them to do it in a month. Like, I get it. But I'm like, we have no sales plan with this. Like, even if we got it, we're going to pay a lot of money just to hold a patent. Which there would be some value in that from a valve company, valve maintenance company, having a patents under their belt. But it's like, well, we could have just done a design patent instead of the utility patent too. And then it covers just the like look of it.
Right.
And the exact shape, but not the concept. But it still didn't really make a lot of sense. Like, if you're not going to sell it to anyone.
Sure.
And who's going to buy it and make it? We only have a couple customers in that market space. The valve companies would be the ones that would be the ones most likely to buy that patent.
Right.
And they're not going to use it. They're going to buy it to not use it because they want to sell valves.
Sure, because your fix is going to be, say, $1,000, and each valve is $20,000. So a valve company is going to want to sell that as opposed to
3 or 4 per job.
Yeah,
bet.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as opposed to my little choke plug thing. Like, I'm like, we can keep selling it without having the patent, just like we have been. So, wasted $2,500 on the assessment, but
worth looking into though.
But
to an extent,
I've also gone down the road of any of these custom projects we're doing for other customers. As soon as we quote it, we should just incorporate the patent cost. Because if I'm going to do something funky and custom for you, and I want to patent it, because then if I pitch it to you, You can't even take it to someone else and do it now.
Right.
Because it's patented.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I need to start looking at a little more. And it's also not that you can police it, but I was curious, so I had talked to the attorney, like, does it prevent someone from making one for their own personal use? And technically it does.
Mm-hmm.
It's just whether you catch them or not.
Right.
But, like, if we made something and then a customer's like, oh, I don't really need to buy another one of those, I'll just make my own. Like, oh, no, you won't actually. Yeah. You won't. So, interesting learning experience there.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know. Well, I think it would be cool to have some just extra money to spend and have a patent just to have it.
Yeah, just to say you have something patented.
Yeah. Does it matter? I don't know. I should do design patent on my next GrindWorks product just for fun.
Just put patent pending on it.
You have to have it.
I know.
You have to have the initial filing.
Yeah.
Which is only half the cost.
And I think it actually protects you more. Because as far as
it used to.
Oh, it doesn't anymore. Because I think with like the pivotal seat post, I don't think McNeil had it patented. It was always just patent pending, but I could be wrong.
So the thing that used to happen is that the timeline didn't start until the actual patent was issued.
Right.
So people could leave it in limbo for ages.
Ah, okay.
And now
they cut that out.
You have to have the formal patent filed within a year of release or it's not patentable.
Okay.
So you can file patent pending and then wait a year.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be within 12 months
right.
of when it was released to the public. So it really just buys you a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have a formal final patent design project yet, but like as soon as I have the concept, I can file the preliminary like 60% patent, and that's where they'll issue patent pending. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know if there's anything worth doing. Like, unless you plan on mass marketing something.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's worth it.
And, you know, if you live by the rules of Shark Tank, you want to just license the patent anyway.
Yeah. Or like if you're going into a certain space where it's already oversaturated, then, maybe you could throw the patent on there. But other than that, I don't know.
When you just live in a world of one-off stuff, like we could patent every single thing we do.
Right.
But what's the value?
Yeah, none.
And the lawyer was pretty forthcoming with that too. He's like, I think the number was 90% of people that get one never make a dime off of it. Because they think just because you have the better mousetrap that people will flock to you.
Right.
Like,
or the more official mousetrap.
But if you don't put the effort in, not only do you have to make sure people know, you have to also snuff out the other competition that people are familiar with. Like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So they're like, we charge the initial evaluation, and that's when we like to make sure that you have a plan before we go down the actual route.
Right.
Like, it doesn't benefit us. There's no benefit to us to do a patent or not to do a patent.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference to them. They're just, hey, you want our service? Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, it was good. But, all right, we're at 2 hours,
Of course.
So this is like the 5-hour podcast.
Because, we wrapped it up and then just kept going.
We've wrapped up like 3 times.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Okay. Right.
You want to just do more?
Well, you have an hour drive. I
have an hour drive.
I have a 15-second walk.
On top of, all the other driving I've done the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
On top of, I think I'm at 70 hours of work this week, including the driving.
Well, at least you're getting paid for the driving.
Not
Ish.
hourly.
Well,
Just salary. So,
yeah, it makes no difference then.
it doesn't. But that's why, like, after a long week, and then, like, no, I'm going to drive late yesterday, and get to Front Royal because I want to ride that park in the morning.
There you go.
Making a point of getting where I want to be,
Yep.
wake up there.
Yeah, so you have enough time.
And then, screw it.
Yeah.
And I think I'm getting stuck with an extra day on the rental car because it was supposed to be back at 5.
Of course.
But I wasn't going to get back till 6. So
Yeah,
I'm like,
so
9 a.m.
Yeah, you're
9
already
a.m.
eating it. You're eating it.
I called them. They're like, oh, well, we can backdate it in the morning. Because they have it on the wrong credit card. So they have a note in the account to change that at drop off.
Oh.
Like, I won't be back till like a little bit after 5. And they're like, well, just come in at 9 a.m. and we'll just backdate the drop off. We'll put a note on the account. And I'm like,
I'll take it.
cool. So that's what I texted you. I'm like, I'm free now. The pressure is off. All right, well, that's it. I don't think your shout outs and thank yous at one point were in the other one. I don't know if you have.
I don't know, maybe. Not really.
Shout out to stuff and things.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
And cool people and not lame people.
Exactly.